favorites coming into Flashpoint too.
Yeah, and of course we can see by our wonderful graphic all the beautiful player illustrations as well. Of course, Thorin, we've also got Mibr and Envy on that lower bracket as well, and that's been an interesting thing to see. You know, Envy coming in with an almost completely new squad, and then Mibr, our only kind of evidence to go off was from Blast recently. So some interesting teams in the mix here.
Yeah, and the difference between the two, you have to make it the expectations. Like Mibr, no, they had to fill in the squad, find basically whoever was available, and then try to mould them into something. And actually, in that context, they did a pretty admirable job. I think they've actually been above and beyond what I would have expected. I would have thought they would be a dead last place team in this tournament. But you look at Envy, certainly there's not a lot of fanfare around their players. A lot of people are a little bit underwhelmed with the roster. Although I think some of those names are kind of a little bit more sleeper names. They haven't had the superstar level power that you'd want in their team. But I actually think if you look at them, their owner said they're willing to spend millions next year, 2021. So this team has to perform. There's no options.
Well, of course, we want to hear all your thoughts and opinions on socials as well. Make sure you're following at Flashpoint on Twitter and at Flashpoint_CS on Instagram, where you can see a couple of lovely behind-the-scenes shots as well. I know, Maui, there's an interesting picture of you there, to say the least. I'll leave it at that. You guys, viewers at home, can go and check that out for yourself. But with that, I think we need to get into the discussions of our first matchup of the day. Of course, Maui, as you were alluding to, it is going to be Big taking on Fours. And it's an interesting matchup. I know we were kind of speaking about it before we came on air, but just the comparison of play styles from these two teams is quite interesting to see.
Yeah, I actually feel like these two teams in the server, they don't really resemble each other when you look back at it, but in theory, they actually kind of do. A lot of the plays between both of these teams are very set, a lot of coordinated hits onto bomb sites, a lot of flash procedures, and you actually usually know who's going to be running in with Forza. They have their main entry fragger set, that is Face Crack, and on the big side, they have Xantarez set. So they do play kind of that typical exec-heavy style, but when you actually see it play out, you wouldn't think that at all, because Forza sometimes are just all over the place, and in the middle of rounds can just get so hectic. On the big side, it always feels like there's a purpose or a plan in every given round.
Yeah, the good news is, as you said, stylistically, some similarities. The bad news is this. Big is just much, much better at doing it, at executing, at always feeling like they're comfortable, they know where they're going in the round. I often said this, in fact, I said in this tournament, it's obvious that Forza will have a chance in this group to potentially upset. I have them come in second, because they can draw the teams that aren't as comfortable with their other style or that don't know how to counter them into a Forza-type match, a really messy game where things just break apart completely in the mid-round. Instead, I think you look at Big, if you had to pick a team that's going to control the game, that's going to hard counter some of the things that Forza do, and aren't going to get drawn into that game, it's surely going to be Big in this tournament.
Yeah, I'd actually have to bring up the stat that Yumi, our stats guy, brought up earlier in this tournament, that Surson has more kills with the MAC-10 this year than he does have with actually any rifle, any primary rifle, including the Galil, including the FAMAS, and of course the M4 AK. That just shows how much prep Big goes into these matches with, how they aren't willing to concede some economy just because they think something gets a little bit hectic at a time.
Yeah, and of course, we need to take a little bit of a closer look at Fours as well. I believe we've got a little quote from Jerry coming up on our screens shortly as well. And we spoke to him after the game as well. He seemed a little bit deflated in terms of their performance coming into this, because it was against Envy, and they lost that first map. You know, it was pretty disheartening for the guys from Fours, wasn't it, Maui?
Yeah, I'm sure they went into that series thinking that they were just going to stomp Envy and take their lunch money, but at the same time, Forza has been a team that's been pretty rocky lately, and despite the longevity of this roster, it feels like in some of those mid-late round situations, they just fall apart, and Envy in 3v3s, 2v2s, they were surprisingly composed, so I don't think Forza have to think too much about it. They should be looking forward as they move into this big match. Just try to minimize those mistakes and make sure that you guys are communicating at all times, because really, that's the name of the game in those late round situations.
Yeah, and of course, speaking of which, we've got the big boys from the Big Clan facing them on the other side of the server. And as we were saying before we came on air, Duncan, this is one of the most well-rounded teams in the entire competition here at Flashpoint 2.
Yeah, this is one of the few teams where you can think what you like about how good each player is, but I think each player has exactly the right role for the style of Counter-Strike they want to play, and within the context of who they are as a team. I'll point this out because since this is a favourite for the tournament, people probably don't know this. This is not a team anywhere near the highest salaries in the world. This is not a team that can pay enormous buyouts. So actually, I consider them one of the great overachievers, in World Counter-Strike. They've won tournaments that had the best teams in them. So I think for this tournament, very, very dangerous. And yeah, well-rounded. Like, there's no player you can particularly punish, isolate. You can expect on this map, he's going to be bad. We just hit it that way. You have to take them on, kind of like a mini Astralis. Like, you just have to take them on as a squad and find the real answer to them, not hope a player plays bad.
think a potential interesting player to be picking up on here is, of course, in-game leader in tabseN, because we see him as that big fragging IGL. I know Maui back at DreamHack Open, the EU RMR, there was a few question marks about his performance, wasn't really coming out too on top, but just looking at his playstyle overall, he's a very interesting player to watch, considering he's calling for the team as well.
Yeah, I think we think of tabseN and we think about a few years ago where Ligia and Gabi were kind of running that show, and tabseN was set up as the star, and now he understands how to set up his own stars, and it's him taking now a backseat to players like Xantares, to players like Surson, and tabseN, he can pop off in those moments when he really feels like it, and his CT rating is actually significantly better than his T side, so when he's in those kind of individual circumstances, he does a great job. It's just that most of the game plans aren't centered around him anymore, so he has to try to clutch out situations where someone already made the space or someone in front of him used all the utility in order to take away something from the opposing team. He's working with scraps a lot of the time, so when he does perform well, it's kind of an X factor actually for Big, because you don't really see it in their game plan to set him up.
Yeah, it is indeed. And of course, with that, we can get into our picks and bans for this first series of the day. It's going to be an interesting one to be starting off the proceedings, and I'm wondering where your thoughts are, Duncan, coming into this. Can you kind of walk us through what you're expecting from this veto?
Well, the tough thing, obviously, on the Force side is they're very set in the maps they like to play. They like to play maps like Inferno, like Nuke, etc. But in this equation, I think they actually have a hard time. There's not really many places I feel like they can go in this veto. Like, Maui, do you think there's actually one map that the Forza guys can pick that they would have any favourite edge on?
I think they're going to believe that map is Inferno, but I don't really agree that I agree with you that it is actually probably Big favorites here. The win percentages show that Forza has been doing better lately than Big, but Big has been playing significantly better competition. I think Big's win rate right now is sub 50%, whereas Forza's is 75% in the last few months. So there is a world in which Forza probably believes that, but you look at the players across the board here, and really, it's just Big has their number in every single respect. Entry fragger, to that opper, to the support player. Even Tizian, I would say, is a player that they put him in kind of flitz positions on that they play on the Forza side. I'm sorry, and basically that shows that Big don't prioritize the positions that Tizian plays. But for Flit, I mean, it's just like
putting your best player in that position. You think that that's actually a good position to frag from?
Yes, thanks. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, of course, we see the first ban come in from the side of Big. It's going to be Train. So where else are you thinking this is going to be turning, Maui?
Well, I think that Big has a couple options for their pick. I think that they will probably be going for an Overpass or D2 pick, and really there's no wrong answer there for me.
Well,
especially if you saw the Envy game against Force, like that already just tells you, like, we can basically Big is one of the few teams where they should pick Dust 2 if the other team isn't great on it. Like, they are so good on it, and they have all the fundamentals down that I don't even think the variance of the map hurts them very much. So I think that's a great pick. Like, Envy dominated them, made them look really, really poor. Forza didn't have any clue what to do in that map. Big is a much better team, and I don't really see how Forza, quite frankly, can create the scenarios from which we're going to see a victory, an upset win here. So this is where, as we were alluding to before, if they go ahead, if they go anywhere near Inferno Mirage here, they might be playing to their comfort, but they're playing to the comfort of their opponent as well. And that's what's going to be really dangerous for Force here. That's why I'm not really sure what options they have at this point in time. This is just not a great team in terms of the map overlap. So there we go, they picked the Inferno.
Yeah, that's kind of what you would expect from Forza. It's a map that they've been leaning into for their first pick lately, but I would have liked to see something different as well, maybe Nuke, but at the same time, that might come out in the decider, but I think Big ends this in 2 maps already.
Yeah, it's already heavily favoured towards them. The good news is, though, because also the third map's it can't be anything terrible for them, they basically also don't have the pressure to have to win in 2. So the difference is, I feel like for Forza, like, Inferno must go to them, and there's no Nuke already. It's already getting a bit harder to win this series.
So already Big here left with Overpass, or Forza that is left
Feels
with...
like Mirage coming now, right?
Probably should be, given that, so the decider will be Mirage, but that, again, is a map that Big...
That's like their classic third map that they beat everyone on.
Yeah, exactly. They even, in the beginning of this roster, they were just picking that outright as their first pick, so they started developing their Dust 2, they found that consistency on it as well, but all in all, this is just a really good veto for Big, in my opinion.
Yeah, no blame put on the Forza side, though. They were just in a tough spot.
Yes.
Basically, what they had to do, which is what they've done, is just allow themselves to get some comfort.
Well, with that, I think we should take a look at 2 players that we should be watching for this upcoming match. It's going to be Surson and it's going to be Z Power on that side of things. An interesting comparison, Maui. Can you kind of talk to us why we've got these 2 players going head-to-head?
Yeah, these are both just two players that you're going to be seeing lighted up on the CT side of things. Exit Power does a great job for the Forza side. That being said, Surson has been an absolute monster this year for the big squad. He has been top fragging for almost the entirety of this year for them, until recently where Xantares did overtake him. But looking at the op versus op matchup here, I think most people are going to be siding with Surson on the right.
Yeah, as you can see there, Exapower's real name is Bogdan. Let me just give you a little spoiler. He doesn't follow Bogdan's law. Like, it's the opposite. Everyone must drop this guy orbs all the time. He will farm for orbs. He won't buy rifles. He won't kill people with rifles. It's all about with the open. So I think they're both two really CT-heavy AWPers. They're not actually, I don't think, either like the best AWPers in the world. They're just good players for the levels of their teams. And so between the two, I slightly favour Sirison, but I actually think that's probably where being on a team that wins tournaments boosts your reputation a little bit beyond, for example, obviously Exapower's playing at tier 2 most of the time, and people probably wouldn't think there's a parity between them, but I think they're fairly comparable players.
Well, let's take a look at our updated Pinnacle odds for this next matchup. We will be jumping into it very, very shortly indeed. But we can actually take a look at our points table as it stands as well. We've changed it a little bit. No more minuses coming in here apart from towards the bottom of the scoreboard. Unfortunately, Anders is still sitting up there. But Maui feels good, man, to be in that first place.
Yeah, I've got kind of that golden halo around me, so you could see me as probably a religious figure,
Yeah,
in fact.
Russian icon, you're obviously favouring Force.
Yeah, just how much of a prophet I am with some of my predictions. So if you guys want to start the Cult of Maui, just send submissions to my Twitter. Just DM me there.
And obviously Bardolph representing his rank.
Yeah.
Ooh, spicy. Well, I think with that, we can take a look at our predictions for this upcoming game, starting off here at Flashpoint 2. And I think with that, we need to bring in Anderson Semler as well to discuss exactly what we're going to be going through. Of course, we can see the updated odds below on the screen.
What's weird is I saw that Semler predicted NIP 2012 was going to win this one.
I mean, might as well,
he's been sticking with that for 5 years.
I know, exactly. Listen, it never failed him for that first few years, so he always goes back to Old Faithful.
Listen, when we were talking about Very Games, man, you know, it's like I was going to be like, ooh, Very Games NIP at the beginning. Oh, that was so good.
Yes,
it was so good, Duncan.
Well,
but that's not what we're talking about now. We're talking about Big and Forza.
Yeah. Let's get back on track to the current game we have at hand. Unfortunately, I've been put with Forza, and there definitely didn't end up picking them. I did go with the side of Big. But I'm wondering, 700 over there for you on the Big side of things, Maui. That's pretty bold. Yeah.
I just think that there's no world really in which Big loses this. I would have bet more, but the odds were, not as favorable for Big as you'd hope. So being a responsible bettor, not just putting all of it on them, because there's another game coming up later today, and I try to save some points for that one as well.
You have to also.
Yeah. That's also kind of just how it works.
Maui, you put 50 less than the all-in that you could have done.
Yeah, and that's being responsible?
It's responsible. Just working in units.
$50
50-point units, yes.
Exactly.
What about if it's like a 99% win? What's irresponsible about putting all your money on that?
Listen, Yakinda said there was like only a 98% win that, who was it, that in the second game yesterday, that Gen G would lose, and that 2% ended up being everything similar.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yakinda is secretly actually the genius.
He's all over.
Yeah, we need to be following his picks coming into this. But of course, we need to check in with you guys at home as well. Of course, the fans, you guys have been voting for this upcoming matchup. Let's take a look at what you're saying. Maui, this is so interesting. Every time we see Big at a DreamHack Open event, they're always taking it by a landslide. Again, 86%. You can't doubt the Big fans. They're coming out in a big way.
The German fans are just as prevalent in these Twitch votes as the Brazilian fans. I almost think these two fan bases should just compete against each other. The thing is that for some reason, the Big fans are never really vocal anywhere. I don't really see. I don't know if Thorn has any more experience with it.
I mean, at Cologne they were, but that was like a home crowd,
Okay, yeah.
Plus, there's also the other side of the coin, which, just to be fair, you have to mention, who the fuck likes Force? Anyone?
That is a fair point. There's not a lot to get behind when you're trying to root for players with the name of Face Crack. I don't know if it instills the most fear into your opponents all the time. We've been talking about how Face Crack is just another word for...
It's like a Google Translate for mouth.
Yeah, he was just looking up the word for mouth. And I mean, I think the thing to appreciate with Forza is how cool their nicknames are. Exy Power as well. Sexy Power. I mean, that's what they have going for me.
That's like the smart 14-year-old. He goes, well, I want people to know I've got a lot of sex power, but wait a minute, Exy Power. I'll move the X.
You'll never know.
They'll never know it was me.
Well, we mentioned mouths there. Make sure you are putting your money where your mouth is. Head on over to pinnacle.com where you can check out all the latest odds and, of course, see the most updated stats for these FP2 matches. But I think with that, we can check it over to our wonderful casters, Semler and Anders, to be getting into this first game. It's Force versus Big. Take it away, guys.
Well, that was a fantastically demented analyst segment.
It was. I was ready to just keep it going here, Anders, right?
I thought it was good.
All the Big fans, they're going in. Good. Vaterland. Und big going into every match.
I don't understand. Like, have you ever thought face crack just meant mouth? I've never associated those things.
It never actually. No, that never crossed my mind.
I just assumed he was like, you know, like cracking someone's face. I don't know.
Of course,
like,
I don't have a mouth. I only have a mustache. You see, there's no crack here.
I know. It's back again for a second year in a row or something like that. Yeah. I'll never do that thing that I did again. It's not good.
It's just it's a Flashpoint thing. But then again, Flashpoint is the last time we got to fly anywhere, right? So beginning of the year.
Also a good point. Yeah. Well, I really don't know quite what to expect. I mean, I picked big as well. I can't remember how much, but I put something on it, and
I think we all did except for Freya, right? Freya's the one who's swinging for the fences with the 300 on Forza.
Yeah, trying for the outside pick. But
it was a graphic error. Never mind. She picked big.
No, it's in graphics.
Yeah, that's it.
Don't let us slip away. Listen, I need someone to be lower than me, so whoever I need to throw under the bus, let's just go.
Just make it happen.
Yeah. I really don't. I mean, I don't think Forza really. I mean, I think Big will win, but I'm not sure it's going to be that one-sided. I think Forza could do some damage here.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, I think this one is going to be much closer. I still think Big will win, but I think Forza can do some damage. They'll make Big work for it. And so they're still heavily underdogs in this series. There's a chance that they can win, but really pretty heavily favored towards Big in this one. So we're going to kick it off right now. Into the pistol we go. We've already got Tijan rocking the P250, so he will be lethal at long range. And in the meantime, a very default kind of spread here from Forza. 2-1-2, kind of a catch-all approach in this pistol.
Yeah, this is all very sensible right now for both sides. I mean, I like pistol rounds when people try creative things, but it's hard to blame people if they don't. I mean, it does become very much like a weird lottery to be a part of when you want to play weird pistol rounds. This one, I mean, yeah, they're actually set up really well for the B split that's incoming. All they need to do is just stay alive in the middle here on Jerry. He's going to get a little bit attacked by 3 different people, in fact. He's got some backup in XC Power as well, who's all the way over by the car and long, but not really helping out so far. The smoke went down as well, I think, between them. It's a nice shot from Almeza. Suddenly it's a 4-on-4, and they're going to start to fall back slowly. Kido getting a kill. And, yeah, it's time to turn it around. Nearly getting that one. That would have been the ultimate pickup there. I think that would have probably maybe sealed the round. Now instead, it's a 3-on-3.
Flash over, I like this. Create some room. Searson can get in here and just stick this bomb plant. Already in position here. Kido on short. Not sure if he got spotted, but he definitely got hurt. Doesn't matter. Hits the headshot on Almazer. Drops him. And it's going to be on Exit Power and Flit now. Exit Power with the flank on long. They know he's here, though, so they should not be giving him many shots. Oh, beautiful headshot, though, on Tijan. 2-on-2. Flit going to be taking the fight with the man Kido holding on Catwalk, and Kido's going to win that duel, so it is all on Exit Power now. And it's not going to be for long. Searson with the headshot and Big picking up the pistol.
Yeah, Kido with a quad kill. That's a really good job. I just want to point out, because I am just locked in a hotel room most of the time these days, Semler, along with everyone else. But
Indeed.
I actually went through and looked at the last time that Big played on Dust 2. And I noticed something. It wasn't quite the same pistol round, but it had some similar features that they were running here. Got to turn it all the way up.
You got to what?
I don't think it has a straw in it, Semler.
I
trying to figure out Semler's water bottle, and it is a form of technology that Semler cannot figure out.
It's just trash. It's garbage.
Listen, don't blame the water bottle, Semler.
And it's also, I mean, so much worse for the environment than any of these disposable water bottles. So just throwing that out there, guys.
Just put your mouth up to the water
Just throwing that
bottle
out there.
and then drink it.
Oh, no, but reusable. It works so well. Yeah, right. Okay.
Listen,
moving on.
The point is, in that pistol round that they played last time around, they actually went out long and had sort of a bit of a fight, and they fell back and went down middle. And you see that they were pretending to go out middle for a while, but then they pretty quickly fall back and go catwalk. So to me, it looks like a little bit like, at least in some of these pistol rounds, Big are pretty happy to, take some casualties and then change their minds pretty quickly in the middle of it. Then they don't seem to really commit heavily, because they could have just committed that B split if that's what they really, really wanted to do. There was no real reason why they had to fall back. But yeah, I mean, sometimes you catch people off guard when you do that, especially in pistol rounds. You come running up catwalk with 3 Glocks and they think you're coming out middle. It's not a bad idea. This round working out pretty damn well for Big at the moment. Flit hoping to get at least 1 kill on the board, and he'll do just that.
Sure. And it's the guy with the MAC-10. So, it's like, fine, fair enough. You killed the guy with the MAC-10. That's all right. He was disposable, Anders.
Yeah. Always get rid of him.
He was that frontline guy. Exactly. He was eating all the food. He snored a lot at night. Kind of smelled of onions. Nobody's going to be sad seeing him gone.
What's wrong with onions? Actually, not onions. Garlic is the what's
Garlic.
The real
Garlic is good.
it's the real good thing. Onions can go away. Garlic can stay.
Garlic is king.
Well,
Ooh, I like this HE. Did 30 damage. Not bad.
here's a Zeus in the middle. I like that way more.
Yeah, this is going to get rowdy, though. You got 4. Yep, sure enough. Tabson's going to get caught. There's the spot from Searson. Nicely done. Headshot takes down Exit Power. And we should be losing. Yep, face crack in just a moment there as the bomb gets planted on the B site.
Yeah, and Searson's he's aware that they're going to come running. We'll try and see if they can jump up. That's a pretty clever little trick instead of just walking around. But
Kill with the Mac 10 too, so that's bonus money in the bank.
it is, and the more they can get on there, I mean, again, surely if they really want to put up the fight that we were talking about earlier here, Forza, Exit Power is going to have to be one of the key players to try and make that happen. Otherwise, I just don't think they're going to get close enough. I want to see that AWP come swinging, although Searson's not to be underestimated either. Could be a fun matchup between those two AWPers right now. All right, well,
I'm excited. It's just that Searson's so damn fast. And he's so dialed in right now. He's got that supreme confidence. It feels like the entirety of Big, in fact, have confidence when they're on the server right now, especially against teams that are beneath them. They know that they're better. And so they just kind of plow through. They make the correct calls and they get the job done. I may be cursing the entire series with that, but that's just the read that I get watching Big recently because we've been able to cast them recently. We watched some of them, and I mean, it really feels like they're dialed in right now that they just know that they should be the team to win.
was it yesterday where everyone got everything wrong on the
Yeah.
predictions? I'm happy if we keep doing that, you know.
It was entertaining.
Yeah, I think it adds something to the broadcast, certainly.
I'm still wondering how I have any points at all, or how you and I both
don't,
got some.
Semla.
No, but we don't have any points. But like we were not as deep as we were before. So
All right, I get what you're saying.
you get what I'm saying, right?
We're not bankrupt, but we are deep in debt, basically.
Very much so.
Okay. I appreciate your ability to look at on the bright side. I think it's great. Like it's not bad.
Listen, just call me a millennial.
We need that right now in this day and age. It's fine. Look on the bright side and all that. They're going to get a bomb plant here, and Forza are so far away. Big have taken the time. I think Forza probably thought this bomb would have been planted already 10 seconds ago. If they knew they had another 10 seconds, maybe they would have moved closer and tried to, snipe a kill. But I kind of respect the fact that they're just saying, nah, it's not really worth it. Again, retaking B bomb sites. It's not fun.
That's what we were talking about yesterday in terms of nightmare bomb sites to retake. I always just think train really rates pretty highly. It's just a terrible, A site train is just nightmare fuel.
Yeah, but in this one, if you have if you have like 3 smokes and 3 Molotovs, right, then you can actually start to do some really creative stuff, right? Because you can smoke up, upper dark from outside of B. You can Molotov all of the back plateau and all of the back of the B bomb site, and suddenly, at least you're sort of increasing the odds that you'll have some sort of a favorable fight. But again, like, the amount of grenades and time, again, you need time to set it all up. It's just not that easy.
It's pushing it. But, what else is getting pushed right now? Forza.
Yeah.
4-0 lead for Big, and this is going to be the first tactical timeout getting called by Forza. Going into a buy round, which I like. Take your time, discuss a little bit.
It's a really bright chandelier thing he's got going on in the background, isn't it?
He's looking so suave today, Anders. Clean shaven. Look at that. Handsome devil.
He had some great facial expressions last time we were watching them.
Yeah, I'm sure we're going to get more cams from this.
Animated in there. I appreciate
buddy.
that. Keto right now is at 7-0, so he hasn't died yet in the game. I mean, it's, again, so early on that it doesn't necessarily have to mean anything. But he's not always the person that we, call out. We're always talking about, like, Santaras and Tabs and sometimes, It's a great luxury sometimes when you have some of your, less highlight players suddenly come up and have, like, a big starting game. Especially, I think, early on in best of threes. It's just so nice to have that luxury. And the rest of the team can play their way in behind it. So it's not so bad. Searson, yeah, Jerry walking into that. And so does Face Crack. I mean, they had a lot of trust in that Molotov, Semla. Just a lot of it.
Yeah, and it was an imperfect one.
And it didn't do
so
anything.
difficult. So difficult to get that one down sometimes. It's timing. You gotta be just impeccable with it, and it just does not work. Also, I mean, Almazer's got to be just annoyed right now. You getting dinked with the AK across the map at the very beginning. 2 HP starting the round.
It's not great.
Well, bomb's going to get planted on the A site, and Big, just like that, based off of individual play, essentially. Searson just dominating utterly over at Long.
I imagine even big at this point in time when they win a round like this, they just sort of shrug and say,
Yeah, cool.
Like,
Sweet.
if we don't even have to, show or flex or anything, like we don't have to dig into any tactics, we could just sort of win that fight, then fair play. We'll just keep doing that.
Is it the same for you? To me, for when it comes to big, it's like, yes, tactics, but also, to me, it just feels like these guys are just rock solid in fundamentals. Like, they've just got their systems figured out. There we go. tabseN getting on the board with 3. Was saying that he was getting a little bit quiet over there. He was 0-3 about 10 seconds ago, and now, boom, triple kill, takes over B side single-handedly.
Yeah, I mean, I think this big team is really solid. I agree. I mean, and we do like highlighting the tactics, and it's great. And there definitely are some games, and especially against some opponents where, you do need to have that depth, but sometimes you don't actually need to. And then it's important to be able to play a slightly more shallow version of the game, perhaps. But again, if you could do it solidly and you win, then who really cares?
Okay, so
Say,
he knows.
this
He
time
knows.
see.
That's the thing with that one Molotov. It going down tells him. I mean, just he gets the information, right? One guy in pit. He already knows that somebody's in pit from just that smoke. So it's for just that molly. So him being there is already information gained in terms of the setup from Forza, which is pretty cool to see. I mean, it's just all the details, little details like that.
That was the kind of Molotov they wish they could have thrown earlier, right? Because, yeah, I don't know. A bit of a shame. Tizian, yeah, trying to spray through, hoping someone would be in the corner, but that is not the case right now. Catwalk and A pretty much undefended right now, although, I mean, they have some people looking in from middle. They're really well set up for long and B splits at the moment, not so much for Catwalk. So we'll see if Big can figure it out. They have about a minute left. Centaurus looks like he's going to be smoking long. See if that's going to, draw anyone back or keep them out here, just to the corner. And actually, Keto just pushing out. There are some flashbangs going in the air above him. He misses the first chance there, goes for the swing against Face Crack, and they'll take him down. That's pretty cool. It could have, I think, maybe even been a little bit more dangerous there, but somehow it works out. 4 versus 3, 40 seconds. They got the bomb out on long, and pushing into upper dark is Almeza. So soon, Forza are going to know everything that's coming. Big need to find a way through.
There's XC Power chiming in, though. Takes down searson. Should have the follow-up, but Kato takes his head off. Now Jerry's flank is exposed, and he is not a happy guy. It's going to make life very interesting for him as this smoke clears. He's trying to take advantage of it, and it works. Yeah. Just a little bit. That little edge is just enough for him to get that shot on Santaris. And Keto doesn't work for him, unfortunately. He gets spotted just standing out with his thumb.
Yeah, standing inside the smoke, I mean, still a super powerful play.
Yeah. We're still seeing guys abuse it nonstop. And so they should. I mean, it's a mechanic. It's a part of it. It's a part of it right now, so... That was a nice shot.
Yeah, Jerry.
That's the crazy thing. You saw how, like, from his perspective, he could see him clear as day.
Yeah,
From the other side, you just couldn't see him at all until the last second.
There is just a little bit of a difference, right, in when that clears up. So, oh, searson out the middle. First round on the board for Forza, but yeah, oh no, that's a freebie. And he does actually connect, but that needed to be a kill.
What?
I don't know. Sometimes those easy shots just are the hardest, aren't they, for whatever reason?
Oh, man, that's so frustrating. Oh, and there's a second guy here waiting. Nice trade from tabseN. And so now it's firmly split in 2. Forza, 2 players on A, 2 players on B. Big going to gather up. It's about to get real fun here on Catwalk. Face Crack going to be able to back off in the nick of time, but they know they've tagged a guy here. And now Big have killed a guy on B. So what's better, right? A tag or a kill? I think it's going to be a kill.
searson certainly making up for earlier. If you just pretend to count Face Crack as a searson kill, he's already up at a triple in this round, and there's nothing they can really do. I mean, there's no point in them even pretending like they're moving this way. Keep the ops alive, especially on exit power there. Keep that one alive, and then Face Crack will just have to try and bodyguard him the best they can. Clever boost in here from Tizian. That would have happened really early on.
Yeah, I did, didn't it? He's been here the entire round.
Yeah.
Does he finally... He hears the footsteps. He knows that they're there. Does he lose patience? Does he throw this away?
Surely it's better if he just waits and his teammates show up on the other side to help. I mean, they have a lot of grenades here. They could definitely do something with that. Let's see. Face Crack, yeah. So Molotov in the corner. Again, using the grenades, I think makes so much sense. And he's just a bullet away from death, Face Crack, so he's going to have to be really quick, even if he had a better angle there. Now they're going to go for it. Yeah, they know that orb is left. It actually makes so much sense. They line up, but it's not going to be a 2-for-1. XC Power might be in a lot of trouble, and it will be downed in the end by Tizian, so Great focus. 6-1 in favor of Big.
Isn't that more demoralizing too? Because Tizian dropping down shows himself. So the guy he's shooting in the face realizes, yeah, that guy's been sitting there this entire round. What the hell happened with that bullet? Can we see that again, slow-mo?
Just disappeared, didn't it?
What the hell? Did he shoot like through the crook of his arm or something?
It's not unlikely. That is so close. Well, well. They have not quite the money you would want on the Forces side. I mean, I'm sure they could probably just force it up if they really wanted to, but I'd say half buy makes more sense at this point in time. And Big are looking like a way more powerful team at the moment.
They're just looking like a powerhouse right now.
Yep. And again, I haven't even really seen Big be forced to do anything that, you know, is really interesting from sort of a T-side tactical perspective, right?
Yeah, okay.
They're just sort of feeling they're just doing whatever they want right now.
I feel like this is what you can get when you just feel supremely confident in your ability to outfrag your opponents. Like they're hitting all their shots, they're winning all their duels, and so it's like they'll kill a guy here, and then they wrap around. I would kill a guy here, cool. Now that we know that, it's like wherever they go, they're winning, right? Okay. Do we get the patience? This is gonna get real scary. There it is, and he is alone as well. Better go fast. Yeah, this is just sloppy stuff from Big.
They're not quite getting the fight that they want right now, and there's no one pushing middle, so all of the focus is just on these two people right now. A little bit of a giveaway maybe. Flit trying to see if he can hunt someone down. Still a 3-on-3, but they've already given away that one rifle. Now hiding inside of the smoke is going to be face cracking. Again, we've already seen how that can work out. He's just waiting for it to fade, trying to shoot over, but Jerry also goes down. Searson is still just making moves all over the place. A big double for him in the round, and he's going to take the long way back. They know where face crack is. He's already fired that deagle, so yeah, it's smart for Searson not to rotate down through lower dark, but just go all the way around. Already seen it. Trying to shoulder beaker, but not going to work out at all. So nice recovery from Big, even though they did, you know, left the door open in that round for Forza maybe.
That was some nice awareness from him to jiggle that corner, though. I thought he was just going to run around with his knife and just be completely oblivious, but stopped, baited, and, well, this could not have gotten any closer for Big. They were 1 second off of committing to that bomb site with the bomb, and had, I believe it was Tapson who was carrying it. You know, had he gone down, that would have been it. Big would have been super-duper screwed. And instead, it is a 7th round on the board for Big. 7-1 on the T side of Dust 2, looking better and better for Big.
Yeah, it's a very, very good start. Double AWP on the CT side. We'll see if that is what makes a difference. It's not an uncommon go-to. Oh, and he's going to come run him down. You heard him jumping back and forth. Face crack. He was the one that got killed by that same position last time, so he's just going to be thinking, man, they're doing that every time. And took me apparently a little while to figure that out. A flashbang here will ruin XD Power's day, and it came in just as I was saying it. Easy trade. Absolutely worth it.
Got the collat as well. Poor guy. Gets Keto, and he gets Tabson. Searson's going to annihilate Jerry.
He's going to annihilate everyone right now. He's 10-2. All right. Well, I mean, those were, I think that showed the power of that position right there. If you're going to be playing that game where you're sort of jumping back and forth and assuming no one is there, that's a quick way to catch someone. There is another fun way to use that position that people don't really do, but I tried to advocate it at some point where you know, if the CT smoke that position, you can boost 2 people up there and one can stand on top of the other, and you can look all the way over the door and the smoke and everything.
Ugh,
it's really fun.
Sounds nasty.
I at one moment convinced Astralis to do it, and they did it and it worked, and then they stopped doing it forever.
What?
But maybe it can come back.
Why do they stop doing it forever? Is it just because now that they've used it once, it's just going to be anti-stratted, and so
I have no idea.
You can never use it again?
I didn't ask for a follow-up.
You did not ask for an explanation?
No.
Listen, guys, I went through all this work planning this stuff for you guys, and you're not using it, so...
I mean, I wasn't even planning it specifically on them. I was just... Listen, I just like to talk about these things to whoever is unfortunate enough to be caught in a, you know, in a room with me at a given point in time, so... This time it was just Astralis, but... It's happened to a bunch of people. Sure, there are horror stories out there in the pro community. Listen, whatever you do, just don't talk to Anders about these things because he's not going to let it go. 10th round.
Yes.
And what have they really got to work with here? I like I mean, the double push into catwalk is fine. I think that's a nice double. It's not super aggressive, but it is definitely better than just standing all the way back. They've let go of long, which is acceptable again. Oh, but the run boost down. Face crack. He's gonna feel so outplayed. He's probably thinking, listen, it's fine. All they'll do is shoulder peek, and I can make it back. Really cool stuff. Tizian taking down Extra Power. Keto committing to the fight. Maybe a little bit too much. They do have smokes, but again, I think they were just trying to be a little bit overwhelming in that push. Jerry, man, this is going to have to be a hero effort for this to even be close to working out. It's a good shot on Tizian. Sticking around long enough, and now up on the side, though, Tabson trying to hunt him down, and looks like it's going to have a really good angle on him. So still a 2-on-3 with plenty of time.
Oh, he plants safe. That's so unfortunate for Flit. But he's got a chance here. This boost, so unconventional, might work wonderfully. Oh, he gets spotted. There's the flash. At least it's a trade, 1-for-1, but it's still a 1v2. Searson at long with the AWP just makes this so difficult for Almazer. And he may, I mean,
I would have gone for it.
Yeah, at this point, just YOLO, right? You gotta get in there, die honorably.
Also, the bomb is only just planted, right? I kind of maybe think Searson's already fallen all the way back in pit. He doesn't have a smoke, so he realizes he'd have to try and defuse against the orb.
No kid
pit.
either, yeah.
Yeah, so that might be the calculation. But Searson was close, so I don't know.
Are you not entertained though, Anders?
Yeah, I'm very
over
impressed.
here. We're just like, actually, we're giving him the thumbs down right now.
Yeah,
But he's gonna live another round.
this is what I'm entertained by.
Stylish.
That's definitely an oh shit moment. You're like,
Well, 9-1, big on the T side, just looking absolutely fantastic. And even when it starts to feel like it's slipping, like they're starting to let their feet off the gas, to lose their focus, big, they do bring it back. You know, beginning of that round, they're horsing around, but then eventually, in the round, they get control back. They start hitting their shots again, and they just continue the beating.
nice attempt to try and get aggressive with the orb there from Exit Power, and he actually did see Searson there. That would have been such a cool snipe if he could have just got that and got away. Jerry stuck around for a trade. Probably not quite worth it on the CT side there. But again, I think Forcer are sort of... They're just trying to figure out how could we do anything to make them feel uncomfortable. They're going to go for the run boost again out long, and this time there's not an immediate target, although Tabson's coming in from the other side, so that FAMAS up there is going to start to feel really, really lonesome. Grenade in on the one side. They know that he's up there. Not sure if they've seen him yet, but they have a really strong suspicion anyway. Under a minute, and they're still just controlling the catwalk with Tabson. It's going to be Tizian to finally take down Face Crack. And almost hitting him with that Molotov. Oh, it's just showing he's got the Glock out, and he's not going to win the fight. Almost a little bit strange there, but still a 2-on-2 now.
I'm loving this. This is just so crazy. You never know what's going to happen next, Anders. But the gun barrel sticking out of the smoke just barely. I thought he was going to throw that Molotov in that dude's face, to be fair.
Yeah, that's what it looked like.
It looked like he was just going to just nail him. But it's Exy Power finding the shot on Tabson. Tizian 1v2. And what a shot from Almazer. Second round on the board for Forza. And
that's not that. I mean, considering the positions they were in, it did take them a while to find Face Crack up there. So I guess, you know, he didn't do a lot, but he did stay alive long enough that some backup could come in.
sometimes that's enough, right?
Yeah, I mean, it can make a difference. They have so much money on Big, though. It's really outrageous. Forza, yeah, second round finally.
This is, you just feel how supremely confident Big are. That's a round where they kind of let things go again, started horsing around a little bit. You gotta tell them, guys, pump the brakes. Do not let Force get back into this in any meaningful way. They will still hit shots if given the chance.
Smoke there going a little bit wild. Searson just, I mean, you've got to give it to him. Someone made a call. Searson, why don't you go into B and find a kill? And he's like, yeah, but this, yeah, I'll go. Doesn't matter how much fire there is on the ground. I'll just keep going.
Oh, the timing. I thought Jerry was going to push that door. Not going to happen. Dude, this is unreal. It doesn't spread on him. Get out of here.
Yeah, it doesn't quite work out. Those Molotov spreads are sometimes really hard to account for.
The main problem here is that the bomb is the one trying to go across. Well, never mind. I guess if Xantares just shoots your face off. I thought I saw a glimmer of hope there, Anders. I thought I saw a way for Forza to ruin this round for Big. If they kill Xantares, he's carrying the bomb. Bomb stuck in mid. It's like, sure, you got the bomb site, Big, but hey, we've got the bomb. And Xantares is just slapping people.
And down in pit, face crack. You know, his other teammates are over in B saving their rifles, and he's like, "Please, guys, I'm on the radio calling for backup." Flashbangs actually save, at least for a second, save face crack, but not much longer than that. All right, now they're out hunting again, and there's really no reason that Big shouldn't be. Again, they have so much money and the confidence to go with it, and it's a 5-on-2. Any rifle that you take away right now is going to be so desperate. Ooh, that's nice.
Yeah.
The rest might be far enough away that they're like, all right, whatever. Still, 10 rounds for Big. They are playing an outrageous game at the moment. tabseN's overtaken everyone, weirdly, without anyone noticing even, at 12-7 now.
He just came alive with that triple, didn't he?
Yeah, that's all he needed.
The collat. Well, countdown has begun. We're going to get into the thick of things here in a moment. And really, yeah, Forza are just really just struggling. It feels perhaps a little bit too, I don't want to say too default here from Forza, but Big don't really feel, doesn't feel like Big are getting challenged in any way here.
No, not really at the moment. I mean, they've tried that catwalk, aggression a little bit, and sometimes they've been pushing into upper dark like very late in a round if Big haven't been showing any presence, and those are decent signs, but it's not. It doesn't go deeper than that, it seems, at the moment. Yeah, a little boost here. I mean, these little tricks really matter. Again, it's the first time we've seen this kind of a boost coming out so far on Dust 2 here, so if you can snipe a kill away, maybe like you get the 4-on-5, it's going to be a little bit better. There we go. Taking down Xantares. They are going to go for the bomb site, but this is okay. You can absolutely play retake on the A-bomb site here and just, especially in a 4-on-5, this is absolutely acceptable at the moment. Sniping off a kill is actually power as well. Yeah, I would say this is a great start to the round for Forza right now.
It's going to be so insanely difficult for Big to hold this.
Yeah.
2-man advantage. Smoke is down. Bomb has been picked up by op has been picked up by tabseN. And he's just waiting for the chance. Spots the man getting to plateau. And X Power gonna hit that shot. tabseN a little bit too excited there. Doesn't slow down enough. There's the first shot though. Well done. But Tishan's gonna get flanked fully, and it's all on Keto, and it's just not gonna be enough. We will have Forza collecting a third round in this half.
Yeah, so, I mean, nice, calm retake. They weren't stressed out. They kind of knew what the plan was. I mean, those are some fundamental, I would say, things coming out here from the CT side. But it's good to see that they have that to fall back on. Once they knew they had that 3-on-5, there's no reason really to go crazy. So,
indeed,
job well done. Going into the 14th round, got the double up set up back at it again. And we'll see if Big are feeling pressure to try something new and fun. Not that they haven't been doing that at all, but I don't know. Some of the strategies for Big that whenever they've wanted to go for them, some of the little tricks even have just been really cool. Keto not going to partake in this round. He's already dead.
Double up. Now we're seeing the aggression coming in here from Forza, starting to show a little bit of fight. It's going to catch Big off guard. Big do manage to bring it back to a 3-on-3. All three on catwalk now for Big. It's a very close here. Extra power. If he jumps up now, he might be able to catch him in the back. Setup. They have no idea, and the timing is going to work out that he is going to be able to round it. And yes, he does manage to pick up one kill. Missed the follow-up though.
Yeah, Searson on the other side. This can actually be really important. Molotov is in there. He's going to challenge it. Great move from Extra Power. That is so smart. tabseN now. Bomb is out there on catwalk. He's got a minute, but still. 1 versus 2. They are kind of low on health. We'll see. Yeah, he's still not sure if anyone's out there. He's got time to look for the kills here. Let's see what he wants to do. Just trading Molotovs left and right at the moment.
Picks up another one.
Okay, well,
all the Molotovs. And there's no way for him to be sure. He's just going to have to pick up the bomb. And another Molotov.
All right. Really. He really wants to make sure. I mean, it does make sense. If someone had been in that little corner, he's going to flash and jump down. And that is him trying to just, use surprise as a real weapon in that one. Didn't work out. But again, you've got to appreciate it.
What a bad lad. Yeah. What a play.
I really like that.
That was sick. And this was just some aggression, yeah, getting shown here. All over the place. This was the round of ops, essentially. Although that flash kind of gave it away. Flit was ready, turned away, and managed to get that kill. So we're going into the 15th round. Forza managed to chain 2 rounds in a row, but Searson takes out Almazer at the beginning already.
Headshot through the smoke, through the wall. That is very hard to deal with. Actually, that's just a coin flip, and there's nothing you can do about it. Almost getting caught there, but revenge by Tabson to take down Jerry. Oh, and he just pre-fires it. Oh, he walked right into it. That bullet was already airborne when he actually turned the corner. That is absolutely disgusting to see.
He's seen 2. Never mind. The other guy's dead. They know where the last one is. He's down in CT, so it's over.
Yeah. Yes, and Terra's already taken over the B-bomb site. So Big not giving a lot away in this first half at all. Just a very confident team. Really cool Counter-Strike to be watching here. Face Crack's going to be going down. At the end of it, it will be 11-4 in favor of Big. And that is very, very dominant. They did not look like they had any doubt at all in themselves. Tabson at 16-9 and Searson right behind at 12-7. Man, what an amazing first half. We'll see how the second one goes when we come back after the break. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Second half is coming up here, and it's between Forza and Big on Dust 2. A best of 3 that right now, is tilting in favor of Big, at least for the first map. Second one would be Inferno. But yeah, they're playing an incredible game right now on the Big side. And Tabson, top fragging, pushing into the middle on the pistol round here on the CT side. But Forza have at least noticed. They've realized, oh, he's going to try and body block it? Yeah, Tabson, go for it. Oh, I love it. Don't know how much of a difference that actually made, but I still think it's a cool idea. Gonna stand on top of it. Oh no.
Has he been spotted? Oh my god, that flash. What is going on?
That needed to be... they needed to be all of them dead. They still might be, but Tabson is the one who should have had it. He had the perfect lineup for it. Yeah, the flashbang was amazing. And ultimately, Forza, and they knew something was up in the middle. I don't think they realized it was going to be 4 out of 5 members fighting in there for Big, leaving Jerry alone in a 1 versus 4 with the bomb up on Catwalk and really no chance to make this work. In fact, he's going to be executed by Kido, who got a triple in this round. He got a quad kill in the pistol on the T side, so that's not bad.
Is this one of those games where Forza just uninstall? You know? It's like you get beat so badly You just can't take it. You're just like, oh, okay, that's the gap.
Listen, the problem with doing that out of rage now with Counter-Strike is it's become a kind of a sizable game over the years, so it'll take you a while to reinstall it again. Something you can't just,
No, that's it. It's just it's like that's the gap. The big, one of the top teams in the world, literally just charging mid on you in a pistol round. It's a tough one.
I think it's amazing. I mean, again, you contrast that with how the pistol round was played on the other side, right? Where it's much more sort of default, like let's just spread out and all the rest of it. But I think that's what pistol rounds are for, Just that's where you have some room to get a little bit creative and do some fun things.
Oh yeah, especially when you're in the lead, 11-4, 12-4 now on the board for big on the CT side. Bought up with SMGs. They've got the guns. They're looking to make the money.
Yeah, Tizian holding out here with the MP9. If they turn the corner, they don't have any armor at all, so they should get chewed up pretty quickly. Same is true, unfortunately, for them if they go towards tabs into the catwalk. Just got a flashbang. He's going to be flashed in. He does actually get tagged in the face right away, but now they're all standing on top of each other. Running out of bullets, though, and the USP won't quite do the trick, so I mean, they're still not going to do anything in this round, but we do like seeing those multi-spray downs, and Tabson sort of got a little bit stuck.
I like just seeing when you buy MP9s, the guys with MP9s get the kills in anti-ecos.
Listen, I'm telling you, that's why people need to buy the Bison. Tabson would have been fine with the Bison.
He would have been fine with the Bison,
Kept shooting for another hour.
You're right. 1 billion bullets. There's nothing that annoys me more than eco rounds where the team that's on the anti-eco, it's like the guy with the M4 is getting all the kills, and the 3 guys with the MP9s just look at him like, bruh, well, why you gotta do that? The whole point of SMGs is to make money.
That is exactly what we want them for.
It's all about Tantaras.
Yeah, well, Tantaras maybe especially pushing forward. Deep grenade. It's going to chase him down. Oh my God. We actually got that camera angle just as he fell. Who is the genius observer who managed to do that?
Pretty sure his name is Prius.
Well, we've got a couple of different ones, don't we, these days? So I think
Yes, that's right. He is such a baller.
It's
the man never stops, Sanders. Talk about work ethic. Like, Prius is a god.
Tabson. He's going to get caught there. So that's a little bit awkward. 3-on-3 into a 2-on-3. Both down the middle and sneaking into the B bomb side. Almost is exit power. And if he makes it, there's a smoke there, so I guess he can't stop. But if he goes and clears out B, that should be a good position to win the round from here, from Force's point of view. Santara's ready and waiting, and still not going to win the fight. Looked like that could have been a pretty clean headshot. Not to be so. And Keto spotted in the middle. Now it's a strange round. Bomb is in B, the other teammate's in A. Keto somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, he's expecting it fully to be A, of course. How else could he? What else could he think? The only other guy he's seen is over here, but the bomb has been planted, and little do they know. Well, that's just all on big. That's the thing when you're horsing around, having a good time. Hey, let's just push everybody everywhere and take all the fights, because, we're just going to crush these guys anyways, right? Now you're letting Forza have a round on the board, guys. You're allowing Forza to get hope, to feel hope. Maybe that's all part of the plan for Big, though. Maybe they are just that cruel.
Yeah, I think at this point they just want to close it out and get to that next round, like the next map right away. Double grenade out long, but one of them, as you can tell, catches the barrel. And yeah, even if they landed a double nade, it looks like they weren't all stacked on top of each other, so I don't think it would have actually taken the whole team down or anything. So looks like, slight bit of breathing space for Forza. Maybe they could get this round if they could win the next one too. There is a chance. It would be very strange to see Big not, put up, numbers on the second half. You'd have to assume that they would. Now actually, Citizen chasing them down. All right.
What a shame. X-Power going to be blocking them off. Yes, there's the one. And that's exactly what you get. There's only one X-God.
Santara's going to go and pick that up. So, slightly expensive round. I think Forza just need to keep winning rounds. It's obviously better if they keep making money and all the rest of it, but just don't lose any silly rounds here. It's going to be 6-13. Then, this upcoming round, especially if this rifle is saved, they're going to have a pretty good buy on the Big side. Then at that point, yeah, if you win the next one too from foresight, it's within the realm of possibilities. But I think it still would have to. It would have to be Big playing much worse on the second half than they did on the first half, basically.
And yeah, and I think that last round was just a kind of a gimme, a freebie given out by Big. They were just being nice, because in normal times, Big aren't pushing literally everywhere across the map, right? So if they decide to kind of take it a little bit more seriously here, Big, they can get it done in 3 rounds and just end this. So let's see. We will get that AWP in play now here for Big. It should be a full buy across the board, double AWP in fact. So I like that. Dust 2 plays itself, offers that as an option.
Yeah, it's definitely. I mean, it is just a popular choice across a very long stretch of time. 20th round, and we're just going to be seeing a Molotov not quite in. I want again. Smoke coming in, but this time from Catwalk instead, so that's pretty cool to see. It will hold them back. Wonder if also if they really wanted to go for it. It looked like they actually could have maybe gone. That Molotov didn't look like it was covering that much. Grenade going to land not quite on top. He actually fell back. Thought maybe he was going to catch Flit there, but doesn't seem to be the case. So they're holding B, holding middle. Long, not that well defended, but you're going to have advanced notice at least. I mean, that's... If you can't have a lot of people there, at least have the information early on if there's a push. That's not so bad.
Wait, Anders, am I mistaken, or did Tamsin drop in a CT and buy another nade after throwing that smoke?
I don't know if he did.
Because he's got 2 flashes, an HE, and an incendiary.
It's possible.
That would be so sick.
You might be right. Maybe someone could go investigate.
That would be so cool. Just, I mean, yeah, details. But details like that, I mean, that's styling at that point. Because otherwise, I mean, yeah, Tapson, okay, fine, fair enough. You don't want to smoke, but Molly, HE, you just want all the fun stuff.
That
But
could definitely be.
That is really cool.
Either that or it would have been Searson or running back. I don't know who that smoked initially. But yeah, that could be. Maybe it's possible. 30 seconds and coming out middle, and it's a B-split, as you can tell. Keto going to take care of one. Only one into upper dark, so again, if they can just kill that guy in upper dark, at least they're going to have a bit of a chance here. None of that is going to be possible. Keto and Santeras are both going down at the same time, and yeah, they're just going to immediately call the save, which they definitely should. That's a nice round, and it was played a little bit late, but not so late that Forza didn't have a chance to recover, so like everything about that.
Yeah, Forza starting to show some life here. Big also. A little bit of hesitation ends up costing them, even with the fancy stuff there. Super cool to see. Tizian, he does get rewarded in the end for some of his cheekiness. Ooh, that was a sick one.
Yeah, don't give him too much here. It's fine if you want to go and pick up the AWP. I mean, you're going to have 2 on the T side anyway then, but don't be giving him too many kills at the moment.
It's such a shame because he can't know that nobody else is there, right? But he could just go and pick up an AK and an AWP. Decides to play it safe, though. Hold on to what you have, right?
Yeah, it's definitely the smart move.
1 bird in the hand worth 2 on the wing.
They do say that, don't they? Although no one is listening any longer, but yeah, theoretically. 13-7. It's a 6-round gap. And I mean, just... You've got to think about this as well. When Big are on the T side and they're just running over them, they are also the ones taking all the initiative. Whereas now, and again, because Dust 2 is this strange map where CT side aggression is just not so easy to do. Yeah, they might be stuck a little bit more just waiting to sort of see what's coming.
Sure.
Again, I'm sure on another map, if it was Mirage or even Inferno up next, I mean, Inferno isn't even the best map for it, but even on Inferno, you could do, I think you still probably do a little bit more than on Dust 2.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe Big. I mean, Big have shown. They showed a lot of tricks on the T side. Have they got any for the CT side? Any quirky things? Going to be going for a quick boost up Catwalk with Tabson on the M4, but he's not going to go all the way. And so far, no real tricks here with the rifles that they've saved. Just going to be grouping up a little bit in middle.
For whatever reason, for a second there, I thought he was actually juggling an AK and an AWP. That would have been super stylish. Keto, though, going to be able to collect 1 nice flash setup.
They should go on long, like, right now. I feel like the fact that they killed 1 guy up in upper dark, I mean, all you're doing when you're waiting is letting them get closer and closer and closer.
Did he body block that second smoke? I think he did. Holy smokes. There's a chance. There's a gap. Full flash, though, and it is Tizian. Going to be able to pick up 1, 2, in fact, and it's now a sexy situation here for Big. 2-man advantage. Bomb not yet down. Minute on the clock. Forza have a little bit of room to maneuver with here, but the smokes have cleared, and now they need to get it done the hard way. They have to hit shots.
Yeah, and now they're getting flanked as well. Huge round coming in. Nice triple from Keto. And I think Forza, I mean, the problem is you really only have 2 choices, right? Either you go long, and then I sort of feel like going right away as opposed to waiting is probably the better choice. If you don't want to go long anymore and you feel like, oh, wait, we lost map control on that side, you're now in for retracking the whole map, checking every corner for any CTs that might be lurking. It's going to take such a long time. Even with a minute, I mean, that's not going to feel that great. So, Forza, yeah, that 1 kill in Upper Dark, I mean, just in terms of the round, it should be not that significant, but then because that's the only, other part of the map they control is long at that point in time, and they just, they're just stuck out there. And they did wait maybe a little bit longer than was necessary. But yeah, it did look like there was a gap in the smoke, and if that was from a body block, like you said, that's actually very cool. I didn't catch that, but I would love to see a replay of that if that was the case, because that's impressive. Hard to do in the middle of a round.
Yeah, just a nice little gap. I mean, that's why you have to commit those 2 smokes. Even a slight gap, you see how fast these guys are. They will get you through that smoke. And so, nice little play there. Big. That puts them up on 14 rounds now on the CT side. 14-7. Looking very good right now for Big. And double AWP back in play here for Big. And this time they are expecting it to be a long play coming in, Big. And in the meantime, it's about to get real spicy in mid. Tapson, he's going to hold the line. Tech9 to lead the way. There's the angle. Picks up 1. Falls back. Needs to hear the footsteps, though. Yep, he realizes he is not alone. And, he was expecting the flash from his teammate to help him out. That's so unfortunate for Tapson. Just didn't go quite far enough.
And he obviously, I think even if he had been flashed there, face crack, I don't think it would have mattered anyway. He was obviously just, going to pull the trigger. So he just want to walk right into it. But it's still a cool idea. It's a nice setup for Big. This time they were just a little bit too far forward. So 1-for-1 trade. And we'll see. Falling back from long. So they're 2 on A. Don't think it's going to help them yet if this B push actually comes through. And they don't have any grenades left really on Big either. So I think this is all about winning the initial battle here with the AWP. He has to get a kill and stay alive. And then Centaurus has to come back in. But if any one of them go down, I don't think there's any retake that's going to be happening here. Keto immediately falling back. Yeah, I think now they know. They see the smokes going down towards the door as well. Turning around. Nice shot from Keto. Centaurus there to help out. Nearly a 2-for-1. But Centaurus will get the other one. And he walks right into the shot. A beautiful triple kill here for Centaurus. Will land a Big at 15 rounds.
Super clean as well. It's when you get those kind of textbook scenarios. You see the smokes coming in. The flash timings. And let's see. This is Tapson, who, flash went off. Yeah, the timing was just barely off, but he wouldn't have been blinded either in any case. So a little bit unfortunate there for Tapson, but still Tapson, I mean, comfortably sitting at 19 kills after a very cold start.
Oh!
Nicely done, X-Power. Keto's going to get 1, though, and Tapson brings it back. And now the big brother's showing up. You got a scout, I've got an op. Keto actually needs to hit shots first, though.
I mean, realistically, he just needs to stop fighting in the middle, right? Absolutely no reason to. He will get the kill, but again, this is definitely just a display of confidence and force. Triple kill on Keto, up at 23 right now. So topping the scoreboard, maybe that's just what he wanted. X-Power alone in spawn. There's nothing to do. They probably knife him if they were really feeling it. I think that's possible at this point in time. He's fighting at range. It'll be Tizian to take him down. 16-7 at the end of the map in favor of Big, which means we are going to head to Inferno next. But what a performance out of them. They really looked quite brilliant on this map. And Forza looked like they never really quite warmed up either. I mean, Jerry and Flit had some kills and maybe X-Power too, but not the whole team quite like we would want. So, yeah, rough start here to the best of 3 for Forza for sure.
Yeah. This is just phenomenal stuff from Big. It's what we expect from the favorite in the group. They are just mauling Forza. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we will hear what the analysts have to say about this map and the next.
A swift start to the day here at Flashpoint 2 as Big dismantle Force on their map pick of Dust 2. Of course, Thorin and Maui join me here to be breaking this one down. And what an incredible start here from Big to be kicking off this series. Absolutely flawless from them in that first half.
Yeah, definitely. This was Big just flexing in the first half. They did get a little bit chippy in the second half. They started disrespecting their opponents, started just kind of pushing tunnels whenever they felt like it, whether with a flash or without a flash. But the first half, I actually will say that Big took it rather seriously. They were using a lot of good trading procedures, their protocols were nice, and they played their game in such a way that Fours really never had any response.
Yeah, this is an example of why I said before. I know as a typical rule, if you can do a harsh punish and a team's really bad on the map, you typically say don't pick Dust 2. This is a perfect time to pick Dust 2. Not like Fours has anything on the CT side anyway. Bizarrely, they're opting into that. I don't really know what they're doing that for. And more so than that, the way that Big played just systematically, they almost couldn't lose. Like, look, 7 rounds for Fours. Some of those, like one of them was like they won a 2v2. Like, in this scenario, I don't really know what Big did bad, except at the end of the game, they sort of could have closed it slightly earlier and decided to mess around a little bit. So it really just shows you the power of Big.
Yeah, I want to pick up on a trend that you noticed here, Maui, just picking up on this scoreboard. You were talking about the entry fraggers from both sides of the equation. That really illustrates the story here on this first map.
Yeah, definitely. So I talked about Xantarez being an entry fragger, but Big also used Keto, especially on Dust 2, to find those opening picks. And Keto had 23 kills in the server, whereas Facecrack on the other side of the board had, I think, 6 kills for Forza. So when one entry fragger has 4 times the amount of kills as the other, you know that one team's game plan is just theoretically, I mean, it's just objectively better.
Yeah, 100%. And of course, speaking on the Forza side of life as well, I'm wondering what kind of issues you saw from this, Duncan. Of course, we saw them playing Dust 2 against Envy earlier in the tournament. It was even worse scoreline for them. So where were the holes for you in terms of that game plan coming into it?
Well, one of the weird things is if you ever do interview, I'm sure you've noticed this with Jerry, because he's basically the only person who does interviews in Fours, he always sounds like a really reflective in-game leader, talks about like studying them. I'm not even meaning like they do seem like they study the demos of the opponent and check all the strats. But what's bizarre is it's like after they do all that, they still just play their game and how they want to play against every team. And they don't seem to switch it up enough. So for example, against Big, and especially with the way Big was playing this map, the last thing I want to do is play slow. I want to play upward against them. I want to take gunfights. I want to make it a brawl. I want to disrupt all their setups. I don't want to wait and be pushed around the map by utility and Molotovs and flashes and then never have a clue which site they're in. I want to make information players. I want to go for crazy fights early. I want to force my AWP battles if I have an AWPer. So I feel like they didn't kind of like understand the matchup as well. They tried to just play it in their comfort, which unfortunately was within the bigger circle, the Venn diagram of just Big's comfort. So they didn't really have much of a chance, I don't think.
Well, of course, they will still have a chance of redemption going on to our second map of the series. But before we get there, we've got the wonderful Monty down with Forza's codes for a 60-second check-in to see what they made of that first one.
Thank you, Fred. I'm here with LMBT of Fours. So first question for you is, you guys have played Dust 2 twice now. It's been your opponent's map pick both times. Why have you guys decided to pick CT side first, even though you end up in a big hole?
I mean, you know, it's like... for ages already, teams are picking CT sides even on maps where meta have changed, for example, to a T-side meta or whatever. So that's like your winning knife round on faces, I don't know, and you are just picking CT side. So we didn't want to dictate the pace on Dust 2 because obviously, and your analyst desk said that we're bad on this map. Like, I'll not hide that, so it's nothing special that we lost it. I hope second map will be completely different.
All right, and coming into this match, you have picked Inferno as your second map as opposed to Mirage, which is what you picked against Envy. Why have you made this transition, and what do you think is your strength on Inferno?
I mean, we didn't pick Mirage because it's obviously a strong map for BIG as well, and both teams knew that they and us can keep this map in the third map, so it's no point of picking like best opponent's map and stuff, and Inferno is... our second best map right now, I think, or was best map before. So something like that.
All right, we're out of time. Thank you for the quick interview here, LMBT. Back to you, Freya.
Thank you very much, Monty. Interesting to get to hear LMBT's thoughts going on into Inferno. But before we get there, Maui, you had a particular round that you wanted to illustrate exactly how seriously Big were taking this first match in terms of the fundamentals and the execution they were showing together as a team.
Yeah, so this is going to be a round from the T side of Big, and we're going to be seeing the frags pop up here in just a moment. And you can see just how disciplined a lot of these picks from Big were. Tizian, he's able to read the default well. He's able to take down Facecrack there towards
That's
long.
a tilter, though.
And then, yeah, but it's a good job
Yes,
reading the situation, and they even use a flash to flash him around the corner there so for him to look for another pick. Exy Power, he eats the second flash they actually end up throwing.
Trade.
And then right here, Surson, he has a teammate right to his left. You could always just see in these positions that look at all 3 deaths that just happened for the side of Forza. They all died alone, but every kill from Big right there, they had a player right behind them.
The trade potential would be there even if the kill doesn't come in, yes.
Exactly. So even if the individuals aren't popping off on the side of Big, they're going to find those frags regardless. Whereas Forza, they're playing themselves into situations where the individuals absolutely have to pop off, and they didn't, and Big minimize the chances that would happen in the first place.
Well, of course, we are going to be going into our second map. So let's take a look at our updated Pinnacle odds going into this one. Bear in mind, this is Forza's map pick. A slightly more, obviously favoured odds still towards Big, but slightly better odds than going into the first match of the series. So potentially, Maui, maybe a chance of redemption for Forza. I'm interested for your thoughts here.
Yeah, Forza play a style on this map that I think might catch Big slightly off guard. I say that, but I know Big does their homework. I know Toby's in there grinding the demos, so he sees what goes on the side of the T side, at least, for Forza. We're going to see a lot of 4-1 kind of setups for Forza, where they like to take banana control very thoroughly. But the thing is, for me, that Big, they play a style that they're very comfortable taking banana, and they're very comfortable giving it up as well. They have contingency plans if they lose that space, and they have plans to even take it in the first place. So Forza's singular game plan to take that banana space, I think it might kind of, it might catch Big on some rounds, but at the same time, I still think Big is the heavy favorites here.
Yeah, and in terms of that, Thorin, is there any particular player you're looking from the side of Forza, considering, we didn't get to see too much of them in that Dust 2? Anybody you're going to be particularly having your eye on going into the second
Even though
map?
it's not just for the frags, I've actually always thought, since you notice Mouse Snake made all the potential win conditions, basically you have a good T side if you Forza. I think it starts and ends with Jerry. Like, he seems to basically put himself in instrumental positions when they go for these control aspects. He's a guy who's very willing to be like one of the entry players at times. So I think that's the aspect for me. They have to hit them with kind of the gimmick style, but if it works, it just works on that map.
Well, before we head into it, I'm interested to hear from both of you guys. Do you think we have a potential going to that third map? Do you see Forza bouncing back in this one?
If they do bounce back, it really does have to be on the T side. And I just think Big CT side is so good. I feel like there's no one that you can abuse across the map. And even if they start picking on a player, if Forza try to pick on somebody, Big are going to make the necessary mid-game adaptations in order to prevent that from happening in the future. So I'm going to say Big take it in 2.
Oh, are you going to echo those same thoughts, Duncan?
I'm going with Big all the way. Thus far on this desk, this broadcast today, the only person with an allusion to the Vikings that's done any good work is you, Freya.
I mean, that's great. Thank you
Historical
so
reference.
much, Duncan, for that. And with that, I think we can throw it over to our casters. This is, of course, Semler and Anders to be diving in
like
to
that?
this one.
good.
The second map
I
is going to be
appreciate that.
Inferno.
Yeah, definitely. I appreciate that as well. It's not bad at all.
It's good, man.
Done a good job.
Anders,
Well-
you've brought it back. Your Danes are once again in the UK.
I know.
And, I just see you running in the hallways around this hotel, just pillaging everything.
Causing much less havoc than last time, really.
A little bit less.
Yeah, people don't. I mean, listen, something like 30% of the English language is Danish because we just,
Go figure.
we came and wrecked things.
Listen, I've always just said, why does Scandinavia have all the pretty girls?
Yeah, well, apparently
The Vikings just took them all, of course.
they fit on the boats, something like that.
Enough of that.
It was
Let's
a
get into
different
it.
time. Well, here we go. Big on the CT side, Forcer on the T side. 3 towards B on the defense, and a nice counter flash. Kido just making it back around the corner, but timing was perfect. Now, in the meantime, they are pushing really aggressively. Tabson, if they go for B right now, I don't know if Tabson's going to be there in time, but if he just waits, I mean, it could be interesting. That's the bomb that's almost right under him. Will he see it? No, he won't. Oh, dear. Oh, dear.
That would have been so next level if he had. We'll get that one. Just a perfect, beautiful one tap. He has no idea that he's about to get flanked, though. All they need to do is stay alive here, Forza, and buy time exactly for Almeza to rotate around and pick Tabson off. So into a 3-on-3, and this still this favors Forza.
Yeah, it should. But now it's a space in the round right now where who knows where the remaining players even are at this point in time. I mean, Sirson, if he picks up this kill again, the bomb is going to be dropped. And oh, he looks away at the wrong time. That's so ridiculous. Oh my god. Oh, you can't beat that timing.
What is this meme?
Well, now it's going to be way more tricky, right? A kill in the middle there would have been amazing. But now, yeah, 3-on-3 retake. There are still 2 smokes and a Molotov there on Forcer. I guess they're going to be using some of them early on. I don't really blame them for it. But yeah, with the bomb going down and they're so far away, it will definitely be very, very difficult to find a way into this round. Tizian has a kit, so they have a little bit more time to play with, but they need to do this pretty much without any kind of hiccup here, or it's going to horribly backfire on them. Searson looking for a shot, not quite getting that one, and now the rest are coming in. Turning for the flashbang, that's not so bad. And still some time on the clock, but now coming up out of the pit. Searson gets the 1 kill there on Flit, and he's actually reloading while he's jumping down. Tizian picks up 1. They're doing this flawlessly, and they're going to find their way in with the kit and everything else. That looked way too easy for Big.
So gracious. It's like how they just stroll right in again. It's like Tabson on that save round that the Forza were trying to pull off with 3 guys on B. Tabson just runs in and murders all of them. I mean, it's the same thing here. Big, just so much pressure. They're hitting such hard shots that Forza, they don't dare peek. They don't dare take the fight. And so you can see there, it's just clinical.
Yeah, that worked out very well. It almost felt like Forza tried to play for time too early. Which I love complaining about when people don't do it at all, but this time it felt like they weren't able to really go for the fight. I mean, they had the flashbang they put out, which admittedly didn't really blind anyone, but also no one from Forza ran in behind it. So, I mean, you can do that if there was 10 seconds on the clock. Maybe you think, all right, we'll just slow them down with a flash and then play it safe.
Sure.
But that was maybe a bit too early. They have bought in this round, interestingly, except for Exapower, who presumably will want that orb as early as possible, but pretty common setup all across the board here. Just push down to the bottom of Banana is Searson, and he's got Keto behind him with a grenade if things get rough.
A little bit of support. Moral support right now.
Yeah.
Emotional support. Like, I got you back. I got you from all the way back here. You know, it's like, I've totally got your back, dude.
Listen, if they come swarm you, I'll throw the grenade on you, and then you know.
It's nice knowing you.
At least so it'll take some of them with.
Oh, fresh smoke at 55 as well. So you can see Forza, they're like, yeah, okay, we're just going to go ahead and start moving on over here towards A. And the Jiggle gets spotted. Needs to get that kill and fall back. Tabson survives. So important that he does.
Yeah, definitely just back around the corner. The smoke, I mean, he could play this game, but there's not that much to be gained right now. You have a 3-man setup at A, and you're already in a 4-on-5, so probably just worth it to keep it going. Nice trading into the bomb site, 25 seconds, and they're going to get the bomb plant down, and that was...
interesting positioning.
Yeah, well,
weapons.
Yeah, I mean, also just, again, it's good that Tabson gets the kill over there, but they don't even know that the T side have wrapped so far up into the A bomb site. They know that when they step foot on the A bomb site and are shooting him in the face, that's a little bit too like the warning is just not enough time there.
It's not, but also why is your M4 holding close quarters and your MP9 the one that's holding mid-range, right? You know, it's like, why aren't those switched? Why don't you have your M4 holding on the site so that it's not getting sprayed down point blank by a MAC-10 versus, whereas an MP9 maybe wins that duel. So, I don't know. Interesting. But this is Forza getting on the board very early here. This is fantastic stuff for them. Nicely done, though, by Keto. He's going to make it expensive, at least. Might still get caught by X-Power, but he is going to be able to back off just in the nick of time. And so, holding on to the M4 will be X-Power. And a FAMAS for Keto. Big going to get punished very early on here. So, I like this. Already, that's Forza, letting Big know, hey, on your map pick, you guys really wrecked us. Fair enough. Fine. But now this is Inferno, and we just happen to be called Dante.
So, I mean, I think that's so preventable from Big. I'm actually kind of shocked that they went for that for exactly that kind of a setup. I don't even need them to fight that much top mid. I mean, what Tabson was doing is fine. He's not planting his flag on that arch corner and saying like, I'll fight to the death here. Just pick up a kill and go. But even if he had got no kills, if he just fired a couple of bullets, but at least he knew what was going on, more or less. And once they put the smoke up, he's like, all right, fine, I'll fall back a little bit further. But on the other side, they just didn't have that. Now they're going to come jumping and exploding, in fact, out of the A balcony into the pit and everywhere else. And it's going to be very hard to hold here. Searson still alive, but only for a second. And yeah, once they get out into the pit, again, the angle at which you're holding them back in, it just fans out so wide that you're probably not going to have a good time. So that's a great call out of Forza here to make that explosive play. I really enjoy that.
Wait, I just noticed the name of this howl. Did you see that, the name tag? Not bad. Not bad.
Yeah. That's clever. It's like it's just within what is acceptable, you know.
Yeah, that's fair play. I like it.
We've had some scary names for guns and knives in the past that we
Yeah,
won't go over, but that one is.
I think this one you get points.
Yeah,
I think this one you get points. Well done.
Yeah, I like it. All right, so I mean, I'm actually willing to make some more excuses for Big in this round as opposed to the last one, because this time Big had just a lot less to work with. But then that round from Forza is based off of a similar, let's say, flaw, or at least weakness in the A defense, which is again you only know what's happening basically after it's happened, and that doesn't really work so well.
But it's just something we've noticed a lot of teams doing on Inferno, holding far back, not really getting that info early. By the time they're already pushing onto the site, you're dead. Whoa, that chicken though, invulnerable.
Yeah.
Flash Molly, very quick top banana, hoping to punish. This is where that M4 or that FAMAS is, and there's Tamsin finding one. Keto takes another, just like that. Forza getting punished for the all-out aggression. It comes back to haunt them. Exit Power holding the flank, but Keto takes another kill.
Very clearly an attempt from Forza to change the pace and change the bomb site and just try and see if they could shock them by running into someone at the corner. It's not a bad idea. Oh, he was jumping, getting that kill. They're not going to be happy. Keto, that looked like he was just straight tracking him through the smoke, but they were just parallel walking.
Hacks.
So, yeah, that looked amazing. And over on the other side, Santeros smartly, I think, pushing all the way up. They have a minute, so now it's just about patience and maybe also grenades. They do have a Molotov and a flashbang there against Keto. But what a wild round.
Oh, buddy. Timing is everything. 4 health. Oh, well, he saw it. The predictive shot. If he had an M4, I'm sure he got that on the second one, but he will get it done. FAMAS in hand. Cannot save the Howl. It's all about that AWP, and that is a wonderful save. Searson's going to be happy about that one. His money's going to go real far. And so Forza trying to make the power play happen, Anders. You know, you come at the king, you best not miss.
Yeah, but I think it's okay. I understand why they wanted to do that.
Охуенная игра.
Well,
Yeah,
hard not to agree with that.
absolutely. Totally didn't sound like he was saying something else there.
Listen, again, I'm telling you, we should learn these languages, or we'd be much better off. We could, you know, broaden our horizon, read many more things. I think it'll be great. 5th round, and Tizian just not quite going to go for the swing there. But even that, listen, even what they've just done now is actually showing more presence than they did in the previous rounds. Even the flashbang is a slight upgrade, and still now they've got the AWP on Searson over at Arch. At least for a minute, it's been smoked off here. But trying, I think, now Big to show a bit more presence. But now they got 3 people more or less inside the bomb site. Looks like they're going to be grouping up to move forward on Cat or over at Quad, and I think that's the way to go.
Well, that's really unfortunate. Also, interesting place to do a lot of jumping there, and it's looking like they will get access to the B site here, Forza. All off the back of Keto, just jumping around. Little does Tamsin know somebody's already made it past the site. This is actually getting a little bit crazy here. Flip backs off just as they cross mid. He is going to have a perfect flank on his Zantares. Except the Zantares, god that he is, sees it coming. Oh, the spot! Tamsin won't survive. It's 3-on-3 retake on the B site.
Face crack. If they could get him with a grenade, it would be amazing. But yeah, he's going to instantly return that. And now, yeah, no reason. Just back on out. This is not going to work. So, bit of a strange round here. I mean, the fact that they found an MTB bomb site after, I think, Jerry was it getting the opening kill over at Banana. That's all really, really good. But I mean, even if that hadn't happened, I'm still very dubious about the way that Big are holding at least the quad side for now. It feels like Forza, by throwing that one smoke to the sort of the forward arch position, are pretty much blinding Big on everything that's happening on that side of the map entirely.
Forza have just clearly got more of a game plan right here, though. This is, again, just them playing off of an opening kill that was kind of gifted to them by Keto. But that's what you need to be doing here. If given a chance by Big, rather, if you're given the opportunity, you clearly have to take full advantage of it. You cannot let that slip through your fingers. So, well done there by Forza, hopping on it. And Big with the tactical timeout. They could squeak a bye if they really wanted to play. If they really wanted to go at it. They could squeak a buy here. Searson's got money in the bank.
Yeah. Oh, that is. Yeah.
There we go. They're going to do it, Anders. No fear. Only dreams.
I mean, guess we'll have to judge it on the outcome, right? I feel like this is more like buying this round almost to me feels slightly more like the sort of thing you would want to do if you were really far behind, whereas it's just 3-2.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see. If it works, then, you know, we'll forget all about it, and it'll be fine. Double AWP on CT Inferno doesn't happen that often for a number of reasons. Probably mostly for the retakes.
Yeah.
That can be pretty ugly. Smoke in the middle. Look at this. This time they've got 2 people pushed a little bit further up towards middle. And again, they don't really have to stay there and fight forever, in my opinion. I think it's just fine to just try and make it costly for forces to try and do these things, you know?
Angle is here for Keto, though. This time he isn't horsing around out in front in the open where he can get punished. Still possible, but it's going to be just a little bit harder. There's the molly to force him off this angle. Doesn't quite go far enough. Yes, it did spread just enough. I thought he had that wallbang there. That was so close.
He had a good grenade before that, though, as well. He's getting back up. Look at how cool this is. They are actually starting to get some more people in. Again, they don't quite have the firepower, but 3 men at the B bomb site can be hard to deal with because you might just not expect it. So you might get a kill on one and push back another, and then you just don't check for the 3rd man who might be hiding out. So a little bit tricky. Flashed in. Also very cool. Oh! Backpedaling and shooting Gary in the face. That looked really cool.
That was brilliant. Tavson is so filthy.
30 seconds now, so they pretty much have to commit to this site now. They have a lot of Molotovs. I don't know if they're going to... They could put one in the back exactly where Keto is, and that would probably nullify that AWP pretty harshly. But no, they're going to go so far in front. There's one in the back. So Keto, yep, forced out. It was a little bit late. Don't think it really matters. Tabson is going to go down. Great grenade usage coming out here from Forster. That was absolutely instrumental in making this work.
That was all over the place. Missing shots left and right as well. Big. What is going on here? Forza now going to get some real confidence as they are just slamming Big. They realize that Big went for that buy. And there's just a monstrous punish coming through now from Forza. Big should be able to survive with these 2 guns, and so we're not going to be in the same situation as this round where they're going to have money in the bank to try and make some kind of weird play.
No, not quite.
But, I mean, yeah, I'm surprised. Surprised that it went that smoothly for Forza. And
that was just
Keto right now just missing that shot. It's kind of crucial.
You know, I realize I'm going to start to sound like I'm just changing my mind left and right.
Sure.
But I thought that was very, very cool. I thought Big had the right idea. I don't really mind anything they were doing in that round. But you see how Forza just completely displaced that AWP player in the corner with the Molotovs. Mm-hmm. And, I mean, that is the power of being in that corner to begin with, is you probably get the first shot for free. And then at the very least, they're like, okay, cool. But he's just running for his life at that point in time. And the rest of them had, what, a pistol and maybe an MP9? I don't know. They didn't have a lot, right? So very, very cool to see that from Forza. That's a nice... yeah, they look... You said it earlier. They look way more prepared on this map. I definitely agree. Some cool stuff coming out.
Could get... I mean... It's big on the CT side, and it is going to be them just trying to make the plays with these 2 guns that they saved. Oh, smoke going down. Nicely done. Sirsa catches Almazer on the edge of the smoke. Barely there in time, and this is going to open it up. That focus on Tabson, and they are just getting obliterated. This is an eco round from Big, and Forza just ran right into the blender.
Again, it's almost hard to blame them for... I mean, it does look so silly when this doesn't work out, but... Russia, they would have 3 people essentially towards Archway, and what would they have had on the other side? Just pistols, more or less. But one gets sniped with the bomb, and then the other 2 actually take sort of divergent paths over there. So one of them is going to be fighting at Arch, the other one fighting towards A bomb side, and they just lost every fight there.
That was just comedy. They face Arch. It's like they face Arch. That's when Searson peaks, or not Searson. Who else had the kill there? Tizian, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's when Tizian peaks, and then Tamsin at Arch is going to peek off of that because then they're worried about it. And it's just one after the other, after the other, after the other. Flit will catch Tizian, so some revenge there for his fallen mate. Nice nade onto Xantares as well, but it's still 2 AKs getting saved on top of that AWP from Searson.
Yeah.
This puts Big in a position to buy next round. Fairly solid buy at that.
Oh, yeah, they're going to be in an amazing position here. And there's only 20 seconds, so I don't even think they really want to go for this. I think it's so high risk. You could, if you win this fight clean, if you don't take any casualties here, you just win the round probably, but it is really, really tricky to do that. Oh, he shot right past him. That was so close. Missing another chance, XC Power. And now 6 seconds left. They're going to get the kill here. But Kido has to get one shot, and he's going to be done. He tries and goes for it, and that is the round 1. That's very, very clever. Great game sense coming out from Kido. 100% focused in on getting that one kill.
I apologize. For whatever reason, I thought the bomb was down when I was talking about next round. Like, as in, like, the bomb was planted, and we were just in a post-plant situation already. Just completely in my own little world there for a second.
That... I mean, it even would have made sense if it had been for them to try and save it afterwards. Because again, I mean, I actually thought that was they had even the opportunity in that B bomb side. They could have sniped him and just gone straight into a 2-on-3 and maybe won it. It was closer than it seemed. But yeah, big with a lot of money now. Down the middle, Tizian been caught. It's been called out to second mid as well. Flip turning around, somehow not getting the kill. They were flashed. I don't think he was, and it just seemed like he got the message maybe a second late. Oh no.
It's when you're faced with too many targets. You don't know which one it is, you know? Which one do you need to shoot? Which one goes first?
All of them. Kill them all.
Yes, that is usually how you want it to go.
Yeah.
Ooh, nicely done there. Tizian with the wide swing. 2-man advantage for Big in the round. Plenty
Actually,
of nades still.
Just to give it a serious follow-up, though, you are right that it is. I actually think of this as mark as like the mark of like a high-level player is if you have like several targets and you can't really kill all of them, just commit to one of them and get that job done,
yeah.
right? Which is really not that easy to do. I'm sure we've all been there where we're like, that guy's probably already dead. I'm going to continue to spray the next guy, and then you're like, oh wait, no, he needed a bullet, and then
Or it's just you caught in the middle.
Yeah.
Your crosshairs in the middle of two. It's like, which one do you go for? And that moment's hesitation is all all they need to kill you. So
it's not a good compromise, is it? At that point in
it's
time?
not great.
All right, just spotting it out. Smart play from Kido. Again, he's probably looking at the clock, saying 30 seconds. If I go down, it's a 2-on-2 at the A bomb side, and maybe they can win it in 30 seconds. If I stay alive, yeah, what are they going to do? They basically have to win one of these fights here towards the A side immediately, and then just try and get the bomb down before anyone else shows up. And then itself won't be easy, but apparently FaceCrack is just the man for the job. He made that look so swift. I don't even know how they were lined up for it. Now, it does walk into the spray from Kido, but that was the only place that FaceCrack could have jumped to spray them both down like that. And I'm just going to say it's so unlikely.
There's the spot. It's a 1v2. Man advantage against an AWP. If they move together here big, it's going to be very hard indeed for Almazer to pull this clutch off. Molly goes down as well, forces him into the open. Yeah, that's just textbook stuff coming in from Big. So well played on both of their sides.
I'm really growing on Kido as a player right now. I don't think he's going to be out fragging Santeras and Tabson long term, but he's actually making a bunch of good decisions.
He's solid. I mean, it feels like everybody's just solid on Big. I mean, look at this. This was mentioned by was it Maui coming into this? How on the CT side, it's just there's no weak link on Big to exploit on the CT side. And if you do happen to just barely find an edge, Big just switch it up, and you're left with nothing. With nothing. So unfortunate here for Forza, but they're going to call the tack timeout. They're just deciding enough is enough. We need to slow things down a little bit here. And so we will get that half buy coming out of Forza, in the hopes that they will be able to get another bomb plant and have a full buy in the next round.
Yeah, and I mean, Big don't really have like much of a bank. They've won the last 2 rounds, but they've been really close. So they need to keep going. They need to really start to build up like a lot of money there on the CT side, I think, before they start to feel a bit more secure. 3 Tech-9s, 2 Deagles. We do love a good Tech-9 rush. We don't see them anymore.
I mean, this is where you can have one of those pocket strats that you just hold on to for situations like this. Look at all the nades that they're getting. So they're almost going to play this out. They should almost just play this out at like a regular round, right?
Crouch from T-spawn all the way to B. Never stop crouching.
You remember that? What was that? Wasn't that Nip? Nip with dualies?
Listen,
crouched all the way up banana?
Yeah, that did happen once, but I'm thinking more matchmaking. Listen, I have a 100% success rate with that strategy. It's never failed. just calling it out there. Just saying, guys.
Just throwing it out there, Cash.
Try it. You'll see.
Oh, that was HE's to open things up. Looked like it was going to be a bit of action, but Big, instead of going aggro mid into second, they kind of hung back, and well, Forza left with no early targets. Still, 4 players rotated over to the A site for Big. They are ready to rumble.
Yeah, and now it's much more reasonable to try and play a bit further back. Again, getting some information is good, but you can give up top mid control much more easily when you've got 4 people on the A-bomb side. tabseN goes down, so now they're actually a little bit bottled in here. Good shot from Santeris, but there is already a T player down in pit. That's FaceCrack, ready to stand up with the Tech-9 if he's going to get the right timing for it. Oh, this is so awkward. Tizzy doesn't realize it, but yeah, he's going to get a double spray down, so I guess it doesn't even matter. But I was going to say, if somehow FaceCrack stood up and took down Santeris, Tizzy would have suddenly been sandwiched in. Didn't work out that way. I don't know what FaceCrack is doing any longer. How long is he going to be playing hide and seek down here? He's got the bomb. He's got 30 seconds. I feel like the timing window for this to work out has come and gone.
Is he waiting for them to rotate off? What is this meme?
They're going to be so upset because they did shoot through the wall to check for him. They're going to be like, why was he there the whole time?
He just sat there for 30 seconds and just waited.
Yeah.
And he still gets a kill, though. That's the crazy thing. He still gets a kill in that.
Yeah, but yeah, I guess hindsight is always going to be 20/20, but the time to get that kill was right before Tizian picked up the double. And even at that point, he had been sitting there for a while. Hard to know what the call would have been. It looked like it wasn't even just, like, it could have very well been the rest of them calling it in, saying, just wait, we've got more grenades coming or something like that. And then Tizian takes them out. We'll never find out. 10th round is coming up. The scoreline is 5-4. It's big, winning the last 3 in a row. It's been to time, it's been to defuse, it's been kills like this round. So they're just doing it all. But again, that was not a completely cost-free round for them either.
By no means. Definitely going to be tapping into the bank there big. A lot of patience getting shown here as the countdown is about to be done, and we're going to get into the action. Oh, okay. So I thought there was going to be a bit more of a buy than this one. Unfortunately for Forza, it looks like last round kind of ruined their hopes, and so it is going to be a bit more straightforward here. HE to top mid, creating a little bit of smoke, a little bit of a diversion. And Searson going to miss the shot.
Yeah, not worth going back for more either when you hear the deal. You know, what could maybe get a headshot with the AWP, but probably going to be in trouble if you stick around. And they're back to the 4-1. Oh, sorry, they're not. They're just doubled up over at Banana. Looking at the minimap, I thought they had disappeared one of their players over at the A-bomb side. But regardless, it's not looking too bad here. Ooh, bit of a shot. He just got past Almeza. That's some really weird timing. Yeah, Searson's going to be upset when he looks at the demo, thinking, I was just looking there. Running around the corner. Oh, that is a mind-blowing shot. Tizian now going down, Santeris in the pit, and he's going to get traded. That's Almeza just winning this round on his own, more or less. 2-on-3. Big could go for it, but do you really want to throw away these rifles? Again, they don't have that much money.
I think because it happened so early, and they're just here, the bomb only just got planted, and so you could potentially get in here and find these kills. Unfortunately for him, that's not Almeza that goes down. Exapower is going to survive with 11 HP in the pit, and that makes this so insanely difficult now for Big. Nicely shot. Nicely done, though, to open things up. Information is all here for tabseN, though. He knows the last man is playing from pit. Exapower has got no HP left either. Bomb planted in the back corner. tabseN has got a kit, and he realizes this. He's going to have to spot this. He's going to have to be quick. There it is. The shot is in, but he's not going to have the time for the defuse. He's just trying to save an AWP, and I don't even think he's going to manage that. Goodbye, tabseN.
I think he might.
No! What?
It's so deceiving, isn't it? Because it's planted that far away.
This is where we need the, in those moments when the bomb is about to go off, that circle or something over the minimap that shows you just how far the radius is for kill.
Yeah. We've got it. We'll figure it out. We'll get there in terms of technology. Don't worry. 5-5. 11th round. That is a round that Forza should have really never won. It spiraled so quickly. It was the unlikely timing into the unlikely AWP kill. It just all went horribly wrong. Tizian going down here, the one AWP that they have. Searson now picking it up, and I don't know, man, that round has thrown this whole first half completely out of whack. Should have been 6-4 in favor of Big right now, and then who knows what could have happened there on out.
Yeah, instead it's Forza just refusing to say die on their T side. This is their map pick as well, and so for Forza, it's all about just fighting, so showing us some grit here. Big, after Dust 2, that performance there where they were starting to horse around, they're starting to have fun. And at the beginning of this, felt like at the beginning of Inferno as well, they were starting to kind of hit their stride, starting to feel it. Not so. Forza definitely showing Big that they will need to be taken seriously on Inferno if Big want to end this 2-0.
Tabson with some uncanny timing there. He definitely had the perfect idea. Could have definitely lined up that shot. Smoke goes down, and for Forza, it's really mostly, I think, a question of, is there going to be another smoke or a B? If there is, then going A is the better choice. Of course, we can tell there's a full gamble from Big. They've got everyone here. Santera's waiting a minute, and maybe a little bit too long. Does get the kill eventually, but it looks like it's not going to be quite enough here. 28 seconds, and they will find Keto in the corner. So, another round for Forza. 6-5. And even now, Big don't have a tremendous amount of money. What a weird first half this is now. That one round, again, that did everything for them.
This is all sorts of weird, Anders. Now, I mean, you're going to be light on nades if you're Big. Tabson should be able to squeak. Okay, he doesn't go for the flash. Interesting. I was expecting double flash smoke. Instead, it's going to be an HE. And I guess that's because he's going to Banana to bolster over here, so he's going to be having that that HE, yep, over the top, hoping to get a punish in. Unfortunately, nothing is gained. Face crack took a little bit of damage early, but I think that wasn't from Tabson. What's the setup?
Waiting patiently. I mean, there's not a flashbang or anything from Keto, so I'm kind of wondering about that too. Yeah, he could throw a smoke or a Molotov or something, but he couldn't do anything to actually save or help Tabson in any way. So I have some doubts about this myself. Again, quite heavy rotation towards the B bomb site, which I wouldn't say this is a sign of a very confident Big right now. This is more sort of like we've got to do this in order to try and keep things alive. Tizian goes down over at the other side, though. It also looks like Santeris could be shot in the back in a couple of seconds, but they're pushing into the meantime. Keto all the way in the back. Searson in position. If they can win this fight, then none of it will matter, but they're going to just run in and absolutely overwhelm that bomb site. And Flit just heard that, so he knows Santeris still looking, but yeah, I think these rotations from Big, it's hard reading them as positive news.
Big clearly not as comfortable on this map as they are on Dust 2. It's or Forza. It's the other thing is that there's going to be a lot of tape from Big, you know, so Forza may be able to just get more prepared and have an edge going into this match against Big, where Big are going to be the ones who are having to constantly change up and get out of their comfort zones, trying to adapt.
They're just not. I mean, they weren't playing super aggressive necessarily either on Dust 2. They were some of the time down middle when it was kind of, but they were just having such a good time as well. I would have thought they would have tried to do it a bit more here. They have been down the middle maybe a couple of times, just rushing down, but mostly in rounds where they've had the weapon advantage. I mean, Forza are playing a much better game, so a lot of credit to them for picking it up between map 1 and 2. That's nice to see. Still 7-5. It's way too soon to really call anything. 4 HE grenades. 3 of them, I think, maybe heading over towards long or towards Banana. We'll see if they could do some damage here with them. Yeah. Jerry taking a bit. Not, I think, what you're looking for really at the end of it.
Not quite. The flash is over. There it is. And getting tased.
Follow-up grenade is pretty good. I mean, it does some damage to Exit Power and Almeza. Tabson just has the USP, unfortunately, so he's sat here with a knife.
Yeah, what's he really going to be able to do here?
God knows why.
Ninja defuse.
It's been a long time since we've seen one.
Teams are just too good at keeping somebody on the bomb, right? Nobody really overlooks that now.
You say that, but I have another HE. Hold on. Timing. It's going to be a bit too early. It's a nice idea. The sprays through those, and Terrace actually gets the kill. Kind of want Tabson to start to move forward now. I feel like he could maybe do something. Yeah, he's going to start to make it around the corner. I don't know what he was doing earlier either, really, but they're going to be up there, waiting for it. 40 seconds left. That bomb, oh, picking up the... He didn't see it. I thought maybe he would have seen the gun barrel, and now he definitely has. Searson going to be taking him down. Tabson with a kill on Almeza, and just like that, it absolutely falls out of Force's hands. What a devastating round to lose.
Anders, I don't even know anymore. What is going on? None of this makes sense.
I'm I don't know. I mean, that's in some sense that's almost big, taking back the round they lost from earlier. Sort of saying, well, you know, this is amazing. Huge fan of this.
Whoa! And now you got to do it super duper duper slow.
I love that sound. It is the best sound.
Thank you guys. I appreciate it.
Yeah, brings me great joy. 14th round.
That is peak CSGO though, just saying.
It's amazing.
It's like what, 200 for a Zeus right now?
I can't even remember.
200 to 300.
Not gonna lie.
I've never bought one. So
I don't actually buy it myself. I just encourage other people to do it.
Exactly.
Again, very far back on this A side. So I won't mention it again.
Okay.
I'll bring it up as a thing for the analyst to talk. Maybe I'm out of my mind, but I feel like it's a weakness that Forza have exploited many times and look like they're, you know, gonna try and exploit again. Searson though will actually be forward enough to get the kill there, so that's fine. Just taking a bit of a peek and picking one up. He's gonna keep pushing. Could have definitely had a second one. He's gonna go. Oh my god. This is mega aggressive. I take it all back. Forget I said anything. Searson, the hero at least of this 14th round. Yeah, I don't know what they're going to do here. Just to say that there is, you know, there is some middle ground between Searson pushing up alone with an AWP and falling all the way back in A.
Mm-hmm.
So, don't have to go that deep. I appreciate it if it works out, but just to say, you know, even just take a peek every once in a while. Flashed in, take a look, flit. Getting a couple of kills here, which, I don't know, a little bit annoying, but it is a 15th round that we're going into, so they'll probably be fine on the big side.
They will have the Skrilla.
Oh, Forza, though, will not. That is upsetting. So could be 8 to 7, which I think, I mean, from both sides, that's a pretty open game.
It's about as even. I mean, it's as even as it gets at the end of the first half, for sure. So, going into it now, maybe some more cut loose and quick kind of play coming in here from Forza. We're seeing that second mid approach again into apartments. Seems like this might be one of the strategies that they favor when it is, you know, pistols Kevlar. And that's the exact same kind of thing that we saw earlier as well.
Oh,
HE in a second mid.
They're going to blow up Searson if they go right now. What could he do here? Yeah, he's even got a smoke out. He does actually get a kill. Job well done, Searson. That's not so easy. Molotov comes out, but yeah, this is a full-on push. They're not going to slow it down. And yeah, this works once again.
Yeah, that's just so tough for Searson. Footsteps are just not going to happen fast enough there. Nicely timed. Almazer through the smoke takes Tapson. Keto now in a 1v4. I mean, this would really be just the craziest thing. You gotta try for it though. You gotta try for it.
You might as well, right? Let's go. The AK picked up, definitely the weapon for the job. Coming out of the smoke, and they're just all over him right away. 8-7 in favor of Forza. Big, I mean, I feel like falling to many of the same kind of pushes over at that quad and pit side of A. I'm definitely going to look forward to hearing what the analysts have to say. I mean, not quite yet, because we do have another half coming up in this map. It's going to be after the break, though, so stay tuned, and we'll be right back. All right, welcome ladies and gentlemen. Second half, second map. It is right down the middle. 8-7 in favor of Forza, although I'm pretty sure that this could have been something like 10-5 in favor of Big, maybe even more than that if you start to mess with the economy in that way. They really gave away some strange rounds. They also took one of them back, but I don't know. I have very mixed feelings about this first half for a number of different reasons. From Forza's point of view, it is a step in the right direction towards that third map, which they're looking for, would be on Mirage as well. But right now, just going to have to try and win this pistol round first of all. Bit of a fight here. Oh, Flit, yeah. You don't want to be running out of bullets, and he's missing all the shots. Eventually gets taken down now inside of the bomb site. Exit power. We are going to need to see a lot of headshots just consecutively, and he'll get exactly none of them.
Well, technically he got one.
True. But I guess I didn't specify. You're right. Fair play. It wasn't in the contract, was it?
Oh, taking a little bit of time there, Tizian, but he survives. That's the important bit. Bombs are ticking. And it is on Almazer and FaceCrack to retake a heavily defended A site. But if they start hitting headshots like this, it's going to get interesting. Never mind, Searson and Xantares. Well, everybody gets headshots, actually, Anders. That's the thing. You were calling for headshots, and you got headshots. Everybody got headshots, except that Big ended up winning the round. So 8-8, tied up. Big take the pistol. And now on the T side, they are the ones who get to set the pace and set the terms. And if it's going to be contact stuff like this, where they wait, see, all right, who's going to face us? Cool, you're dead, and then just play off of that. We may be in for a quick second half here.
Yeah, that worked out very well. It was a very similar kind of approach to the one that Forza were taking for a lot of the first half. Just once you get up that close, it can be hard to call in any backup in time, really. They do have 3 smokes on the Forza side. If Big are aggressive early on in a round like this, it'll force those smokes out, and they won't have the impact that Forza are really hoping for. And Tizian just already going for it. I really like this.
They have just completely wrapped, and there is still a man. Yep. There you go. You're going to find Flit at least. And Exit Power with that scout takes down Searson. We're down to 3 players remaining here for Big, but they are all alive on the A site. And so the Triangle of Doom can get put together here, and it'll be very difficult now, or it should be, for Forza to pierce. The flash is in. They were ready for it.
Yeah, that Molotov, though, is huge. That's going to buy so much time off the clock. And again, so doing a little bit more. Tizian getting a kill. Currently no kit picked up on the CT side. I don't know if there's one on the ground, but that in itself will be a little bit of a problem here. Maybe Keto goes down. They just retake it so quickly. I can't even believe it. I thought Big, even in that 3-on-4, I didn't think that was going to be any problem at all. Really, really strange turn of events, and they're going to have it in the last second as well. Forza pick up the round. I don't know.
Let's see this again here. Well, this is the opening shot from Exit Power. Now that flash was completely ineffective. Interestingly enough. Yeah, there were 2 guys there, but they were not blind.
Yeah, they were essentially playing anti-flash already. They were just all looking halfway into the wall. So,
okay then. Well, it is going to be a 4 spy.
I mean, you actually saw at the end. It was what, less than half a second away from blowing up. So all they needed, like, you know, they just needed to stay alive. Like, you know, if combined each of them live for, like, you know, 200 milliseconds more, they win the round. So I don't know. That was.
It's the finest of margins.
Yeah.
An imperfect smoke, although we will get a follow-up. There was a chance there for Jerry to kill Jerry, but not meant to be.
Tizian's made it right around the corner, but he's not running into a scout this time, an AWP instead. So that AK will get picked up, but he was obviously on a mission to try and surprise someone there with that weapon.
Okay. Yeah, they're just getting picked apart here. Big, this is not pretty. If your whole idea is to just, you know, shift walk all the way around, it's going to be tough. But Xantares finally is going to decide to join the action. 1v4. Going to get shot in the side of the head. Oh, what a nice detail. So cool. Get wrecked.
Now just get this kill and get the bomb down. I mean, not a huge chance that he could do this. Going to go back, look for it, Jerry right there. Oh, he's going to hit the headshot. Oh, tuned in, and he made that really expensive, and yeah, he went looking for the op, and it was not there. 10-8 though. Forza 6 rounds away. He's not able to bind this upcoming round.
It had all the makings though. If he hits that headshot, man, he could have been the 1v5. That would have been so sick.
Yeah,
But this is great from Xantares. Just get wrecked.
that was very cool, wasn't it? Good thinking.
Yeah, this is just going to be Forza continuing here to extend that lead. This is going to be from big. Everybody gathered up. Everybody play.
Build a giant tower.
Okay.
No, you cannot do that.
Wait a second. All right, so we're getting it. Yeah. No, we're live.
Yeah.
They're trying to make a pyramid.
The problem is you can't jump when you're up on someone else, like when you've done the double boost, right? The people further up cannot jump.
They're so close to getting the triple.
Now, all of the fun has been ruined.
Yeah, why did they have to go and do that for? So you could have just admired them at least for a second there, trying to figure it out.
Yeah. I kind of like Forza going and find them and saying, you know what, you're not just going to be spending time here talking and relaxing. We're gonna make you pay for this.
Some levity though, Anders, right? It's good for the morale on big side.
Right up until this moment.
You nearly got the ace.
11-8, 20th round. Big, presumably done building towers in T-spawn. See how they do now. They have that AWP. They have a lot of grenades. They have a lot of Molotovs, which are usually great fun for any kind of a B execute. But even if you want to do that B execute, you should do what Xantares is doing right here. You should still try and clear out some part of this A side, or you're not going to have the the map space you'd want here. Xantares, oh, the timing, it's so unreasonable. He finally does get the kill, but it looked like he could have had that many times over. And that will force Face Crack, who's holding the arch now, to push back. He was there with him, sort of close by anyway.
It's so weird watching Xantares play, though, because every shot that he hits, it just feels so confident. And then you look at his kills, and he's only got 12 kills. He's not even top fragging on his team. But every shot he gets just feels so weird watching him play.
Oh, Hadian jumping down, and he's loses the fight. Nice flashbang down to the bottom of Banana to pick up those 2 kills. I mean, that was actually very creative from Forza. That's cool to see, and it's sort of a kind of aggression we didn't really see out of Big when they were on the CT side, but saying, all right, you're taking down, you know, that kill from Xantares, and our response is this. And it worked so well. Can't believe Face Crack actually tracked that. All right, 4-round gap. No bomb plant in this round, or the last one, or the last one. Only 1 out of 4 rounds here that, well, Force have won the last 4, but only 1 of them have been defuses. So Big are missing out on some cash here. It's sort of annoying.
Ooh, Tech9! There we go. There's the train. Flit from the site, though. Gonna pick it up, and now life gets very difficult indeed for Big. They need to swarm him fast, and he gets a little bit greedy with that HE. Little greed.
Surprisingly, his teammates were all over on Banana while they're still having it, which normally you only do for like a while, and then you draw it back as soon as you feel like it's not happening. They've picked up that AWP. They've got the M4 and a MAC-10. No grenades on the T side and plenty on the CT side. So this position here, Keto, I mean, he may get a shot, but he's definitely going to get grenaded out of this at some point. Yeah, already the Molotov's coming in. He's going to be done with. Jerry with the next kill, taking down Tapson, leaving Searson alone with a MAC-10 in a 1-1-2. And this time they have defuse kits. And I don't know how. He's going to have to swing so far in to try and do this. He's sneaking closer, running in. He's going to get the one straight onto Jerry. Oh, and that is enough. What a play for the up. And he's 1-8. Unreal.
Survives with 1 health. Unreal round there for Big.
That is, I mean, yeah, what a cool round. So much going on there. I think Flit at this point must have been thinking when he gets that, he'll think, all right, fine, he's bought himself some time, but they were so far away. And this is really smart play.
I can't believe he survives that, though. Like
so
1
close.
health. Unreal.
All right, 12-9. I mean, if they can win this next round, they're going to completely bankrupt Forza. And then, I mean, then we have a game back again. It feels like Forza have been slowly walking away with this game, but don't need a lot here. Flit's going to get caught by surprise, and Smoke will again, I mean, if nothing else, force Face Crack. It's a very similar kind of scenario. I think it was Xantares getting this kill last time, but Tizian is on it, and that should give them some control.
Should, Anders. Now let's see if it actually pans out. 3 alive on A right now for Forza. And this is very slow and steady stuff coming in from Big, just holding angles. It looks like something was...
Gamble.
There was a tell. And we're seeing that rotation towards A. The only thing is that Forza are gambling hard. This is going to be so difficult for Big.
I think they've, first of all, exit power is on 3 health, so they're already saying, why leave him alone at B, which I kind of understand. If you go 4 on A, you either win or you save the rifles. I just think, I'm not even sure that they've seen anything, Forza. I think they're just saying, whatever. We might as well. And I can't even really argue against it, especially not now that they might actually get the round. Exit power ready and waiting, and that 3 health will mean nothing at all when you've got this weapon, especially in this position. 25 seconds. Tizian, important kill, jumping to see if there's anyone there. Molotov might keep him a little bit out. Oh, it just spreads enough. Face crack, though, and that should be it. No chance for Keto. He is too far away. It works out. If that's everything they needed, they still around 13 for Forza.
I mean, it's almost like just manages to squeak out with that AWP. But that definitely just could not have been worse for Big. What a call from Forza. And I think you read it perfectly there, Anders, getting that low player over and just going for the hard gamble. Seems like information. There was just enough to make that, and, well, what an impeccable play. Big, that's the thing when you're running that clock down so low. Once you're committed, you've got no room for maneuvering. You're already in too deep, and you just have to try and barrel through, and, well, it's just not going to happen at that point.
Yeah, I mean, we see those calls made fairly often when they're just sort of, you know, like, there's not much of a downside to doing it, other than obviously losing the round if you're wrong, but once you save all the guns, you're all right with it, especially when you have the lead that Forza have. Even at 12-9, you know, you think, well, that's okay. But, yeah, they walked right into, and they walked into the AWP first as well, so it was just a straight loss, and then you know you're in trouble. Oop. Smoke, Molotov to follow. No push behind it, but it is going to slowly force them forward here a little bit. Almez is going to get traded. Jerry in a lot of trouble here. MP9, a kill right now would be a miracle for him. They're all over. He's going to get tabs in. Jerry doing so much work. That's unbelievable. That's almost a round 1. I thought they were going to take him down. It would have been a 2-on-4 with the bomb down, but Jerry just made it at least conceivable that they could pick this one up. Searson, he's going to see Flit, and Flit was not even thinking about the idea that he would have pushed up. So now face crack, 1 versus 2, and Big cannot afford to let this round go. This is a little bit of a gift for them. Searson's going to go down. Centera's now out in the open. Oh, he did tackle. Doesn't even matter. Face crack running around, finding the AWP, and I mean, I don't think Big are going to recover from this. That round they have to win.
When you hit the headshot and it's not enough. You know, that's just peak frustration there. One round after another going Forza's way, and then they get the tactical timeout called on them as well. Big are just getting left to wonder what could have been. If only a couple of these close rounds go their way, we're looking at a completely different picture. Like you said, Anders, we could have had a 10-5 scoreline at the end of the first half, and instead it wound up being 8-7. And, well, I mean, Big just aren't picking up rounds. They've picked up 2 rounds, including the pistol, in this second half so far. This has been nothing but Forza just dominating outright.
Yeah, I mean, I guess what you could say is when it keeps being really close, and in all of those close scenarios, more or less, maybe besides the 1 or 2, it goes Forza's way. Eventually you start to say, well, maybe it's not just coincidence or bad luck on Big's side. Maybe Forza just are a little bit more prepared and Big aren't feeling this map quite as much. But there really have been a ridiculous amount of close rounds that have just tipped the way. The last one as well with the gamble stack. I mean, there's been definitely a couple of them. Random shot coming out, but not really connecting. Keto unable to do anything, so just going to be falling back, and they'll start to pull face crack back as well to a 3-man defense over at the A side.
Yeah, bomb is still floating around Banana, but this is a 1.5 minutes, plenty of time. And you'll see the change of positioning here as Keto decides to back off. Could still just commit to the B and get in here. You've got nade superiority on Big right now. And you still have, what, 2 smokes. 1 for coils, 1 for CT. Get it done.
Yeah, and with the position that AWP is in right now, all you need is Molotov is going to land out there, or even just a good flashbang or something. You're in trouble. They actually put that smoke down towards the site itself, which is not that bad. Tabson will still go down, and they haven't actually pushed through. They're really, really slowed down behind this. I thought they would go quick, but instead they tried to wrap around construction, which is also doable, but they just didn't find anyone there, so it's a little bit risky at that shot, and that may be the chance for a bomb plant here. Good shot for Keto. I can't believe this round is suddenly working out in favor of Big. They pick up a 10th round. It's so hard to analyze this because, again, the smoke down in front of the site is a cool idea, awesome, but the wraparound through construction is only good if you're finding someone there. And all they did was lose players on the way, and somehow they still found a way to make their way through.
It's
really
just,
odd.
Do we still call that the Pronax wall? I mean, it feels like that's like the Fnatic smokes, right?
Yeah, but no one knows what that is anymore. What does it come from something new?
Those were...
It's too late now.
Yeah, nah, I mean, or it just lives on forever, right?
I think it's...
The man with the incredible grin.
That picture is still out there for sure.
Oh, yeah. But I remember our reaction the first time we saw that on.
Yeah, they used to use that to actually just plant directly inside of the smoke, which is really hard to do these days. A lot of people here at the Arch. 3 people. Are they going to go for more than just the boost here? A little bit of a double. Ooh, and a headshot. Let's see. Certainly will be confusing if you turn that corner and you run into a wall of people. That kill
Well, Anders, this is a golden opportunity here for Big. Even being down a man, I mean...
They've had very many of them.
That's true. They have. True enough. But now, I mean, you've got the force bind. Oh, and the trap. That is so clever.
You really want the AK. He's going to have it as well. 3 versus 5. And AK long range nearly works out. Keto very low on health. Face crack inside. 40 seconds. And they're going to bring everyone. Yeah, the backup is coming really quickly. Nice little fake with the bomb just to try and force someone out. And that actually brought it right back to an E3 now. A little bit of a missed shot. Kits and no grenade. Big should be winning this round. And it looks like already Forcer are saying, yeah, you know what, these rifles are worth, you know, maybe more than trying to win the round. And then I'm maybe not wrong because they do have a bit of a lead, right? 14-11, you're like, okay, but if we can get some more guns on the board, maybe that's a better option.
Absolutely, because they still have Kevlar as well.
Yeah.
I mean, this was a force spike coming in from Forza. So, I mean, next round isn't going to be fantastic, but at least you have an AK. And if you can get scrimmy again, you can start pulling off some of these weird stacks that we just saw, you know, that were pretty effective. You could have a chance to get yourself on map point here and extend this all the way into Mirage. Mirage would be the 3rd and final map of this series, if necessary. But it's 14-11 for now. Big.
I mean, it feels like Mirage is meant to be. It's hard to see how. Yeah, I mean, how could they not, you know, pick up these next rounds? Again, I just want to remind you, they have won 3 out of the last 5 rounds, but those 2 rounds that they lost, they should have also won. So straight up, this should be something like, you know, 13 to 12 or something, favoring Big.
Yes, yes.
It's what a strange game this is.
It's just the way it goes sometimes. And, you know, for Forza right now, I mean, they're showing some grit. They're not rolling over.
Dear.
It looked like Big. We're just going to keep... No, not meant to be. Forza are the ones who right now in a fairly interesting spot.
That AK on Flit inside of the bomb site, it's asking a lot. They're gonna have to, he's gonna have to get multiple kills and stay alive and all the rest of it. Nice start here. No head armor either on him, so that Mac 10 even could have been dangerous now. Backup is coming in for the library. Pretty good flashbang set up by Tabson. Exit power goes down, and yeah, they needed to continue that fight because again, the backup is only just now there. Molotov in to burn alive, leaving 1 versus 2. It's a lot of damage this round, regardless for Forza onto Big. I mean, they made that very, very expensive. But it's still going to be 14-12. Now they can buy once again on the CT side, though. I did love that run-in with the Mac 10. Like, regardless, just getting that deep in is pretty cool.
Very much a YOLO sort of scenario. But Tijan has been doing a good job of getting follow-up kills like that. One there, and he nearly got the spray transfer, too. That was filthy. 12-14, Big. In the process of running it back here on Forza. Forza just hoping to be able to get this 1 round that'll put them up onto map point, but even then, given how well Big are playing right now, it's not guaranteed that we don't see overtime if they get to 15. So this is all on Big, and this is a must-win round. Forza, if they lose this, they are going to be very hard-pressed. It's going to put them in a half-buy kind of situation. in the next one. And Big just content to sit and wait. Just waiting for any kind of weird nades to come out. And that's been, what, like 30 seconds of just waiting right now from Big.
Yeah, and it's paying off in the sense that all they have is a smoke and a flashbang left on the Force's side. So they're not going to be, it's going to be hard to rely on that. Almezer's got the last one here at about 50 seconds, and he's going to be slowly falling back now. He still hasn't used it, so pretty good restraint on him. I mean, even one smoke can win you the round, right, if you just find the right timing. He's finally put it down. In the meantime, though, Exipower taking down Tabson. Out of grenades now on the Force's side, but they are a man up, so I don't know. Clearing this out. Tizian, again, making a little bit more noise. They could switch this into sort of a B attack if they feel like it big. Although, Exipower is back over at Arch. Great information. This is the sort of info that Big didn't have a lot of. Tizian is just going to run this in as a suicide mission, but again, Exipower is checking middle and saying, well, there's no one here, and now they're hearing the footsteps over at the B bomb site. Great opening, though. Leave in that back orange. Come out, but what a spray. That is amazing. On 3, a round that was not looking easy for Big, and still might not be.
Here, that smoke is going to go down fresh, blocking off CT, hopefully forcing Forza through construction and exactly where Searson already has the angle.
Yeah, but they don't have a Molotov, and they have a Molotov, but there's no smoke or kit on the other side, so if somehow Santaris can stay alive here and throw that onto the bomb, it's probably over nearly already. Searson turning around, and Santaris is back here. He's got to get that first kill on Face Crack. There it is, surely the grenade. No, they're coming for him, one at a time, and it's going to be the kill for Exipower. They're straight on. No, they have to run anyway. Oh, God. He didn't even need the Molotov.
No kit, Anders.
What
no
a shock.
Kit.
Yeah.
Oh, that's unreal. And so lucky as well, considering Searson's positioning there. I thought that that was going to get him a kill for sure, but Exipower decided to fall back and play the 3 of them through CT instead.
But this here from Keto is...
Yeah, monster entries. Not easy to do.
I really thought the round was kind of more or less already done.
Man, are we really going to see this? Is this actually going to happen? I mean, now you see, okay, so you have that AWP and that AK that survived the round, fantastic, but otherwise you're just going to have Deagles and 5-7 and a 5-7. Big, fully bought up, but this is it.
All about them. Exipower, grenades raining through. Again, it's Keto. He's so aggressive, and it's been working really quite a lot. It's going to finally go down, but, I mean, still, it's so cool to see him just take up that charge. Now, can they do anything over at the A side while that is going on? Jumping through, Almeza probably should have had... Oh, what a save! Searson absolutely saving Tabson's life there. Face crack, it's a beautiful headshot, and I can't believe he got one to the hay card as well! Ridiculous! Now it's a 2-on-2. And again, the power probably is with Big. Similar position here. There's no defuse kit, there are no grenades on the CT side. Molotov is going to go down, and yeah, that'll block off Exipower for a very long time. Yeah. Time to pack it up. 14-14. And you have, that was, I mean, Keto, even if he got no kills, they were so quick to react Big on the A side. Really, really well done.
Yeah, backing off and saving the AWP. Oh, man, it's so unfortunate for Face Crack there. I mean, you still got 2, but you really were hoping that these would make all the difference, and it didn't quite manage it. 14-14, tied up. We're going the distance, 30 rounds. That's what it's all about here. And this was just, again, now we're starting to see Big just try to make those power plays, right? That's enough horsing around. It's time to get in here and just get the job done. End it in 2 maps instead of taking this to Mirage, where things can get real spicy. And unclear for Big. Big still the very clear favorites in this match, despite Forza really getting close here. But this is it. This is the winning situation for Big. They're the team with the experience. They're the team with the know-how, the confidence. They should be winning in a 14-14 scenario like this.
Yeah, the problem is, I mean, the round loss bonus is now kicked up so far that Forza is at least going to be well equipped. So the last couple of rounds here could be a little bit more tricky for sure. Good counter grenades coming out there from Forza. I guess they actually want to fight it being flashed from inside of the bomb site. Face Crack has another one primed, but he did have one, just never threw it, and his 2 teammates, they could have really used that. Now it's up to him alone with the M4, and he down. Pack up what you have in these. Wow. I mean, the AWP and the M4 there, I don't even know. 2 versus 3. It's, maybe they have the money to straight go for it, but it is risky.
It's so, because if you lose these guns, I mean, your bye next round is just going to be a sad, sad story, isn't it? So instead, you can play for overtime, and it's looking like that's what's going to happen. Exapower isn't even close to the B site.
Yeah.
Flit's backing off, and man, the full-on confidence coming with that double spray, and then to get the follow-up, going to be haunted by that.
Yeah, if you get one kill, that would have made a difference. But again, if you'd thrown the flashbang there for his teammates, there's no way to know the timing. I'm not really blaming him, but that definitely was a huge, huge double takedown there over at Banana. 15-14, big winning now, a 6th round in a row. And Forza, one more chance to stop this disaster that's unfolding in front of them. Forza were really in control of this game.
It was looking good. As you can see, a whole lot of blue there at the beginning of the second half. Big were clearly struggling to get rounds together. A couple of very close calls as well, though, that went Forza's way. So there was, the fates that were helping Forza out. But now this is all just Big setting it up. A much better buy because they managed to save those 2 guns. A much better buy for Forza than I thought they would be capable of. This is nearly a full buy. This is fantastic for them.
Similar setup for them, though. 3 over at the B bomb side. They're not really fighting Banana at the moment. Looks like they're going to be flashed into, or actually Molotov in, to try and take a look. So yeah, they're going to check Banana and not really see anyone yet. It looks like Big might just want to set up while there's still 2 people on the A bomb side. They might have found an incredible timing window here. If this actually works, they've really outplayed Forza in this final round. Flit falling a little bit further back. Now there is backup coming in. They started to pull face crack back, but might not be in time. Flit is down. They actually found the window Big. This is so huge. Exapower going down. Molotov towards the library to cut back face crack. Everything about this is pitch perfect right now for Big. If you're going to win this map like this, it's beautiful to do it this way. Block off Banana control. Don't let them see what's coming. Let them keep 3 people there, and then just go for the A hit when there's only 2 defenders. Absolutely amazing. Face crack, the last one left, and he's going to be in a 1 versus 3 now. Turned around, but it's not going to matter. 16-14. Big complete the streak here, winning 7 rounds in a row to close out the series in a 2-0 fashion. I'm super impressed by that last round. It's a very, very messy game on Inferno besides that, but that was well done.
You can see, yeah, a little bit of an eyebrow bump there from Zentaris. He realizes that got a little bit too close for comfort. He was playing on an individual level. I was impressed with him. It looked like he was just hitting very confident shots throughout that series. But this was Big getting it done in 2. Turns out that the analysts got it right. It was a 2-0 win for Big, and you and I will make some points back, I think. A little bit. All right, we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we will hear what the analysts have to say going into our second match of the day.
It came down to the wire on our second map of the series, but ultimately Big wrap it up 16-14. Tabzen's men are the first to claim a spot at the playoffs as they cast forward aside as they continue their run through the gauntlet of Group B. Of course, I have the wonderful Thorin and Maui here to break exactly what happened down with me. And I think we've got to start off by talking about how close that came at the end here, Maui. Can we kind of just walk through that final round and exactly what happened?
Oh, the final round, actually. That one was just a really good call from Big, and it just showed that they were starting rotations. It was a little bit of a gamble to go for the Halls pop there, but one thing I want to note about the very last round there is that Tizian was entering with a MAC-10, and they had money for an additional AK if they structured it correctly. So yes, you know that they just trust the game plan. It's so cool to see that from Big, that in a high-pressure round such as that, they still do go with their guns. Or should I say, I mean, they'll downgrade their guns even.
Exactly. I think we need to pick up on Tizian there as well. We were kind of talking about it before we came on air earlier on in the broadcast, saying that actually Tizian, you know, when he's firing on all cylinders, normally a more supportive player in this roster, that's pretty dangerous, right, coming into it.
Yeah, I was kind of alluding to it earlier in this, that he plays a lot of the same positions as Flit, and Flit's usually the top fragger for Forces, so it just kind of shows the just differences in how these teams are run, in that they play this kind of similar style, similar positions, but the way they get their frags, it's completely different.
It is indeed. And of course, we've got to talk about the comeback that was from Big there. Of course, on that T side of things, we thought it might be down and out, might be going to that third map of Mirage. So where did you see the shifts coming in there, Duncan?
I mean, the interesting thing is, even on the first half, where Forza was the ones that for the while was running away with the game and then were always leading, Big were always in the rounds. Even when it was the P250 buys, they were always getting kills. They were always getting a 1v1s, 2v2s. So if you're the big guys, your game is so consistent. You know, just keep plugging away. We're going to get our chances. Then on the T side, like, theirs was way less gimmicky than Forza's was. Forza's was just going to run the same things over and over again. And if we happen to hit you, and you haven't literally gambled that we're coming to this site, we're going to run in. If we insta-headshot you, we win the round. If we don't, we just lose the round outright. So the difference is I saw structure from the big guys. I saw the utility usage was far, far better. They would have a guy sometimes hold a position as insurance as someone goes elsewhere. They didn't just gamble the people wildly. I also think one thing we learned from this game is if I have one criticism of Big, it's that I know exactly which players I always want to be alive in the 2v2 for Big. If it's Tabson and Tizian, that's money in the bank. If it's Xantares, if it's Keto, Sirison, if he doesn't have an AWP like that's when it gets a bit ropey for me.
Well, of course, we've got to check in with the guys from the Big clan. And the wonderful Monty has Toby on the line for a winner's interview. Let's check in with them.
That's right. I'm here with Toby, the coach of Big. So let's start off with map number 1. Was the Dust 2 selection a result of what you guys saw in the Envy Force game, or was it something that you had planned even before that?
No, we are really confident in our Dust 2, and if we have a chance to pick it, we will always pick it. So it was, of course, we watched the Envy match, but we made the decision before already.
So heading into this second map, you guys started to fall behind a little bit early. What adjustments were you making over the course of the match on Inferno in order to get this come from behind win?
Like even though we were behind, we were really confident in the rounds that we lost, like that we did, like tactical wise, everything. Like in the beginning of the rounds, we had the right approach, yeah. So we didn't really adjust. We just took a pause and made clear that we basically had the right approach, yeah. But we threw the rounds later, so we just confirmed that our approach is good and just kept on playing like what we wanted to play, and that turned out to be good. Like later in the rounds.
When you guys were making the human pyramid, was that in lieu of taking a timeout so you could talk about your strategy for the next one without using one of your timeouts?
To be honest, I don't know exactly what that was, but we had the plan to end late with the flash banana, and then someone had this idea if we can make a tower here, and then it was like in a practice game a bit, but at least it gave us a better mood after the round. We had some fun, yeah.
I mean, we saw the player cams of your guys laughing, so it did seem like it wasn't really affecting your mentality going in. So you guys are the first team to lock up a guaranteed playoff slot here at Flashpoint. Now, you will have to play again next week, so we don't know whether you're going to be the first seed or the second seed. But looking at some of the teams that you've seen play so far in the other groups, who do you think is going to be your toughest opponent?
That's you got me with that question, to be honest, because I didn't see like there's a lot of stuff going on at the moment, and we also have a lot of games everywhere. So I just think from game to game, so I have to have a closer look. But if you give me some names, I can tell you what.
So we got Fnatic, we got Virtus Pro looking very strong. OG managed to lose to Genji with 2 substitutes.
It's true. So yeah, I don't know. We want to face them all at the same time, no? Like Fnatic, I like to play against Fnatic. I always like to play against them.
Why is that? Is there something about their team that really creates enjoyable games for you guys?
Yeah, I think there's also like some of our players have a long history with them, and it's always fun to play them. They're a really strong team and they have strong individual players, and that's why it's always a nice game against them.
All right, I guess we'll open this up for just a moment. If you guys have any questions for Toby or Big based on what you guys have seen so far in this match.
I'll ask Toby, why did he shave his beard?
Yeah, the important questions.
I knew that someone will ask that. To be honest, I was while I was doing the veto some days ago, I misshaved the one side of my beard. Yeah, it was just too short, and then I decided to shave the other one as well, and in the end, it ended up like this. I always wanted to do it, but now it was the time. Yeah, so let's see how long it takes to grow again.
Cool.
I've heard enough.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, Toby, for joining us. Good luck to Big, and congratulations for being the first team to qualify for our playoffs.
Yeah. Thank you very much, guys. Yeah.
Huge congratulations to the men from Big, making it all the way to the playoffs here at Flashpoint 2. But I think we've got to start by delving into that match a little bit more, because I know when we were sitting in the green room, we were discussing it. We were saying at that first half, it was a little bit sloppy, to say the least. It felt like more of those rounds should have gone in the favor of Big. So I'm wondering what your take was on that, Maui, and why that ended up happening.
I'm not sure if more of those should have gone Big's way or Forza's way. It felt like both teams were winning their force buys. Yeah. Yes. So that half could have easily been 11-4 for either team, in my opinion. The P250s from Big were looking way too sharp, and the force buy, just kind of 4-1 strats from Forza, were also working out too. So it's hard to read what exactly went down in that first half. But the second half, I do have to bring up that point that Duncan mentioned earlier, the fact that in those late round situations, it was kind of striking how Xantares and Surson were playing those out. The fact that they were just swinging into their opposition instead of trying to play the nice kind of crossfires, which you're used to seeing on Inferno, they just wanted to take the fight right to Forza, and it came back to bite them in a lot of those rounds.
And they were also doing it right at the beginning of the clock. It's like they never learned that rule that you tell people if you're a coach. Like, the clock is your friend. He's an extra man in that scenario. Use him to battle the enemy. Make them come to you.
Well, and you mentioned there the P250s and the importance of them during this matchup, especially in that first half. And I believe you've got a particular round you want to be breaking down from that Big side of things.
Yeah, sure. So as we get into this replay, this is just going to be an example of how chaotic the first half was. We're going to see early on, if you just look at the buy on the right side, Big, they're working with a couple of save weapons here. Surson is able to get a pick because of a kind of a messy smoke, actually, from the side of Forza. And then this crossfire between Tizian and Tapson is actually just excellent teamwork from the both of them. And Forza, they're almost able to bring this back, but Keto, just with the hero swing at the end to deny the bomb plant with 4 seconds left, it just was all over the place, and I think that was just kind of characteristic of what we saw in that game, that this was a lot of unexpected rounds going the way of both players and both teams.
Yeah, 100%. I kind of want to shift the focus back to some of the players we were focusing on before this game began. Of course, we had that head-to-head. It was XC Power and, of course, Surson as well. So I'm wondering, Duncan, what you kind of gleaned from that. We were talking about the comparisons coming into it. Where do they stand after we've seen this match play out?
I didn't feel like they were both that impactful on the overall match score, actually. Like, that round there, Surson did his work. Like, you look over here, Exapower, the weird thing about him is he always gets his numbers because basically he just has the AWP all the time. Like, you see, if ever they're doing a force buy after they lose the pistol, he's always just pure saving. Like, he doesn't buy anything, but he's going for that AWP. So, considering how many AWPs he gets, like, you see the stats there. A lot of kills, but when you look at the other stats, the KDR, number of deaths, you look at the ADR, it's not particularly that impactful. Surson, I think, just did his job on the other side. I will say, for Big, this just shows what a complete team they are. They can win with what, in theory, people would say are supposed to be the two worst players, Tizian and Keto, top frag the whole series. Xantares is supposed to be a superstar player. He was just hanging out in this game, just chilling. He didn't need to do anything.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to just see top to bottom just how strong this roster is. And Tizian was a player I was talking about earlier, and you compare him to Flit, a lot of they play some similar roles, and this is, to me, just showing a point I was trying to make earlier, which is that I think Big's worst player is better in a lot of respects than Forza's best, actually. So I think all in all, this is the result we expected, and it's cool to see just the scoreboard here and how Big are able to win. They have so many win conditions.
Yeah, they do indeed. And I'm just kind of thinking of Force, obviously going forward, they will be going down into that lower bracket of this group as well. So from your perspective, Duncan, where should we be looking at Force, you know, for those improvements going forward if they're hoping to make it to the playoffs?
I think, listen, you know that old saying, like, you've got to stick with the horse that got you to this point in time. Like, that's basically what Force is going to do. Like, even in this game here, they almost won this map on Inferno, which is certainly a map that we know Big can play. So if I'm them, I stick to my maps that I like to play. I hope everyone doesn't pick Dust 2 against me and I have to forfeit the first map. I actually think, though, the rest of the group has shown enough weakness in those other two teams that I still favour Force to sneak that second spot, or at least now, in this scenario, they're going to be third. They're going to at least be in the last chance qualifier. We have very much not heard the last of Force.
No, 100% not. And I want to pick up on Jerry as well, because I know he was a player that you were kind of focusing on coming into this Inferno. Unfortunately, we didn't see them manage to take the win there. But why is he a player that, you know, we're generally focusing on coming into this map, which is generally their comfort zone?
Well, one of the things I like, actually, is because I personally don't believe his star players are good enough. Like, his star players won't beat the 2 star players on the Big side of the equation. He doesn't just force feed everything through them only and then sacrifice everything himself as the RGL, die, never getting kills, just create space. Like, this guy actually goes in to kill you. When he entries, he is taking that duel to win the duel as well. You saw he top fragged for his team there. He gave a pretty decent performance. Even Almaza, the guy no one ever talks about, he was getting a lot of kills. So I actually think you saw some of the depth that Force has in this scenario. The big issue for me is I kind of know what I'm going to get from Jerry. The superstar players, I mean, they sometimes never turn up. Like, after watching these 2 games only here, I've watched them online as well, you would never know why Na'Vi wanted to sign Flit. Like, this isn't someone who was coming in to be a star player.
Yeah, the inconsistency with him as a player showed up today, definitely. And Forza, they don't necessarily always game plan around Flit. It's just that he kind of has to clean up sometimes because the rounds get so scrappy. So I think Jerry, he just needs to stick with his plan. But I wouldn't mind a session with this team for them to talk about some of the theory in late round situations, actually, because the way they decide to save on a 2v3, or sometimes they decide to go for it.
How about that round late in the game? They lost to Xantares, who died because they just didn't keep track of the time.
Yeah.
And they had no kits.
They just need to get on the bomb there. Like, the way they play with some of the timings or their positions or the utility, I think that's a part of their game that they can flesh out, because the way they play, their style, that 4-1 style, they're not going to change that in a day. But they can play those clutch situations a little bit differently. They can try to read those a little bit differently. And that's when you have a coach in your ear telling you, hey, guys, we talked about this. You can do it live round because we're online right now. You can say this. So you can just tell them, go for this, guys, or let's, like, bang some heads, you know, just fire them up as they try to run into that bomb site. Get it, just make it a little snappier, make it a little quicker, or just decide to back out.
Yeah, and I think that's an interesting point to be bringing up, because when we were speaking to Jerry after the win, first of all, here at Flashpoint, he was saying communication issues was something that he was really, really facing. You know, I did a very, very interesting long-form interview. You can watch it on the Flashpoint YouTube channel. And he was saying, you know, he wants to get into the psychology of this team. He really wants to make sure that these players are feeling comfortable. But when it gets into those situations where the pressure is just too much for them, I don't know. I don't know whether that's an issue that they're going to be able to overcome, and what you guys think they need to be doing to do that.
We need a Photoshop. If he's really trying to get into the psychology, I want the classic Robert De Niro movie, analyze that. And I want Jerry as the head of Robert De Niro. Someone whip that up. Next show, we'll have it on.
Well, of course, you'll have a little bit of time to do that. But before you go ahead over to those Photoshop scores, one for Monty has got Kogu on the line from MIBR ahead of our next match here at Flashpoint. Monty, take it away.
That's right, Kogu joining me, doing what Force couldn't in their last match and taking that map off of Big. So you guys struggled in maps 1 and 3, but took Vertigo in a close one, but still have managed to at least take that one major win. What did you learn from that series that you're taking into the match versus Envy today?
We made some mistakes. The problem is we're similar to Envy. We are a new team, so we had just a few days to prepare, and what I felt was like we could have prepared more for those maps, but we know already the cycle that we're playing, and we are really comfortable about this cycle, the maps that we're playing. So that's it. We need more time playing, more time practicing. But for this, we're prepared.
So when you're prepared, who do you think are the major threats on the NV side, given that this was their debut with this new roster and you've only had a chance to see a couple maps so far? Are there any players on NV that really stood out to you?
No, we don't do it like that. We just
No.
they they're a new team. They're a new team. We cannot. It's just like G2. In the other tournament, they ask about you guys are prepared. What do you think? We care about our team. We care about our game plan. They play like 3 maps in the last, I don't know, in the last 3 months, and was like 2 3 days ago, and we had all everything that we have to stud about the other team. It's what we saw in 3 days ago. So we have to care about our game plan, not specifically
The
thinking
opponent.
about the other players. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Sure. All right. Well,
So
let me change the question then. Let me change the question then,
all
Kogo.
right.
What would you say is MIBR's 2 biggest strengths right now as a new roster? So what is, in terms of your game plan, what does it look like when you guys win?
I think our strength is we're hyped. So we're moved by energy. If everybody is on the same page, everybody is like hyped, like showing good vibration. It's do you understand what I mean?
Yes, I understand what you mean. So that's
All right.
one. What's your other strength?
All right. The another one is I think we're uh, it's completing the first. All right. So why I think we have to be hyped, because in this team we're all friendly. I know there's a lot of team that has the same, but in this team we created some atmosphere before we start practicing. Not now, but before we start practicing as a team, like a month ago. So we try to be friendly. We try to help each other. We let all the new players like comfortable, like they all bring a lot of stuff for the team. So the friendship, I think it's another strength on the team that we will recreate on the server.
All right, one final question. What do you think you guys have improved the most during your boot camp in Serbia?
We have to improve our map pool. That's for sure. So it's a short time. The days here look so short. Like I wish our day here was like 30 hours or 35. So we have more. Yeah, it's true. It's true. So we have more time to do all the stuffs that we are supposed to do, and play more deathmatch, play more, watch more demos, uh, practice more. We need this. We are a new team, so it's hard when you have like a short time to prepare, but this is it. And what I can say is, with the time that we have, we will give our best, and I feel this is gonna be us.
Well, fair enough. It's still looking like you guys have every chance to get out of this group, considering Envy and Fours look pretty beatable for you guys overall, so good luck in your next match versus Envy. We'll be seeing you play in just a little bit.
Our first match of the day is all wrapped up, and with that, they catapult themselves straight to the playoffs. But now it is time to be moving down into that lower bracket as Envy are taking on Mibr. Of course, joining me to unfold all of the action, the wonderful Potter and Alan. Guys, absolute pleasure to be back up on the desk here with you. Alan, how are you doing this morning? Enjoying the game so far?
Not too bad. I'm really excited for this one, actually. And actually coming into this one, me and Potter have different opinions on who we take for this one. So hopefully on the desk, a bit of back and forth, a bit of banter going. So I'm looking forward to this one.
Definitely. I mean, it's just the unknown factor, right, guys? It's just Envy, hardly any history. Mibr, insane performance just last week, but they fell pretty short in that series just the other day. So a lot of mystery here coming into this series for me.
There are indeed a lot of question marks. And with that, I think we can take a little bit of a look at our group. Of course, we saw one of the games going down earlier on this morning that saw Big cementing themselves in at the playoffs. But now we move on down into that lower bracket. It might look like the loser of this will get eliminated. They may not, as of course we've got our last chance qualification on the spot as well. But even that is going to be absolutely contentious looking at some of the results from our groups yesterday and the day before that. And of course, we can talk a little bit about how these two teams got here. Of course, we saw Envy losing out, unfortunately, to Falls, even though they had an absolute mammoth first map in that series. That is what puts them down in here. And of course, Mibr losing out to Big as well, managing to take a map off of them, which was pretty impressive in itself, Potter. You know, that Vertigo, it did get very close, but pretty good to see Mibr still coming out solid, considering the first map.
Considering it for sure, but man, the 16-2 losses in the first and third map was quite surprising. Sure, Kanji, he didn't get into the series as much as I think they would have hoped that he would, but yeah, it is good that at least they have Vertigo in their map pool to kind of boist them up. So this veto, it's going to be everything for Envy to have that one up going into this series.
Yeah, in that series versus Big, they had two to 13 CT sides from Mibr. I think the team play was lacking. I don't think the chemistry was really there between the site partners. I mean, you're always going to have this in a new lineup. You've not got, the chemistry from playing together for so long. And I really hope coming into this game and this series that we can see that changing a little bit. We can see the team play coming in. Maybe the comms can improve a little bit, and hopefully on their CT sides, Mibr can put up a better show.
Well, speaking of 16-2s, I think we've got to start off by talking about Envy, because that was the actual scoreline that they served Falls in the first map of that series. Unfortunately, we see them actually falling down into this lower bracket as Falls managed to come back on Mirage, managed to come back on Nuke to push them down here. And I'm wondering, from your perspective, Alan, what were the key takeaways from that series, considering this is the first time we've seen Envy with this new look roster?
Yeah, certainly. Going into that first map, winning it 16-2, and then for me, they really did kind of fall apart in the second and the third map. I think if we're really talking about how they were playing, I think their mid-rounding, particularly on T-side, was quite hesitant and quite indecisive. We've heard rumours that it was Nifty calling, maybe it's Legia now, so maybe that switch is coming into play and maybe hurting them a little. And certainly coming into the game today, I want to see that mid-rounding really decisive. As soon as they've got an avenue to go into, they just hit it instantly. And if they change that up, I really do think they could take it to Mibr.
Yeah, I think that is a really good point. I had a chance to catch up with Nifty just before we came into Flashpoint 2. He was saying that Legia is taking on the primary calling role. It was a little bit confusing, to say the least. He was saying it was calling on that T side, but Nifty is still giving him an input, and as well as the coach. So it seemed like they're still trying to figure this out as they go along, Christine. I'm wondering what you made of that first performance.
I think, as it should be, right, Freya? This is a brand new team. Legia hasn't played an official match since summer of 2019. So that debut yesterday, I thought, to be honest, all things considered, was quite impressive for Legia. He looked steady in the server. He didn't hesitate. There were moments in those 3v3 clutch scenarios that Legia was the one that looked the most level-headed in that server. So I think it makes sense that he's going to slowly start putting more on his plate, taking more responsibility, and potentially unleashing Nifty. We always keep talking about the potential that Nifty has, transitioning from COD over to this Counter-Strike Go. So his game sense is absolutely on point. So I'm waiting to see Nifty have one of those explosive maps, explosive series, and really take over for this for this Envy squad.
Well, of course, we've got to move over and talk a little bit about Mibr as well. We heard it just from Kogu coming into this matchup. They are focusing just on themselves. That's what he said literally every single time I spoke to him. He's talked about this emotion within the team. And Alan, just looking at some of their webcams, you cannot fault that emotion that they show.
Oh, there's no doubting ever of any Brazilian team that they are full into the game. I remember I was at ECS last year in July. I saw Fury are beating Astralis twice on Nuke, and they were going absolutely mental, screaming all over the place, Coach going bananas. So certainly with all the Brazilian teams, you can never doubt that kind of passion they have for the game. When we're looking in-game itself, it transfers over to in-game. They play so aggressive, so fast, they don't respect any team. So for me, coming into this tournament, I was really excited to see MIBR. First game a bit underwhelming. Obviously on Vertigo they had a good showing, but overall they fell a bit flat, particularly on their CT side. So hopefully today we can see a bit more of what we've seen from this lineup in other tournaments.
Yeah, I would hope so indeed. I think an interesting thing to note about that emotion, as Kogu was just saying, I think one of us pointed it out when we were in the green room. We didn't actually see any of their webcams when they were losing. And this was a question for us coming into it. How is Kogu going to be dealing with it as a coach when, you know, they're getting those wins, they're getting hyped up, then they start losing? You know, where does he go with that?
Exactly. That's such a good question, Freya, especially the mental fortitude of this squad. I mean, you see the names on it. You see Lucas. You see TRK, who was actually a steady member of INTS for quite a few years, over 4 years, in fact. So definitely that experience is there, but being a new squad, how strong are they going to be mentally when they're losing? Because it didn't look like they had an answer. As we mentioned multiple times, both of those maps that they lost were 16-2 losses. The only rounds that they were able to garner, I believe, was a pistol and some random eco with deagles here and there. So definitely it's not sustainable. That's definitely not what you want to see. So for MIBR side of things, I think it's great that they have the passion to back them up, but they're going to have a little bit more than that coming into this series.
Yeah, they are indeed. And with that, I think we can start talking about the maps we're going to see going down here. As we just heard from Kogu, he was saying this is something that they've really got to be focusing in on. The breadth of this map pool, they haven't had the time that they wanted to be practicing and preparing, actually anti-stratting some of these teams. So I'm wondering where this leaves us in terms of this, considering they are facing Envy, again, a kind of new squad coming into it.
Yeah, for both of these teams, I think they're really up in the air in terms of map pool. They've been trying to figure it out. Certainly with Envy, they've only played one series. MIBR's had some more, but both of them, they're still trying to work it out. Their bans are all over the place. So coming into this one, Envy did ban Train. We already spoke about this in the green room. We think they're probably going to float Train here and ban probably Vertigo, which is the map that MIBR beats big on. And from the MIBR side, we think it's going to be Inferno or Overpass. My money's with Overpass. What are your thoughts, Posset?
Yeah, I think you're right on the money there, Alan. I mean, Envy, they have to beat Vertigo, right? I think that's their biggest win condition coming into this series. Both squads having weaker map pools as it should be. It makes sense. But I think Envy, you know, they had such an explosive first map with that Dust 2. I'm assuming they're going to lean back into that again. Not to mention MIBR looked so silly on that Dust 2 in their opening series. So definitely Envy, I mean, that should be their weak point that they kind of target onto MIBR here.
Well, let's see what is going to be happening as the first bans are going to be coming out. Ooh, Dust 2.
I like this.
Okay.
MIBR. I mean, this obviously leaves an opening for Overpass or Inferno to be picked by Envy, but once again, Envy, they don't really have that luxury either. Yeah. They don't have the depth on all of these maps as well. So I actually, man, this is a curveball. I like this from MIBR.
It's crazy, isn't it? I really didn't expect that Dust 2 ban, and from MIBR's perspective, that's really quite a risk, because they have no idea what Envy's map pool is.
Yeah.
They could be pretty decent on Overpass or Inferno. I think Overpass was meant to be, oh no, it wasn't, wrong game, but we really don't know how they're going to perform on either of those maps. We'll see the picks coming in a second. We think MIBR are probably going to go for the nuke pick here. And again, it'll probably be Inferno or Overpass coming out from Envy. Wait a second. Overpass.
Okay. Wow.
Interesting.
What'd you make of these?
Oh man, you know, we actually rarely see series and vetoes turn out like this, where both squads are so willing to just pick a counter, to just try to completely win out the veto process in and of itself. And both these squads are swinging right off the bat. I love this. I love the nuke pick. I love the Overpass pick coming out from both.
So where do we think this leaves us with our third and final decider, if we need it in this series? Do you have any thoughts of where this is going to be going, Alan?
Yeah, I think MIBR will ban Inferno here. From the Envy perspective, they did ban Train in their first series, so I think they'll probably ban that out. Actually, MIBR is going to go for the Mirage ban. They're leaving Inferno and Train in here. Envy, I think, will ban Train, so I believe we'll see the third map on Inferno. And that's really surprising, because MIBR throughout the other series have been banning Overpass and Inferno. And if both of those came into the map pool here, as they have, I won't lie, I think this is an envy-sided veto right now.
Yeah, interesting. I'm particularly interested why that Inferno wasn't banned by MIBR. Just looking at the results they had on Blast, they were some really, really brutal losses for that MIBR side. Are you also echoing, Christine, that you feel like this is favoring Envy?
Yeah, it definitely is. I told Alan before we came out here that if I saw Envy coming out and vetoing Vertigo right off the bat, that I'm putting all in on Envy. All in on Envy. You know, once again, I do think that they won out on this series. And Veto, I mean, the third map being Inferno, it's always the best map, right, to close out the series on. So I think that one, if it gets to a third, it's going to be pretty 50-50. Both of these squads are going to be able to swing pretty heavily on that map. But I'm thinking this is going to be a 2-0 for Envy.
I'm not so sure. I think arguing back from MIBR's perspective, I think MIBR, particularly on the T side, they play so aggressive. They run the 4-1s, the contact plays get super aggressive. I think they put so much pressure on Envy's communication, and that's what I really think we saw break down in the first game. So on that front, I think they've got an advantage. On the flip side, looking at Envy's T side, they were playing really default, really slow, and even though we saw issues from MIBR on their CT side in their first series, I'm not sure Envy's going to be able to put them under enough pressure to really take this game. But having seen those maps, I'm really not sure at the moment. I think it will go 1-1 at the start, but with Inferno, I have no idea.
Such huge question marks coming into this one. I cannot wait to be getting into it. But of course, before we do that, we've got to highlight some key players here from both sides of the equation. It's going to be Mihu and it's going to be TRK, Potter. Why are we comparing these two players?
Well, it's got to be TRK because honestly, he looks the most steady in the server for MIBR side of things. You've got VSM making huge plays towards the stairs, towards the B-bomb site. But TRK, he does seem to be the more mature player in the server, I think. He's going to be the guy that closes out rounds, and he's doing his due diligence. And for Mihu's side of things, he's the Polish superstar, a lot of weight on his shoulders, and he's going to have to deliver here today because he's going to be the heavy hitter for Envy as well as Calix. So I think both of these guys have a lot to do in this series.
Yeah, with TRK, this is actually the player that surprised me the most watching this lineup playing out, because I think with the previous lineup with Taco, Fur, Fallen, he was always a bit in the shadow. We never got to see him so much, but with those players moving out, potentially some role changes, TRK getting some more space, I think he's really come into his own with this lineup so far. Maybe versus Big, maybe he didn't really come to form, but today I want to see TRK back on form for some good frags, some good decision making, and bring out MIBR on top.
Well, of course, I think we've got to take a look at our Pinnacle leaderboard as well for this one. Yesterday, it was a bit of a whitewash, so maybe we'll ignore some of the minuses going on down there. Unfortunately, Yumi's actually slipped into the last place. Unfortunate there for him. I've actually slipped down to 5th as well. Kind of pissed about that. But Maui still holding strong with that gold coin at the top. I'm wondering what you guys are making of these, considering you're more towards the bottom of the pack now.
How did Maui jump so
crazy,
far
isn't
ahead?
it?
What just happened? I'm confused.
He's a whole day ahead of Bardolph.
Yeah. What the heck?
Crazy.
I think he put it all in on Big earlier. I'm interested to see what he goes with for this next series as well, considering it is quite 50-50 coming into it. But man, Yumi, he's going to be doing that forfeit on the blind spot on Sunday.
At least from my perspective, I'm just happy to be out of the minus at this point. It was getting pretty bad yesterday, especially from Anders' perspective. It wasn't looking good, but I'm a bit further up. Hopefully with an MIBR win here, I can move all the way up into maybe a top sort of 3 position and really be in the mix.
Well, speaking of that, I think we should check in with the Pinnacle odds as well. Of course, with our points predictions, we are betting points here on compared to the odds that Pinnacle are being offering as well. So it's quite an interesting system for these predictions too. And of course, we can check in. It's going to be 2.32 to the side of Envy, 1.62 to the side of MIBR. So actually, they're favouring MIBR going into this one. That's quite an interesting take, Potter.
Yeah, and I think it makes sense, right? There was so much hype around the roster, and usually in the debut openings for such a fresh squad that hasn't had time to marinate, it can be underwhelming, but MIBR absolutely delivered. So I think it's brought out all the hopes and dreams of a lot of MIBR fans, and it makes sense, right? Envy, they still have a lot to prove, but as I mentioned, I do think that they actually should have beat Fours in their series, especially the nuke side of things. I wrote down here that they were actually losing 5v4s, 3v2s, 4v2s, 5v2s, and that was even before the 11th round. So certainly Envy had everything going for them to be able to convert those Ws, but they fell short. This time around, I think those should be easy mistakes that they'll be able to kind of hash out before this series starts.
Well, I think, Alan, you kind of alluded to who you were siding with for this one, but I think we've got to cement that with our Pinnacle points predictions for this next series here at Flashpoint 2. And to do that, got to get our lovely casters in the form of Hawker and James in here. Gentlemen, how are you doing this afternoon?
What's up, home slice?
I can't take that seriously.
All right. Can you give us an outfit review of what you're wearing at the moment?
Okay, so today I'm wearing the Team Envy hoodie, which was kindly given to me by the Envy Squadron. It's really, really nice, and obviously I make it look fantastic. So I've gone with Envy. Envy's my prediction because I'm wearing the hoodie.
Nice.
As simple as that.
What about you, Hawker? Who are you siding with?
I went with MIBR, but I would like it to be added that it's a scared MIBR pick. After seeing that veto, I'm kind of scared. That is not how I expected the veto to go at all.
Well, let's take a look and see who exactly everybody is siding with. We can get a beautiful graphic up here very, very shortly. 750 on the side of Envy Potter. You weren't lying.
I told you. I went all in on this, Frey. I told you.
Full on commitment right there. Look at that.
Interesting.
This is a scary one. I feel like this is scarier than the previous game. I think this one's going to be a much more of a scrappy one. And I felt confident with Big against Forza, but this one I feel like really could go. I think either team, is more kind of 50-50 than the previous one was. I think Big had a strong advantage, but here it doesn't feel so safe to me, which is why I went 500 on both games.
Yes, I also did exactly the same thing. I am siding with MIBR for this one. Thorin, interestingly, also going with Envy here. I'm liking how Semler and Anders, now that they've kind of fallen down to the bottom of the pack, they're definitely starting to take this a little bit more seriously now. They don't want to be doing that forfeit on the blind spot on Sunday. You know what, Alan? I don't blame them at all.
No, I don't either. I think it's actually quite interesting that most people that have gone Envy here were doing the MIBR big game because I wasn't watching that live. I have watched a bit of it, but having not seen that game compared with their Blast games, I think maybe in retrospect I might have been too hot on MIBR, and after seeing that veto, I'm not as confident, to be honest, anymore.
Alan, stay strong.
Please help.
Well, I think we can check in with what the fans are saying at home as well. We'll be joining back with our casters very, very shortly as we delve into the match. But let's take a look and see what you guys on socials have been saying here. I mean, no surprises there, Christine. The Brazilian fans, they come out in full force. 70%.
They definitely do. I was actually expecting like a 90-10. I'm actually kind of a little bit disappointed that I'm seeing a 70-30 here. But yeah, you're right, Freya. I mean, the Brazilian fans, the Brazilian community always come out in full force and support their guys. So they're going to need it. They're going to need every little ounce of support that they can get.
Alan, of course, we didn't know the map veto when we were making these predictions, but I'm wondering what was the kind of key defining factor for you to be jumping on this Brazilian hype train at the moment?
I think I didn't have high expectations of this lineup when we first saw it on paper. I was really surprised at Blast how well they came out. And for me, with MIBR, they're playing to win. I think a lot of lineups, when they come together when they're new, they play slow T-sides. They just default out, late execute. This team is here to win. They're running the 4-1s, the contact plays. This is what you should be running when you don't have the team play, you don't have the structure. And for me, that's why this MIBR team is so exciting, because when they come in the server, they play aggressive, they get in their face, and they really make a game of it.
Yeah, they do indeed. And I kind of want to touch upon one of the members from the pre-existing MIBR lineup, of course, KNG, now coming into this in-game leader position, getting more freedom with the AWP as well. I think he's somebody that's very exciting to be watching, Christine.
Yeah, no, definitely. And he's one of those players that can absolutely take over a map, take over an entire series. We saw it versus G2. I do got to say, he was a little bit shut down in the series earlier. He just wasn't finding the picks that I think he was hoping for. And not only that, it did seem like he was getting caught time and time again with his timings. He was being the first one to get picked off out of the 5 majority of the time. So for KNG, he's absolutely going to need to step up, because if he's not able to hit those shots, and as Alan mentioned, they're doing these 4-1 contact plays, and they're being patient about it, they're being thoughtful about it, but at the end of the day, you got to find those openings in order for the rest of your squad to actually find the space to get into the site. So MIBR's win condition, I think, is KNG, and he's got to show up.
Yeah, and I think speaking of Nuke as well, it's a map that we've seen, MIBR having quite a lot of success on back in the Blast days as well, that first showing for them as a team. So from your perspective, Alan, who should we be really looking at here coming into this map, considering this is going to be MIBR's comfort?
There's no doubt for me that the player everyone should be watching here is KNG. On the CT side, his mobility is off the charts. He will be everywhere. Ramp, mini, garage, going down secret early, fast crossing secret, out T-red. He'll be absolutely everywhere. He's so good with mobility in the mid-round, moving, taking a shot, moving, always being surprising. So definitely on the CT side, I'd be looking out for KNG.
Well, of course, you guys, if you want to get involved in the action as well, make sure you're heading on over to Pinnacle. As James got together with our fantastic partners to curate some prizes for a raffle they are running each week this season. If you want to get involved, then follow the link on the graphic below at the bottom of the screen. Sign up, and when you ask where you heard about the giveaway from, make sure to add Flashpoint EN, as of course this is the English broadcast. Then simply deposit at least €10 and get betting on a wide range of games, including every single Flashpoint 2 match. Make sure you're at least 18 if you want to be entering. Of course, T's and C's apply. You can read those on the website as well. But I think coming into this one, considering the map pools that we're seeing coming out, I'm very interested for this overpass pick from the side of Envy here, Christine. Is there anything you're going to be focusing on coming into this one?
Oh man, overpass. I think that's just a coin flip at this point. I have to focus back on this nuke because, as I mentioned, Envy, I believe the scoreline was they were up 3-1, and after that 5 versus 4 that they kind of threw, it just was a snowball downhill from that point. I think they ended the half 9-6. So as I mentioned again, those are easy mistakes. I think those are easy to hash out the details, figure out exactly what the crossfires are. They were simple whiffs because you're out of position, you're out of the timing. So for Envy's side of things, they should have a stronger CT. They should be able to convert this nuke and have the potential to 2-0 this series.
It'll be very interesting to see. Indeed, of course, we can see the guys from Mibr getting lined up there, ready to get into the server. And I think that's an interesting point that when, we've been speaking to Kogu about this lineup, he's always been talking about the freedom he gives the players, not only in terms of their movement around the map, but their ability, to be giving input during the game. And for me, that's a little bit of a question of, how are the comms not getting so cluttered for these guys? I'd be interesting to be able to listen into some of them.
Yeah, it's certainly a misconception, actually, from a lot of the community that in-game leaders micro every player. They tell them exactly what to do when they call a strat. They say, you for this nade, you for this nade. That's not how it works. They call the overall strat, and they leave a lot of space in that. They might even just say, let's default for this area, not even say anything for the other side of the map. And that's kind of a really good thing because you're giving the space for those players on that side of the map to make the decisions. And remember that those players that default to that area, they see that area every single round. They know exactly what's happening, so they can make the most informed decision. So giving your players space like this is a very, very important trait of being a top in-game leader in modern CSGO.
Yeah, I think there was a moment back at Blast where we saw Leo Drunky. I can't remember which team they managed to take down, but it was on literally the last round. He managed to flank all the way outside, went up heaven as well. And it's just beautiful to see the players being given this kind of space, especially when it's working out for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Just self-reliant players, right? Being able to understand exactly what their responsibilities are. The one downside, I would say, just because we've seen Mibr now be shut down with this loose play style, is the fact that once these things start to happen, once that snowball starts to go downhill for you, you start to make individual reactions that just are not optimal in any way. We saw Kanji peeking out, Cat feeling like he has to have those heroic moments and convert the round for his squad and just getting punished. So if Envy are pretty patient about it and wait for the Mibr guys to come poking and prodding, because they will, they can get punished. So what is the depth looking like for Mibr? If they do get shut down, what's their secondary plan? What's their third plan even? Because they're going to need it.
Well, a lot of questions coming into this game. We won't have to wait a moment longer to find out some of the answers. James and Horga are going to be taking us through this one. It's Mibr versus Envy coming up.
Thank you, twirly-haired one. Where do you see Nuke going, Hawker?
Nuke, I've got to side with Mibr for Nuke, I think, just from what we've seen from them. And that Envy game on Nuke yesterday, it looked like Envy started playing scared on Nuke. I'm going to be honest. It looked like they really started to slow down and panic. I hope we don't see the same today. I hope that's just kind of a first official game kind of jitters out of the way for Envy. But I think the Des was pointing out, KNG so good on this map. Leo Drunky gets a lot of good flanks as well. I was watching a demo of TRK this morning. I think his team play and his nades and just everything he does on this team is fantastic. I do think that the maps overall for the series aren't as good for Mibr as I thought they could have got, which does scare me a bit. But I think Nuke should be pretty good.
Yeah, we still have a small sample size for Mibr, of course. I think we saw the worst of it in their previous match, but I don't expect Envy to be able to exploit them to such a manner, which is why I feel like it's more in the open than it might otherwise be. I still went for Envy, but I think we'll see more of Mibr. Again, it is still early for the squad, so it's far from their final form, but I think they can be competitive in this particular matchup. There's a lot on the line here for both these squads. But I'm sure I wouldn't be surprised if there's been some significant change since Mibr's last match, purely because it's just so early for them in their journey, and there's probably a lot of easy fixes they can make to tighten their ship a bit. And I hope that's the case. So we see a super competitive game. I like how straight that keyboard was.
Very straight.
Because it's pretty rare that you see someone that's just got a completely straight keyboard like that. There's normally a bend in it to some degree. You look at like Shocks, for example, and there's a big, like, almost a 90-degree rotation there, but that is that's almost OCD straight. It's on the very edge of the table as well. This is very specific. I respect this.
It's very colourful as well.
Actually,
a bit too colourful for my liking.
This is a pretty good angle. I would say for people at home who are looking to play more consistently, have a look at Ron Rambo Kim's videos on YouTube, because he has a video about your posture at your desk and sitting consistently in the same position, which will help you play more consistently as well. Something I try to do also. But yeah, I tend to turn the lights off these days. Envy will be starting on the CT side of Nuke. 4 sets of Kevlar for them. Leggy's got a smoke and a diffuse kit. Meanwhile, MIBR have got a lot of smoke grenades.
3 to be precise. Couple of HE grenades as well. I'll be interested if those are stacked in the same spot. Maybe they're kept even for the post plant. Especially because if someone's going to try ninja with the kit, if you get those nades on him, he's not going to have Kevlar, most likely. So that could be fun to watch out for. Smoke already down. Leo leading the charge, as he often does for this MIBR team. And the smoke into heaven has actually netted them this free bomb site. No kills, but here comes Nifty in from above. The fight's going in favor of MIBR. Back to a 3v3. Now those smokes are fading, and it's all on TRK. He gets wiped out, and Envy get locked out of the site initially by the smokes, but they just push through.
Start as you mean to proceed. Envy will certainly do that. Brute force into the A bomb site, and they will be successful for now. That is a very big, quick 2K from MIBR. I'm really surprised Envy were able to turn it around after that, but here we go. Mihu's he's a good player to watch demos of on the CT side. Lots you can learn from his positions. Got some nifty smoke grenades, no pun intended. We'll see what he's able to do. He'll be over towards the ramp for the time being, creating some space. This is a full investment from MIBR. Always interesting to see if the sniper fully invests into the force buy as well, and on this occasion they will. You can see Nifty on the radar is outside with the scout. The bomb's made its way downstairs, so there should be some bonus money. Nifty wasn't outside for long though, was he? KNG has popped him in the head.
Wow, bomb already planted down on that lower site as well. That's putting the pressure on Envy here. They actually don't have a kit right now. That could be a problem for them as this round progresses. Lagia gets 1 kill back. Mihu and Calyx combining. Calyx steals both those kills, and it's a nice quick retake from Envy. They find all the fights they need, so even though they concede the bomb plant, they pretty handily win this retake. For MIBR, they did fully force into that round, but now that they get the bomb planted, I think we can see some sort of investment into this next one. Potentially a couple of pistols. You can see the money is decent on the MIBR side, so I'd expect some more pistols to be bought. But yeah, quick bomb plant for MIBR. A quick cleanup for Envy, though. They were pretty fast on this rotation, and there's Calyx arriving, lining up those 2 kills. Those ones really made the difference.
Clean 2-0 for Envy. The SMGs will be able to play close quarters. Legia and Thomas. Still interesting to see Legia back on the servers. See how he's able to perform today. He actually taught me how to take short B as a CT. Amongst other things on Overpass. I should mention the map. So he's definitely one of the nerds in terms of utility and such. But again, the question is, will he be sharp enough for the likes of MIBR, who have shown promise in some maps, of course. Long road ahead of them. Desert Eagles and not much Kevlar in round number 3. Bomb plant was pretty solid in the round prior, which will help them in the next buy round. Now, if they could get another bomb plant, that would be fantastic. However, we can see that 2 players have made their way downstairs. That does not include the bomb right now.
Considering the lack of utility MIBR had in this round, this is pretty impressive to get some players down to this lower site. And looking at Envy, they really haven't reacted to that at all. Look at the minimap. No one's down on this lower side of the map. Now, obviously, they have to make a sound cue to actually get towards that B site. But this ramp play, only 1 kill would be needed to get them towards B.
Oh, but will they lose the bomb? TRK, I mean, that's $4,000 if they can plant that bomb. And now he's in a 1 versus 1, and that's a big objective lost. I don't think they wanted to risk going outside with the bomb after 2 of their players made their way down secret. And I feel like maybe the players without the bomb had to make a play there. They could have sandwiched the ramp players by making their way up from the B bomb site. So I feel like that was a little more disjointed than it needed to be, because that's a huge objective for them. So a lot of opportunity lost in this round for Mibr. But the main focus is on the next round. Oh god, Lucas has died after time as well. So he starts the bye round with 2250. There was so much potential. That's a really horrible way to finish it.
Yeah, that is rough. KNG's not even going to get the AWP out either, which is another thing that the desk were really pointing out. I think this is probably KNG's best map in this current iteration of Mibr. He's shown a lot of success on it early, oftentimes just getting picks for his team as well, over towards Yard on this T side. I think that's been pretty instrumental for Mibr's T side of this map. So not having that AWP, big issue. Not having a gun for Lucas, obviously a problem as well. He only gets a P250 into this round. But Mibr are going to start to run some of their set plays. All 3 smokes at the same time towards Yard. And this is what Mibr like. Ooh, actually, have those smokes gone exactly where they wanted? I'm not sure. There is a bit of a gap.
Oh dear. That's a problem. It's like a Mickey Mouse outside.
Oh, and they're trying to fake it as well. They're trying to fake the Yard play and just stick in lobby. But Envy aren't going to fall for this now.
Oh, yeah, but will they be able to get into position in time? I think they are expecting a B play with extra players towards the ramp, but they do have 3 on the A bomb site as well.
Oh my!
Leggy is going to get barbecued though, as is Thomas. Well, that's an interesting turn of events. Nifty still on the high ground, backing off now because support has suddenly disappeared. What a strange round so far. 1 minute on the clock and suddenly Mibr, after a failed fake outside, we presume, Disney smokes. They make their way with a double Molotov entry into the A bomb site, and it looks like Envy is saving.
I've got to have a look at those mollies again. I think Thomas was at the back of the silo on the site, and I think the molly pinned him up against the wall and then just slowly spread to him. And then Legia, we saw on top of Hut, just could not get off that position. He was completely clueless as to where he could go. Now we get some fights at the end of the round. Mihu and Calyx just hoping to save their guns. Mihu has started strong, as has Calyx in this game. Calyx is going to upgrade to the AWP. I hope we get to see those mollies again on the replay. Obviously, that's what won Mibr the round. But I'm not sure if it was MV just mispositioning or whether it was some really nice molly work. So there we go, top of the hut. God, there's so many mollies there. Yeah. And then, yeah, Thomas just must have died at the back of the site, I guess.
Yeah, he was so blind. It's pretty hard to blind somebody in that position as well if they're looking straight down. So that's quite impressive. It's quite impressive production saying a Heaven Molotov. Well, there we go. That's one way to take the A-bomb site, that's for sure. Mibr on the board now. I sincerely hope we see some correct smokes on this occasion. There we go.
They might not have seen that the smokes were bad last time. That's the scary thing. I can't think that that's what they want, is it?
There's no way. Well, TRK can now identify... Oh, God. I don't know, but let's see. Well, there's another smoke outside, so that's definitely patching a hole. That's a strange one to forget, but...
I think they want that first smoke to be way closer to Mini, right? To be able to cross down, which is what Mibr have been running in a lot of their games.
They're all in the same place, so maybe they can fix it quickly. I've got a note about Team Liquid's old HQ, the setup they had, but first we'll see how this round plays out. Maybe a numbers game. Nifty trying to do some area control with the Molotov. He's seen one on the left. His vision's obscured to the right, but there's the bomb dropped. 46 seconds looking for the second kill. 3 on 4 in favor of Envy. We see one by Deacon for Mibr. How do they get onto the site? They used all their smokes to fix the problems outside. They have no way to plant the bomb really on this side, or do they? We've got a molly to force the AWP away. 32 seconds to plant the bomb, and they're still just trying to poke and prod, show a bit of elbow, but not too much flesh. Nifty misses a shot. 26 seconds. Another very awkward round, and they will get the bomb plant for the Deacon door. Somehow.
Legia just now arriving on the rotate. 3 players at ramp, but VSM is getting aggressive. And he's got the first headshot. Switching to the AWP. Close quarters, but his teammates got the kill. Finally, TRK will get a trade from the back lines, but it's Legia closing the distance, and Lucas has to clutch. Molly for the bomb is going to buy a lot of time, and they're going to have to hunt him. They're going to have to push. Lucas has got the first kill. Team damage from Mihu in the mix, and now it's a 1v1. Lucas throwing out the nade. Time still ticking away. Mihu has been spotted, and Lucas wins the round.
There is so much that just happened. There's so much that just went on there. There was a late swing from Legia. There was a chance for them to swing and go for the trade kill, but I don't know if he was trying to catch the player with a grenade in his hands or off guard, but again, we got the Mickey Mouse smokes outside, which forced them to go towards B with no smokes, because ideally you drop the smoke in front of double doors and you plant in the smoke, like as a worst case scenario plant, because of course people can try to spray you. Very, very ropey stuff. So Team Liquid's old place in Santa Monica, above every player's desk, there was a display of the coach computer. So if they needed to like do a pause and show a grenade mid-round, he could do it and say, okay, this is how you line it up. This is how you would quickly fix something like that. Or maybe use a map and draw a map and say, okay, we're going to do this, blah, 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 blah. Which is pretty cool. I don't know how much they used it with all the travel that pro players do. But that was the idea of that was really awesome. That might be a cool thing to have on lands in the future as well. Well then, Envy find themselves in eco territory. Lucas will back off, not wanting to concede a rifle. Envy small weakness, and off they go. Surely here's the running. Now he does. He's got help from the squeaky area as well. Nifty's also here. So where Nifty is standing is the common anti-eco position. So if there is a rush, then you can deal with that and fall back if you need to. So that's where you can expect people to stand if they think the CTs are going to try and rush them or something. Some very bizarre rounds early on in Nuke, but maybe now things will stabilize. KNG with the AWP.
I think this is the kind of game I was expecting as well, and this is part of the reason why I did end up picking Mibr, is because even though they did lose those very one-sided maps against Big, I just think that Big are a team that are so difficult to play, especially when you haven't had that much practice, right? They're such a well-structured team, they're such a well-oiled machine, that if you're a new team going up against Big, you're going to have a really tough time on the maps that Big are really good on. And I don't really think Mibr need to be too worried about losing both those maps 16-2. I think against a team like Envy, it's going to come much more down to individual skill, where I think Mibr can definitely put up a good fight. And some early Yard smokes have been deployed. I think this time the smokes at Yard are successful, so they're able to sell the fake. And now they're going to start coming back to ramp. Mihu gets the kill through the smoke. That's the bomb.
It really is. Oh, they're lining up for him, and there's two more for Mihu. That's exactly what Envy needed. Some difficult recent rounds, but my God. Mibr maybe scared that utility would force them away from the bomb yet further. Another calamity. This time not in their favor. I can't see them turning this one around. 2 versus 5. Lucas has collected the bomb. Nifty up close with the M4A4. There may be an AWP to collect later. You can see Mibr just holding position for now. Only person moving on the map is Calix. Everybody else fine as they are. Nifty sees it, but he can't deal with Lucas. Where is Mihu though? One more to find, and perhaps there's an opportunity for Lucas. 1 versus 3. KG's been popped. Decon, got to be careful. Door's been opened. Spotted Legia, showing a little too much. 19 seconds as he rotates towards the A bomb site. We've got Thomas out of position. Is he going to say hello? Oh, 4x3, surely. We just saw a smidgen of Thomas there. Flashbang, maybe he did see something. Lucas. Thomas gets there in time though, chases him. Oh, so I feel like every round has been awkward in like 5 different ways.
There we go. This time, they were good. I like how that's having to be a consistent storyline. Can they do the smokes right? Yeah, it's been a weird start to this game. Lucas has definitely been put in pretty good roles on this Mibr squad. I was thinking he'd be much more of just a kind of glue guy, like a role player for Mibr, but I think he's getting the opportunity to try and put himself in some good spots. That probably comes back to how Mibr have been playing as well, where a lot of the players have the freedom to call things for themselves. Kogu was saying that they're trying to make sure everyone's comfortable and everyone can come to the table with ideas. And we've got that AWP out for KNG now. We heard the Nets talk about how good he can be on this map. So far, we haven't really got the chance to see it because he hasn't had the AWP too much. So hopefully this is where that can change.
That was a fortune round for Envy with the lineup for Mihu. I would like to see more data on how well they can defend on this map. There's such a lack of utility for both teams right now. So again, Mibr with a focus on the outside. But how on earth do they get to Secret?
Yeah, they needed KNG to get a pick there to make it a possibility. That's what they were relying on, but the pick at ramp could make all the difference. Now Nifty has to cover this off. Now they have to leave Yard a little more susceptible, and we're already seeing that wrap down to the B site. The question is, can the bomb get to B? Because it's still at Yard.
Oh, God, this is so awkward. It reminds me of the Eco round where, again, it's the bomb that's got to make it there. Nifty, very patient on spot TRK as well, but he's still alive. But he's seen the bomb. Calix had to get that. That was surely a round-winning frag, and now Thomas has a lot to do. Trying to find the 1v1, trying to isolate the fights. He will, but he won't get a kill onto Leo Drunky, swinging as Leo often does. The reset is coming for Envy unless Legia can do something about it. We'll see if he even goes for it. He's got a defuse kit. May feel compelled to, but not really pressing forward right now, so perhaps he'll hold on to the rifle. Don't think he'll find the AWP either. Seems difficult for both squads. I feel like MIBR in a number of rounds have been in very difficult situations, often self-inflicted, but still somehow come out with the round. You see KNG jumping on a box outside. Feels like they were, well, I guess forced into a somewhat puggy approach with basically 0 grenades. I think I saw a decoy and that was it at some point in that round. But here they are.
I am also a bit confused as to why you wouldn't just boost KNG up there, because it looked like he was just jumping up by himself,
yeah.
which is just ridiculous that you think that's going to work. But this MIBR squad have the players to make plays, and I think something that I really noticed when watching the TRK demo I watched yesterday is that he is so good on those trade kills. That's really, I think, the value he brings to this team. He's so good at knowing exactly how to space himself, where to position himself so that he can trade his teammates, and he did that there. He traded onto Nifty, made sure that they could wrap into that A site more easily, and then that swing onto the second player was just absurd, but that's the skill that TRK has, cracking open that round for his team. Now Legia with the one rifle has positioned himself in quite an active area of the map, looking to see if he can get involved early, jumping up himself. He spotted VSM, but VSM is one step ahead of him. The rifle dropped, and I doubt Envy are going to get that back. It's up on top of the red container.
Yeah, no boosting again, which may have offered a cleaner opportunity. So MIBR may just give Envy some time to hang themselves here. Some jiggling seen by VSM, making that $ count. Thomas now, the last man with a USP, takes an off angle for main or mini, depending on your region. MIBR being so careful. 5v1, 4 of them together. They'll move into the A site. There we go, last 1 to 4. MIBR being careful, nothing wrong with that. Not offering any mistakes. Well then, been a difficult CT side for Envy after the initial start. Again, they won the pistol and didn't lose to a force buy. So if we ignore the first 3 rounds, you've got that round from Mihu on the ramp where 2 players lined up as they went through a smoke. Normally, players would go either side to avoid that exact scenario, but again, that's not a round which is replicable, so we haven't really seen too much from Envy just yet in terms of some round wins. Now, MIBR very quickly outside, a variation on their smokes. And just like that, they're downstairs. Oh my god, they were lining up for Lucas almost. 1 for 1. Bomb makes its way down late as well, which is something to keep an eye on. MIBR often have the bomb making its way late, which is fine, but it has been awkward in multiple situations already.
Envy have pushed all the way through lobby here, so they know it's B. They're 100% sure it's this B site they've lost. The problem is, right now, there's no kit for Envy, and they also don't really have... How's this bomb taking so long to get planted, though? That's my question. Finally, it goes down. This could work out. Oh, VSM eventually gets the kill up close, and with Leo finding a follow-up frag, that might be it. Mihu's landed another shot, though. These are meant to be the 2-star players on the Envy side, but it's so difficult to get back into the bomb site. Without the kit, they're going to have to save.
Yeah, it's been real difficult for them. That round felt like it was on fast forward, apart from the bomb plant. Well, an AWP, again, a lot can be done with it in the rounds to come. Well, the next round, rather. If they can find some way to get an entry, that would be fantastic for Envy. But I would imagine that MIBR will probably go slow and expect this if they know that the AWP is still on deck. I think they look to dry Envy out a little bit before they make a play. Some wild plays with the AKs so far from Mibr, and they are being successful. That's why you got to be careful with your tracers close to a smoke. Well then, 3 rounds in a row for Mibr. We'll see if they can keep it up. All eyes on Nifty as he has got to do something with this AWP. Looks like he'll be going towards the ramp. Nope, going to be upstairs instead.
And Nifty's had the AWP a couple of times now, and we haven't seen the impact we need to see with it. Especially because now Nifty on this team isn't calling anymore. From what we've heard, apparently Legia's taken back over as the in-game leader role. And Nifty said he's kind of doing more co-leading stuff, is the way he was putting it. So I think that's more chiming in every now and then with some ideas, keeping the morale high for the team. That was a T-sided smoke from Mibr through the squeaky door, which meant that Nifty couldn't get the chance for an opening kill, but he's finally got it. VSM taken out of the action. TRK rapping though, they're not ready. Oh, 1 kill in the back, but Calix gets the trade, and now Legia has to go forwards, but they're not ready. Headshot for Legia, second kill for Legia, doing the damage and putting them down and out. KNG's the only man left.
Yeah, he hasn't gone too far, Legia. With only KNG left. I thought there might be some movement to try and figure out where he is, but he's found too quickly. He's got a minute on the clock to clutch KNG now. All of a sudden, things have really escalated. Oh, you got to be nervous now if you're an Envy fan. Taking some shots towards the hut. Legia is there. Picks up a rifle. 38 seconds. Footsteps being heard. Got to be real careful about these grenades. Out comes Thomas with the CZ. Picked the right time. And they will capitalize on their advantage.
Yeah, this is definitely what I was expecting out of the game. I'd say sloppy Counter-Strike at times, but Legia finds the timing window. Really nice second shot. And then even that KNG's given these 2 fights shouldn't really be happening. But that's kind of what you expect almost from this MV lineup, being quite new and having players from all over the world. You're going to get that to begin with. We've seen it with teams like OG, who have taken so long to get to the point where they feel like they're finally hitting their stride. And even they lost against Gen.G. So who even knows if that's true at this point?
Yeah, I'm still favoring Mibr to win the majority of the remaining rounds. Again, if we look at the nature of the rounds that Envy have won, there isn't much to go on for the future rounds, whereas Mibr have just been basically wide swinging and trade fragging and such, using their numbers where necessary, and coming out on top. 6 rounds of 11, pretty good for the T side. Initial smokes are up. That's the last one for the CT side. Mibr just waiting out the utility. You can see the off angle from Mihu as Nifty will essentially work as bait. Misses his shot, lost his position now. Try to show some more presence, delay a little bit longer. And this may work out well because there are 47 seconds on the clock and Mibr are still in the lobby and such.
Real shame that that smoke doesn't extinguish the molly there. Leo might have made a move, but they're going to go back to A. Calix just now backing away. Smoke goes down. Calix should be aware of this position. There are no flashes here either. We could get a lineup. Legia in from above. 2 kills found. Calix finally traded, and Legia almost gets the kill, but it's all on KNG, and the AWP is in trouble. Thomas just drops down, takes the final kill. I think Mibr there just getting slowed down so much. They kind of try and go back to that A site, but the nades were never really there to make that successful.
Yeah, it's just slowed down enough with utility to force him into a plan C, which the CT's had better positions for, really. Just above that hut, so hard to deal with as you make your way through. 6-6 now. One player's timed out, so we'll have a brief delay before we get back into things. This is the pick of Mibr, Nuke. And they're not doing too shabby on the T side. It has been a sloppy, scrappy affair, whichever you prefer. But what ultimately matters, in the short term at least, is the score. Now, their money sucks at the moment, which is a godsend for Envy, in theory at the very least. Because this can allow them to really focus in on that 9 rounds on the CT side. That would be really helpful for them. See KNG there. Looks younger with that glasses on.
Yeah, I mean, I've got to say, I feel like he's seemingly started to lose his hair a little bit as he's become the IGL of the team, which
Wow.
probably makes sense. It's probably quite stressful. Again, though, I got to give a lot of props to KNG for being willing to take on that role for the squad. I was never sure if he'd be the kind of guy who wanted to do that, but Kogu's saying he's watching all the demos. He's doing that for the team, and we appear to be back live. I hope MIBR have 5 players, James. I assume they do. Wait, do they?
No, they got 4 players.
Huh.
That's interesting.
Imagine
this
if
is
they win
new?
this round.
This is new?
Oh, wait. They do have 5.
They do
TRK
have
just
5.
died.
Oh, okay, I couldn't see him on the. I was looking on the radar. And I couldn't
Yeah.
see him. The invisible man, not so invisible after all. No problem. 3 players remain for MIBR on this eco round. This is more or less a nothing round at this point. Indeed, it is. 1 on the board for Envy. And indeed, a player has disconnected now. Online Counter-Strike for you. I actually have, you know that Enjoy Coca-Cola advert? It's basically their logo, and it says like Enjoy on it somewhere.
Right.
Okay, or it says Enjoy Coke or something anyway. Someone made one. It was more for fighting games that says Enjoy Nets Play, which I have, but it's a bit too casual for broadcast, but I have it upstairs. So, there we go.
There you go. Maybe get it out for the blind spot.
Perhaps, yeah.
Perhaps.
Perhaps. Well, it's been a. I think the next 2 maps will be a lot stronger from both teams.
I hope so.
It's been a bumpy ride in this first half.
This is the map that MIBR were probably meant to be most well drilled on, is the scary thing. Because I've seen their Inferno be really rough a couple of times, especially on their banana holds. They were having a really hard time figuring out how to hold banana. Like a lot of the times MIBR were full committing all their nades to banana early and still dying early. And then in the other rounds, they were just playing super safe, but not quite together enough to trade. It was just looking a little disjointed from them. I think Overpass is the massive question mark for MIBR, because that was a map they were banning against almost everyone. And now they've left it in against Envy, who are a team that, at least in my assessment, when I look at Envy, I'd think Overpass would definitely be a map that would be in their pool. So I am wondering whether MIBR are just starting to get that Overpass in there, because we did hear Kogu in the pre-game interview saying they need to work on their map pool. That's the main thing they need to work on.
Yeah, and well, I think on every map in the short term, there's going to be a lot of problems for MIBR to deal with, but Overpass is, I think with like some of the coordination stuff we're seeing, I wonder what they might look like on that map, but it may not be too long before we find out. So there we go, everybody's back on the server now, and we are good to go. Well, the AKs are out for the most part for MIBR. TRK with the Galil. They've got the smokes and the flashes. They fixed the smokes, of course, since the beginning of this half. So if they do head towards B once again, I'm sure they'll have that extra smoke they needed that they were missing previously.
I would love to see something maybe even a little more aggressive from MIBR here. I think that's what they've been doing to a lot of success. They're throwing 4... Oh, no, they're not throwing 4 smokes at yard. They still have 2 left. What is this, though?
There's a giant gap, though. Again.
Oh, my.
Oh, this is rough. And this is what should happen when you're not throwing your smokes properly. This is bread and butter stuff. So someone has nosed it right up. And I'm not sure what else is there to say, really. It's a false start as far as smokes are concerned on Nuke for MIBR.
That's a nice kill from TRK. He's taken a lot of damage in the process, though. Yeah, there's really nothing we can say about that round other than, well, the outside smokes miss, and that cost them the round. Because they clearly... It looked like MIBR thought they'd figured out the yard smokes, because you see the first guy's just walking with his back turned, so he's fully expecting himself to be covered off there, and he simply was not.
Very expensive lessons to learn here. But that's the thing, there are so many smokes in this game as well. Like, you know, if you play the game regularly, you basically just have to sometimes sit down and just drill smokes just to make sure you remember them. And when you're learning them, you've got to throw them like 30 times in a row.
It looked like Calyx at least sprayed a couple through the smoke. Because from his angle, he didn't have as clear vision. But Bad buy in the last round of the half for MIBR. This is not the start to this game they would have wanted, but they're going to speed things up on the A play.
Well, that's a quick shot miss from Nifty, and perhaps there's an opportunity here for MIBR. Maybe again there isn't, because Legia's cleaning house. It's essentially an anti-eco round. In the last round of the half, MIBR had opportunities to do more, but the grenades meant that they did a lot less. That's a gift horse for Envy, allowing them to get to 9 rounds because of, well, in part because of the errors from MIBR. We'll see what they look like on the CT side after the break.
Envy are a mystery to many. The organisation once housed the best team in the world, but that was half a decade ago, and those French players are long since gone. Now, the NA-based org again puts a European lineup into the server, but with players hailing from disparate origins. Polish entry fragger Mihu was once an addition to the legendary Virtus Pro and is a diligent adept of his role, but still searching for the team in which he can rack up Tier 1 placings. New recruit Thomas, a rare British talent to make it to this level, has been one of the year's breakouts, making a name for himself in any point online. Perhaps the biggest name in the team is Turkey's Calix. One of the stars of Space Soldiers, he is known for a temperamental game which can be highly explosive when his aim is dialed in. The veteran and leadership elements of Envy come from American Nifty, who was part of Renegades previously, and former coach Legia, who is best known for his play in the big side that made top 8 at ESL One Cologne 2017. An unusual collection of
Hello, we are back. We have returned to Nuke. We're moving into the second half. The first half sucked. It was all over the place. It was a mess. I spilled tea on myself during that half, and it was still cleaner than what we saw in that first half of Nuke.
Nice. At least you're not wearing your all-white outfit today, James.
Yes.
That would have been a nightmare. Hopefully, this isn't as much of a nightmare half for both of these teams. I think Envy will be happy that they're in the lead. They're on their opponent's pick. They've done enough to get themselves into a good position. And we've got the dualies out. VSM plopping a smoke down, making sure that Envy can't push his position early. That is all the nades used by Envy early as well. And they're going to pop into this A-bomb site. Nifty coming in second, but the shots are landing. Leo's got 2 kills from the back lines. Still surviving here. Still alive somehow. Finally he falls. But KNG's on the flank, and surely he's about to lock this in. But Envy have made the right move. They're going down towards B. Only one of them makes it, but Calix turns around. How is he still alive? 4 HP. He finally falls, but Thomas has a chance.
He's given Thomas the space to move into a post-plant position. How he's alive, I don't know. Maybe panic in this pistol round. MIBR really need to win this, otherwise Envy might be heading for a 12-6 scoreline. We'll see how this angle plays out. You can see VSM moving in on the radar just around the corner, just to the left, edging forward now. Surely he won't be checking for this. There go the Julies. And now where is TRK? Oh, the smoke! It just bounced backwards. It didn't go towards the door. That's so unlucky. But what will it mean? Can he land the headshot? Thomas dies, closes the door as well. Very polite, good manners, got the defuse kit. And there is a much-needed pistol round for MIBR.
Yeah, much more difficult than it maybe needed to be after not finding that kill onto Calix. But Thomas not able to win the clutch this time round. Definitely a player I'm going to be looking at on this Envy lineup is Thomas. He was having a really good tenure in Endpoint, and I think it was Glaive who said in an interview a few months ago that the Tier 2 and Tier 3 EU teams are at a really high level. So for him to be playing well on an Endpoint lineup that we're doing pretty well in some of these online games, I'd love to see what he can do coming into Envy, a team that's already got a lot of skilled players on its roster. Right now, though, it's Envy who are trying to bounce back, and Calix has already got the first kill with the Galil. There are a couple of AKs here for Envy as well. This is a very dangerous force buy.
Nifty just having a hop around outside. He has some support as well. We could see Mibr looking to put in some work outside. Clean headshot onto KNG. And they move forward quickly. One in the garage. Uh-oh, Nifty's got problems now. His teammates are dying around him, and he's only got a scout to try and fight with. His teammates are moving elsewhere. They're not protecting the weapons. Thomas and Legia, you can see them waiting for instructions in the lobby, and down they go, maybe towards the B-bomb site. Well, this is going to be a hairy one. They don't have any utility, and Legia only has a Desert Eagle. Meanwhile, we've got 2 rifles and an SMG for Mibr. VSM waiting to open the door. There it is. Double peek, and it's 1-for-1. 46 seconds for Thomas to try and clutch. Question is, where is the second player? Oh boy, 1 bullet through that door, and who knows? Plan for decon. Nobody's home. They are together by double doors now. Full health, Thomas, but how many bullets does he have? 13 to take out both players. There's a first one. A transfer is here as well. UK man's on deck, and double figures for Envy.
Couldn't win the last one, but he gets it this time. Mibr committed everyone towards Yard to stop that play from happening, and as soon as Envy realized they could quickly subvert expectations, get down to that B-bomb site, they made sure to do it. Thomas there nearly getting the double kill to begin with, but just that slight move behind Silo allows him to pull out his gun, allows him to transfer the spray, and Legia is loving it. He's hyped right now.
That cushion doesn't go with the couch.
That's what you're focused on.
Yeah, man, there's a lot of contrast going on there. I don't know how I feel about it. Well then, Mibr will start the CT side in the worst way possible. Both teams have won their CT pistols. However, Mibr are the only ones to have been reset afterwards. VSM with the MP9 and a bunch of pistols. The odd smoke, just the 1 flashbang. Now, do Envy start a slow approach to give Mibr a chance to make a play and then respond to that? Or they take an anti-eco position in the lobby? Or will they go fast towards ramp or A sites? 4 of the, I think they're going into A. Looks like Mihu's throwing grenades from the outside. Well, they start into A. Some punctures through Squeaky Door. I'm not sure if the plan was for Calix to run down the vent. I imagine it was. He will not be successful. So the early play versus the anti-force buy fails for Envy, and now it's a 4 versus 5 in favor of the force buying Mibr.
Oh, Leo trying to reposition. Thomas hasn't taken his chance, though. Another gun dropped, this time an AK, which could be recovered. Legia's trying to see if he can just hold this door position, and Mihu's also on the flank. This might be the man to make the difference. Legia's just burned the first player alive, and Mihu sneaking in has now been spotted. They don't have to commit to this A site either. They should be aware there are probably a couple of CTs here, but Envy are happy to go for it. They know the position, so they're going to try and move in. Nifty not looking the right way, though. Leo might have a chance, but Nifty finally turns round, and this should be the round turned on its head. Nifty making sure to get 2 important kills. He's been caught. Spray back from Legia isn't successful. KNG with 2 kills, and now it's up to Mihu to make this happen. He's not got the bomb, and he might not have a chance. He has to win this first fight, which he does. VSM is also pushing through Hut, though, and Mihu turns round, but not in time. VSM wins it with the MP9, and it is all over the place at the start of this second half.
The anarchy continues, it seems. No consecutive rounds won yet. That was absolute madness. Again, the fast play from Envy. Risk sacrificing a player to go down Squeaky rather. Go down the vent through Squeaky against the force buy. Failed, then Thomas lurking alone, gave up a rifle. Which they did manage to control with a Molotov, but it just went from bad to worse, and now they find themselves on the pistols. However, Envy haven't gone for the full force buy. They're not going to go back and forth. Some deagles picked up. At this juncture, there are no grenades for Envy. Just trying to do some damage. Now, if they have the AKs out in the next round, they'll have a much better buy than MIBR, which is maybe why they've chosen this option. Thomas being hunted on the outside, some bonus money with the SMG kill for Leo. That leaves Nifty to die towards the ramp. A clean round for MIBR. That'll give them some money in the hole, the slightest of buffers. Now we'll see what Envy choose to do. Not everybody can have an AK-47 in this round.
Ooh, they might only get 2. Yeah, only 2 AKs. A couple of other players could have bought them, but we know how important the smokes are on Nuke. If you want to go for those secret plays, for example, and when you've got a scout, you probably are playing it slower. So they've emphasized getting a little more utility with those Galils in there. That means the firepower will take a slight hit. Nifty looking for a gap in the smoke early. All smokes used early by Envy in this round. They've got to do something with these smokes fast. It's the deep smokes to try and get themselves into garage. They're taking a lot of time here, though. KNG slowed them down from above. If Envy aren't careful, those smokes might start fading soon.
Yeah, but they've thrown him correctly. That's a plus. Mihu running in blind. KNG stuck with the FAMAS, and here's where their weapon superiority comes into play. I believe the Galil's armor penetration is better than the M4A4 as well. VSM on the outside. Some jiggling, trying to get a 1v1, but he can't get the kill. And this just forces the hand of the remaining players yet more. They've got to try and find an opening. If Leo just sits here, surely he's a sitting duck. You can see Lucas making plays by secret. But in a 3 versus 5, you'd expect trade fraggers. Now, this is awkward for Envy as well, because Mihu, Calix, and Nifty are all very low health. So if one player swings in for the second play to trade, he might die as well at this rate. So it's still a hairy round for both teams.
Mihu staying away from the rest of the pack. Envy not with many nades here. If they end up lining up, that could be pretty bad for them. I don't know if they have any clue that Mihu's still here, though. Oh, it's going to be back-turned. Mihu gets a free kill, low on health, and I think that might just be the difference maker. MIBR still have 2 players here, but TRK loses the fight, and even though Leo's got the first kill, he shouldn't get too many more. Oh, he's got a second. Leo maybe has a chance. The Deagle out, but Nifty's able to land the shot to the body. Envy coming right back with a round win of their own. And now the question is, can MIBR buy into this next one? The money for both teams has never really been built up with how this game has been playing so far.
Yeah, that was pretty scary towards the end as well. Again, with the low health on so many players, who knows what could have happened there. I don't know how many rounds, like solid rounds from either team, I would say that we have seen so far. However, the grenades are absolutely on point for Envy, at least as far as the smokes are concerned. Those are clean, which is nice to see. A timeout from Envy at present, which is just about to expire. Again, back to winning ways are Envy. 2 rounds to the good at present on the T side, 11-9. First map of this series. MIBR now with the M4A4s out. No FAMASs in this particular round, so one might argue they have a better buy than before. But then so do Envy. More AKs out, just the 1 Galil with Thomas. Mihu 23 for 10 at present. We'll see what he can add to that. KNG 8 for 16. We will need him to improve those in the CT side. But first, they need an economy in order to buy an AWP. Got some aggression from MIBR in the lobby. Now, will TRK outstay his welcome? In fact, they realize that the whole of Envy are outside. Envy have no position because MIBR know exactly where they are, so they can just post up wherever they want to.
Yeah, they're having to throw these smokes on the fly as well on the MV side, which isn't as easy. You can see Legia at least getting a smoke for main. Oh, that smoke on the right side of Garage is maybe slightly missed. But it's okay. Envy have got the yard control. The response from MIBR, though, is actually to have 2 players down secret. Lucas is going to spot early. He gets the information. It's Envy, though, that are trying to wrap round in towards Heaven, in towards Hell, and they're going to be flanked here. Leo's coming up from secret. Easy kill from behind. Now Envy could get picked apart. It's just chaos. Fights happening all over the place, and Mihu turns it round into a 2v2. VSM dropping down while Calix goes up. It continues. But it's Calix who wins the fight, and it's TRK who opened up the round, who has to try and close it.
Dude, these fights are absolutely bonkers. It's also hilarious to watch Leo Drunky because he wants to swing 24/7. That guy does not have a backwards key. It's forward, left or right. Mihu caught a grenade in his hand, but where is Calix? Looking upstairs, but Calix is lurking down. There he is! Oh, that's the perfect timing from TRK. Another completely bananas round, back and forth affair, which is won by the skin of their teeth. This is the most bizarre game of Nuke. It's the most bizarre, but I'm enjoying it. It's great.
Quite bizarre indeed.
Look at this swing. He's just out there afterwards like, whoop, I want to go for a kill. Trades continue. How do you even call in a situation where like everybody's outside or swinging outside like that? It's nuts.
I'm always surprised we didn't see more of those aggressive plays from Leo on the T side. Because in the games I've seen him play on Nuke, he's been going for all sorts of flanks through heaven, pushes down secret early, trying to be that sort of space creator for the team. I think we didn't see as much of that from Mibr on their T side. But now that they're on their CT side, they may be able to wrestle back control of this game. Quick note as well, you pointed out that KNG is bottom of the board for Mibr. The same can be said for Envy in that Nifty, their AWPer, is also bottom of the board. Quite rare to see a Nuke game where both AWPers are struggling, but I guess with how this game has been going, they haven't had the AWP as much as they would want, either of them.
Yeah. Pistols for Envy once again. The eco rather than the force buy. Mihu and Calix outside. Legia trying to creep. Lucas has got the AUG in the garage. And Calix has got the mini AWP and the Deagle. So there's something. But a bomb's been lost towards the ramp. VSM with some bonus money with the MP9 kills. MP9, very strong CT weapon. I actually never buy the UMP.
Oh, same.
Because I just go straight for the MP9 every single time.
Yeah. MP9 is great. I wish I knew the spray just a little bit better, because it shoots so fast that the spray pattern just kind of starts going all over the place. But if you're close range, you're fine.
If you need to spray, then your aim's not good enough.
That's one way.
Because you're either close range. A lot of people go for like the burst, like 3, 4, 5 bullets with the MP9 if necessary. KNG has the AWP, worth noting. And he's heading towards the ramp. Round 23, 11 apiece. See if Mibr can stabilize now. If this game will have some normalcy in it. Calix up top, not with the Deagle this time, but with the AK-47.
Oh, Mibr are pushing again. They've got a couple of players pushed into ramp right now. KNG's having a look at lobby. They're just going to leave this all posted on this angle. That's going to give Mibr a ton of information early in this round. Smokes down towards Yard. Mibr can start to react, and there's the kill from KNG. Now Envy are going to feel pressured. They probably realize they've lost lobby. They kind of have to go down to this B site. And Mibr are a little slow to react. Finally dropping down the vents. VSM is the man here, but he's not ready.
Oh, that's difficult to watch. They know he's stuck in the vent somewhere, and that might buy time for rotation. Oh, God, surely somebody's watching this! 4 on 4. KNG with the angle. Right side of the ramp. Control room is smoked off, and the flank is coming. Leo just walks to his doom there, and Lucas will trade. That's the bomb! And now they've got to come back, Envy. Do they have to go up the site? Mibr could even push the B-bomb site potentially here while this is happening. Another crazy round. 38 seconds on the clock. All of Envy outside the double doors of B and Control. And all of Mibr are upstairs. Lucas making his way down, as is KNG. There is a smoke on Calix to try and get a bomb plant here. But how long will they wait? 23 seconds on the clock. And again, Mibr not really in position. KNG's been mollied off. Wallbang shot would be nice. They make their way down now. 10 seconds to plant the bomb. KNG patiently waiting in that smoke. No shot taken.
No fights given to him just yet. Envy all sitting back in patient positions. Mibr are the ones that have to go first. KNG's looking at the right spot right now. Oh, the swing comes out, but KNG misses his chance. Thankfully, TRK's got 2 kills in the back lines. Make it a third. TRK just rips them to shreds on the retake. I'm so impressed by what we're seeing from TRK, just individually. I feel like we never got to see this sort of play from him on the old roster, but he's come out swinging. I was looking at the stats, actually. He's been the highest rated player for Mibr since they've switched to this lineup. He's been doing great things, and that 3K must have been very nice.
Yeah, that's a nice way to spur on the squad. Nuke the pick of Mibr. They really need to win this one. And they are hyped for every round they secure. Back and forth affair continues. Envy with a lot of utility. Still an eco round for them as the loss bonus rises. Will they be trying to quickly make their way down the vent? Leo Drunky will have something to say about it. Some grenades on the outside to distract, perhaps. Looks like they're trying to draw Mibr to defend the outside, maybe to weaken the hold around Squeaky. Mibr being patient at the moment. Look at these grenades flying in now. Lucas has been isolated. Leo Drunky on the other side, focusing on A, but a spray down is here. TRK and KNG. Lovely taps, and Legia will be the last one to drop. 1 kill in that eco round from Envy. Mibr 3 rounds away from their pick of nuke. From winning their pick of nuke.
Yeah, they finally got the big guns out. And it's been working out for them. Nice spray from TRK there. The most important thing in that round is just getting a couple of those early kills before Envy can start to swarm the site. So the fact that TRK just gets 1 or 2 kills early means that Mibr are in much better stead. Everyone can start to have the awareness on the Mibr side. They can all start to look that way. And Envy just never get the chance to create the chaos that they needed to. So a lot of credit needs to go to TRK for that one. And now into this round, it's really a must-win for Envy. And this is where I am worried for Envy, that they are just going to continue to just pump the brakes. This is what we saw when they had that close game against Fours. They started to really slow down and just start to play defaults. But that's what they've been doing in this game, and it hasn't really been working. I like the pace change. The dry peek, not going to work, though. VSM gets the early kill. KNG rotating in, but they're going to be able to get up close here. KNG is going to have to land a very close range shot if Mihu rounds the corner. The flash comes through. KNG still not pulling the trigger, though. He's going to get away.
Yeah, the VSM's coming back into an aggressive position. We can see Mihu in an unorthodox position to try and catch a re-aggression. And there comes VSM, but he's just not going all the way. 50 seconds, and if Envy aren't given something, they're going to have to make a play eventually. Mihu now looking to jiggle a little. KNG up the ladder, VSM delaying, Nifty caught off. No scope for KNG as Mihu takes position. 39 seconds. There is a smoke along with other utility for Envy to try and help them get a bomb plant. Quietly going up the ladder. We can see TRK on the inside, Lucas on the outside. The other two positioned towards B. Now TRK, we saw him get a multi-frag in the previous round. Now Envy are really running this clock down. They've got a flashbang. Oh, that's a beautiful... Oh no, it's a team. It's a suicide from Thomas. He cratered with the spray from TRK. Didn't quite make it as far as they wanted to. Well, some did, but very painfully.
That's something else I talk about with TRK, is I feel like he's so good at just getting one more kill than you'd expect. I'd probably expect him to get 1 kill and get traded there, but he somehow manages to make it a 2nd kill, and those are the plays that can win you the game. Speaking of plays that can win you the game, KNG, that was very nice.
Ooh. Love a crater.
Oh, what's the call for Envy?
Yeah.
Big call here.
That was a big round for them. That previous one. And it was unsuccessful. Mibr, maybe they can't be stopped at this point. Only 2 rounds in this half for Envy thus far. They've just taken their second last timeout, Envy. And it will be a forced buy. The Scout is out again. Way more Scout than AWP in this game. Maybe overall. I think we've just seen a lot more Scout in total, not even just for one team.
Could be the case. We've seen quite a few Scouts. Nifty getting one this time, as you so rightfully pointed out. A couple of players on Envy without head armor even. Thomas and Mihu having to sacrifice that to make sure they have the full nades. And Nifty's still looking for fights. He may have the scout, but he's not going to be counted out of this round. KNG with the AWP on the other side of things. Nade going into the door early. Smoke to follow for Leo. The yard looks to be going the way of Envy. Mihu's able to sneak up close. Now, Lucas has got Secret in his control. If the smokes start to come through, though, that's where Lucas is actually quite committed to this position, and he might have problems getting away safely. Those smokes are now being lined up as well. Mihu puts the first one down. Flash in for Lucas, though. That's what they needed to do. Proactive play gets him an early fight. He gets the quick kill, and now Envy have been stopped in their tracks. They've left the bomb behind as well. This is not a good look for Envy right now.
Yeah, this is surely where it gets puggy for them, and they've got to just find an entry, find a way to force their way in, but no. KNG survives the first test. Leo plays off the distraction, which leaves Calix and Nifty in a 2 versus 5. Lucas still defending secret. Nifty waiting for the peak. TRK with another unorthodox angle. And looks to clean up Nifty as well. TRK with the multi-frags has been very key for MIBR in this game of Nuke. And now they find themselves on game point. 6 rounds in a row for MIBR. And Envy've got 3,500 average. This is not going to be an easy task for them. They are only 4 rounds away, but they've only won 2 rounds in this half.
I think something that Envy need to incorporate on this T side of Nuke is just a few faster rounds. Because I just think MIBR always seem to be able to get the drop on them. We're never really seeing a fast A play, a fast secret play to really try and put the pressure on MIBR early. Because MIBR are also a relatively new roster. If you go fast, you might catch those rotations out, and that's what we're finally seeing. Calyx gets that first kill. That must have been a ridiculous shot, but Lucas is able to trade, and here comes Legia sneaking out towards the A site. Lucas has no clue. Oh, this could get deadly. Legia looking for the fight. TRK drops down, but Legia wins the battle, and now Leo also hitting the deck. Envy finally fighting back. They inject a little bit of pace into the play, and it looks to net them another round.
Yeah, this could be the opportunity Envy really needed. VSM gets his bell rung. There is some money for MIBR after this round. We'll see what VSM chooses to do. 1 versus 3. All 3 players for Envy on the site really have to try and get himself a 1 versus 1, and they will make it as awkward as possible. Thomas showing a little. Legia's low health. Oh, he gets his bell rung again. That's 2 headshots through the wall, and that's too many for him. Try to back away, but Thomas will deny him. Now, if Envy can win the next round, who knows? Maybe overtime, the prospect of overtime will be a lot easier for them. But MIBR, again, they've got money to buy for this round at the very least.
Could even see a second AWP. Yeah, we are going to see a second AWP. VSM has been playing ramp so far. He's picked up that secondary sniper. That was a really nice scout shot from Nifty. Important kill to be able to get them towards A. But here comes the double AWP setup from MIBR. I'm definitely intrigued to see whether one of them's going to go aggressive early. It looks like KNG's just running to the red container. VSM's playing top
Oh
hut.
my god.
Damn.
Now that is an impressive position. That is a painful lesson to learn for me, Hugh. How on earth is KNG here? MIBR looking comfortable in possibly the last round of the game. Lucas has been dropped outside. They know KNG still lurks. He has more rifle support, however. And Envy are not really in a position to do anything elsewhere. Down Legia goes through the box. Actually, I say that, but Thomas has found an opening onto VSM as he makes his way back into the lobby. Running to ramp now, reading that as probably help for KNG towards the outside. And maybe the ramp is the way they win this round.
Yeah, maybe they realized VSM is that ramp player, so getting him out of the round, ramp's likely clear. They're going to start to move down towards B. MIBR still not rotating just yet. They may hear that smoke though, but they're going for the flank.
Oh, it's the bomb.
Oh, okay. We're fine for now.
Oh.
Are we fine though?
Oh my god. I mean, what if they see nothing?
Oh my God.
They could go down towards the B bomb site. This is insane. This is absolutely wild. I think TRK, yeah, he's peeking out. He's peeking out on there in heaven. They've got no idea that this is beautiful timing in favor of Envy. However, there are 2 players for MIBR upstairs, so there's still more work to be done. KNG by Squeaky looking up, but they're down already. Bomb being planted. Trying to defend main. He's convinced somebody must be upstairs. That molly's missed completely. That would have been a tell, even based off the sound cue only. Looking for the jump peak now. TRK makes his way upstairs. Where are all the Envy players? Leo Drunky trying to run distraction, and it's going to be TRK, of course, with the opening kill. There's a kill on Leo Drunky as well. Now it's down to Nifty. He can't do it. It will be 16 rounds for MIBR. They take their pick of Nuke.
They do in the end. It was not clean, not comfortable, but it's a win for MIBR. That's all that matters for them. They'll be celebrating that one. Up next, though, Overpass, a map we haven't seen from this MIBR roster. We really have a big question to answer as to how they're going to play on that map. I think for MIBR's sake, they're going to be happy with the win. They may not be happy with the performance, but when you're in a loser's game like this, look, you've just got to grind out the win. You've got to grind out the rounds, and they just about did it.
Yeah, it was a very difficult game for both teams, but MIBR won their pick, and that's going to be important for them, of course, with a very young map pool and a young team. So we'll see what they can do in the coming maps after the break.
A scrappy affair to be opening up our final game of the day, but ultimately the Brazilians seal their map pick 16-12. Potter and Alan joined me to be breaking this one down. And Alan, it was no means a clean victory from the Brazilians,
No,
but
certainly
they
not.
get it done.
Certainly on the first half, there were so many scrappy rounds. We had close situations. I did feel like MIBR across the whole game were a bit stronger in the afterplants. In that sense, it was going well, but they were missing some smokes in that first half. It was really quite messy. I think in the second half, they got their act together a bit more. Maybe the comms were coming together. Maybe potentially Kogu as coach stepped in a bit. But in the end, I think it was quite convincing as we got towards the end of that game.
Yeah. Man, I think the biggest glaring issues for Envy coming out to the point, the most obvious one is definitely Nifty. I think him missing some shots definitely put his riflers in some sticky situations. You know, just like the Opper relies and depends on his riflers to buy him space, buy him time, his riflers depend on Nifty to hold those long lines, and unfortunately missing those shots really crumbled the defenses. But even so, for Envy, even moving towards the T side of things, it did seem like there were a lot of instances where Envy found themselves in those 3v3 scenarios walking around the map. And I don't know if Envy expected more of a contact, more of a defense, more pickoffs around the map, but they did seem a little bit confused. Maybe they had way too much map control and they were just like, should we go lower? Should we go upper? There was a lot of decision making that you could clearly see on the map. So I think MIBR played it well. They didn't give Envy those picks. They didn't let them have those openings. And even when Envy had that map control, MIBR didn't have those unforced errors that I was talking about. KNG didn't get picked off on a random part of the map. They played pretty tight-knit, and it just made it so much more difficult for Envy.
Yeah, I think on that second half, what I spoke about at the start of Envy potentially playing 2 default really played out. They're playing really slow. They may have just, throwing the out smokes, then late contacting ramp or trying to pull lower rotates and then going really late onto inner. And it just wasn't putting enough pressure onto MIBR. I don't think MIBR has perfect comms or perfect team play, but they were just allowed to play their own game. And they got it over the line in the end.
Yeah, and I think we need to talk about that string of rounds that we saw MIBR bringing out towards that, and then they managed to get the 6. Obviously, Envy really fighting tooth and nail, trying to bring it back before MIBR ultimately sealed the map off. And I'm wondering, from your perspective, Christine, what kind of changes did we see to this MIBR side going in to get that string of rounds?
I think it's just the tight-knitness. Like I said, again, they didn't allow Envy to kind of just snowball away within the rounds, right? Even if they were down numbers, I wrote here that Envy found themselves once again in those man advantages, 5 versus 2s. All of a sudden, MIBR are able to turn that into a 2 versus 2, keep Envy's money tight all the way through and through. So even if MIBR ended up losing a round in this game, the very next round they came fighting and swinging once again, and Envy's money was just so tight throughout this entire map.
Yeah, and I think that was a good point that Hawker brought up during the game, was that we didn't really see the AWPing coming out from either members really of the squad, just because of the nature of the economy of this game. They couldn't afford an AWP half the time to be bringing out.
Yeah, it's certainly true. And I said at the start that I thought KNG would really be the player to watch. But I think on that CD side, it was really quite a team effort. I think the topic I really want to discuss with MIBR that's quite interesting is them playing their afterplants and retakes. Because from watching them several times now, it feels like when somebody's taking control in the comms, and I imagine it's probably KNG on this team, I don't think there's really so many vocal players, they look super good. Do you remember that retake on the B site where they came in, they're all holding each other's angles, they walk in, they get every single frag on point. So for MIBR, I'm not sure why it's not always consistent. Sometimes they're not as good. Sometimes they're absolutely phenomenal in those retakes and those afterplants. If I had to guess, it's to do with there not being so many vocal players on this team. And for me, I can really tell when one player's, saying, let's do this, let's throw these nades, you walk in, I'll hold this. And when it all comes together like that, they can be really strong in those late rounds on those retakes.
Yeah, 100%. I do want to bring up another player that we were kind of alluded to before, Alan. We were talking about TRK, being able to give a little bit more freedom, a little bit more movement around the map now that some of the bigger names in MIBR have departed from the roster. So what did you see from him here on this particular map?
I think just really solid play, to be honest. And on this MIBR lineup where we haven't got so many experienced players, you do really need that. You need solid players. You don't always need the massive fraggers that are going to get 30 frags a game. You need the people that are going to be consistent. They're going to make the right decisions. They're going to make the right rotates, maybe even have really great comms. So for me, that's what TRK is bringing to this team at the moment, a bit of stability when perhaps they might have some inexperienced players that are more prone to making mistakes.
Yeah, not to mention even the clutches that TRK has been bringing to the table for these MIBR guys. And that means a lot, right? Because as I mentioned, the money was so tight throughout the entirety of this map. And TRK, he even had a 1 versus 2 that he was able to convert. So these small little details that TRK is able to kind of enable for his team, it pays off hugely in the end.
Yeah, and I think we've got to talk about the next map coming up. It's, of course, going to be Overpass, which is a very interesting map, to say the least. Obviously, this is the final map that we're going to be seeing this iteration of MIBR competing on. This will compete the 7 maps that we see in the pool. So I'm wondering from your perspective, Christine, obviously this is Envy's map pick coming into it. Again, we haven't seen them playing on it at all either. So a lot of question marks, I imagine, for this one.
Definitely a lot of question marks. And once again, I've got to look straight at Nifty. You know, I don't want to pick on this guy, but I just know that he has what it takes to show a little bit more, you know, and I think especially on this nuke, it wasn't he did not get into the swing of things. Certainly for Overpass, it should be a completely different story. Not only because it is Envy's map pick, but because it's Overpass. It's such a huge map that even if Nifty misses a few shots, it's not going to be the end of the world. He's going to have a lot more opportunities within the rounds. And as long as he's mobile, as long as he's communicating, and as long as he's confident, he should have those looks. So I want to see Nifty going around the map and looking for those opportunities.
Well, holding that thought on Nifty for just a moment, Monty showed us this absolutely incredible image. He did tweet it as well. I actually can't believe it. What did he say? He was just driving through California, stopped off at a gas station.
in a service station, yeah.
That's amazing.
And,
you know what, Nifty making his debut there on the Tender Bites. Absolutely love it. Beautiful
Bites.
It's amazing to see Nifty up there, of course, on that packaging. Beautiful stuff. But coming into Overpass, I'm wondering from your perspective, Alan, where are we going to be looking for MIBR as well, considering this is the final map that we're going to be seeing them competing on for this new iteration of the roster. Again, a very tactical map at that. Do you think they'll have been preparing specifically for this one?
Well, we haven't seen Envy on Overpass before, so in that sense, they'd be coming in trying to play their own game. I think on the T side particularly, I'm not looking at individuals on MIBR. I want to see them playing super contact heavy, particularly towards Monster, just abusing it all in on, getting players out, popping in, taking fights onto barrels, trying to wrap around the site. So that's really what I want to see on this one. From Envy's perspective, again, it's got to be Nifty, isn't it, on that CT side? We've got to be more mobile, it's got to be everywhere, getting early picks, because if they can't get the early frags and they just let MIBR have all the space, get aggressive, then they can be in real trouble.
Well, I think we can also take a look at our updated Pinnacle odds going into this next match. I'm interested to see exactly where they are siding for this second match of the series. And I'm also interested, if we're not looking at Nifty specifically as a player to be watching, is there anybody else that, we haven't actually touched on Thomas at all from the Envy side. I'm wondering what kind of impact you see him having in this particular match.
You know, surprisingly, Thomas has been pretty quiet so far in his debut with Envy, but I think it comes along with his role and what his responsibilities are. He's generally the entry fragger, so he's generally not alive at the end of the rounds, even though we did actually see him winning that 1 versus 2 down in that lower side on Nuke. So certainly for him, we need a little bit more of those, but I'm looking straight at Calyx. Mihu, he had an explosive Nuke game. He was holding down that ramp, and he was doing his damnedest to get these Envy guys into that match. He needs a second right-hand man, right? So I'm looking straight at Calyx. He had an explosive game on Dust 2 on the first day in their debut for this Envy side of things, just looking so confident in that server. So we need to see that sort of Calyx coming out for Envy as well.
Yeah, I love that you pick up on Mihu as well, because our stats man, wonderful Yumi here, he picked up on the fact that he was 19-6 on that first half of Nuke. And again, he was a player to watch coming into this. We were comparing him with one of the members of MIBR as well. So from your perspective, Alan, where are we looking from him coming into this?
So with Mihu, he's definitely a player with very aggressive tendencies. We've always seen that, even dating back to the stand-in days with Virtus Pro. So when I'm building a team around Mihu, what I want to see on the CT side is aggressive takes of map control, especially on Overpass. There's so many options towards the playground area. You can even go aggressive towards short water, towards connector. And I think he can kind of be a focal point for those aggressive plays. They can get him forward with the util. And that's where I think Mihu really comes alive, when he's got his teammates backing him up. He's got some good util. He can just go in there and get the frags and put them in good situations.
Well, speaking of which, it is time to be heading into map number 2 of this series. It's going to be Overpass, and it's going to be the wonderful Hawker and James to guide us through it.
Thank you very much, Freya, and our lovely analysts over on the desk. I think a lot of good things to pick up on there, especially considering we don't know what to expect on Overpass, right? Yeah. We haven't seen any games from either of these teams, but I fully agree with what Alan was saying at the end there. I think we just need a bit more aggression from Envy. We need them to play a bit more of their own game and show that confidence.
Absolutely. Also, I think that, Nuke was a mess. We saw the grenades from MIBR were just a a complete shit show, basically, on the T side. I don't expect that to be a common occurrence on these different maps, and here we are in Overpass. Up close in the connector, there are many MIBR players, or there were. They're all dead now, of course, apart from VSM. I saw Knives that weren't expecting him there. That is a very fast pistol round. I've never seen a pistol round where everyone died in connector, but here we go.
That's what I want to see from MV as well. Early fights, even though MIBR stacked the right spot, you still just win the battles against them. You still just win the round. I think on Nuke, they were just getting caught by MIBR's aggression way too often, and their defaults weren't working. So they all group up early, they get this connector control, they get the early fights, and they get their first round on the board.
I'd like to see someone with a HE. Someone who's in the middle, so they could just bounce it off the wall if they are coming around the corner, at least. Oh, speaking of HEs, Kobe!
I think that hit KNG. I think it might have actually hit him.
If you don't have any armor and a grenade hits you, it can do up to 101 damage in 2 hits.
Damn.
If it hits you and then explodes in your face.
I wonder if... could that be what just happened?
Possibly.
I didn't see the shots landing.
I would imagine he would have had Kevlar.
Oh,
because
true.
everyone else does. I mean, maybe he didn't if he had a scout or something. Yeah, he spent 1,700, so he's probably Kevlarless with a scout.
Oh! Bloody hell, what is going on here? Leo gets a 3k on long. Nifty landing some shots, but it's into a 2v2. Leo's going to get that AK into his hands. His teammate gets one as well. It's actually weaponry advantage for MIBR. They've got the bomb in their hands. They've got a real chance at causing this upset here, and Leo wants to see if he can sniff them out.
They both have full armor as well. Well then, there are 45 seconds, and Calix is on a very long walk. He's left Legia alone. The peek comes in from Leo. Leo doesn't like to stand in one place. And this is really going to burn some time for Calix. We can see MIBR moving into the toilets position. Smoke soon to be gone. But they're playing trade frag situation, essentially. Now, with 20 seconds left, I don't think you want to be swinging together. It will work out. As long as one of you stays alive, might be okay, but that'll be fine as well. Well, it seems the wild rounds will continue. From Nuke to Overpass, the craziness has not stopped just yet. MIBR winning the second round, and they'll have 2 AKs in the third. They really did line up for Leo Drunky there. Now it's the turn of Envy with the Desert Eagles. Nifty will have the scout. There's 1 flashbang, armor on everybody, helmets on some. We'll see what they're able to do. It's a very good position for MIBR with 2 gifted AKs.
Yeah, they'll be loving that. We saw TRK specifically do a lot of good work with the AK on the CT side of Nuke. I'm sure he'll be very happy to have that in his hands early on Overpass. Nifty's got that scout back in his hands, and one of the positive signs for Envy from that last round, the only positive sign really, was that Nifty did land a couple of shots with that scout. I'd like to see if he could do even more work in this one, but it's obviously not going to be as easy against the rifles of MIBR. Leo here having it to back away. So it's Leo and KNG playing this A site together. That strikes me as quite an aggressive A-sided hold from these 2 players. Definitely curious as to how they play this out as the rounds go on. And you can see Leo right now not willing to give up the bathrooms without a fight.
Yeah, Lucas is coming upstairs to help them out here, which maybe will help MIBR hold around the toilets position. Is he ready for the close left in Thomas? That flashbang doesn't quite work out for him. 2 spotted in the toilets now. KNG with that final bullet down to the USP. No helmets, thank you and goodbye. And only 1 player is lost. Absolutely fine for MIBR as they start their CT side. 2-1 now. Eco territory for Envy. A map down versus MIBR, who took Nuke, as you can see on your screens there. For those of you flying helicopters, maybe you're just on radio only. It was 16-12 for MIBR.
Well, this is a full eco from MV. A flock of Glocks is all they have in this round. And even though I can make it sound nice, it's not going to be nice for them. KNG actually taking a bit of damage early. This is a really aggressive mid-fight, which they don't need to take. They could lose their guns here. KNG USP with 2 kills. He's going to get the 3rd. KNG pulling out the pistol to make sure they lock it down. If KNG falls there, though, they're losing their rifles, and they could have had some problems. But it's all good. KNG's got it.
Yeah, having absolutely nothing useful to fight with definitely helped him out there, gave him the confidence to go for those patient USP shots. Yeah, that is, in some other cases, a round losing situation, but not this time. 3-1 for Mibr. Now Lucas is, he's going to go down in connector, where there is quite some presence from Envy. Smoke up to start things off. You can see Mibr are the ones who blew off the door. This makes it really hard to lurk in short B, especially with the smoke in connector. So if Envy went for a fast play towards a short B position, Lucas is going to dive through the smoke. Anyway, if there was players in short B, the isolation of that smoke allows Mibr to pinch it themselves. So you can often find that happening. Have a look at the monster tunnel though. It seems Mibr are going to be proactive on the B bomb sites.
They don't even have a flash to go through this because there's no one else with them on B. They're literally going to sit in the smoke and hope they have the advantage on the fight, which is what a lot of teams have been starting to do, and it's going to work for them for now. VSM, he gets by safely. TRK's going aggressive, but he falls, and now VSM is alone on this B side of the map. He's going to tuck into the corner, try and spray away, but he's only going to get 2 for his troubles, and the B site will be lost.
Look how far away the remaining 2 players are from each other. Got Leo Drunky running in from the back. Mihiu's just making his way towards short B now, so that might happen. That engagement, KNG on the high ground in the meantime. Could try and distract with some grenades or something. See if Mihiu's holding the angle. Not quite. So no one's actually focused on Monster right now. He has an opportunity. And again, if KNG can do something, there's a distraction coming. Look at me, look at me, look at me. In the meantime, no one's looking at Monster. And here comes Leo Drunky. There's no cover whatsoever. Mihiu's coming back from the connector area. That just leaves KNG now with the trades. KNG! 1v1 with Thomas on the bottom left. The angle is awkward enough. Massive holes in the defenses post-plant from Envy, but they do survive.
Way closer than it maybe should have been. They almost lose track of Leo, and Leo just didn't quite look ready for that fight. A very snappy reaction where he wasn't able to get his crosshair in the right place. But then they continue to peek. There's the spray from Mihiu. Really unfortunate to start the round. Envy, though, able to bounce back. And the nice thing I like from Envy in this round is that they kind of grouped up to begin with. And then once Mibr went aggressive somewhere, they regrouped to make sure they could just spot that aggression and use their teamwork to get them out of it. Nice round there from Envy. And they are grouping up quite heavily at the start of this one as well. This time towards the B side of the map. This boost from Lucas, though, is just almost impossible to spot from the T side. We'll see how long he sticks with it, though. VSM going for the fight, but it's not a favorable one. KNG has the AWP, he's trapped, and he's traded.
Yeah, there was a setup from Mibr, but it hasn't been so successful for them. Holding on to short B for the retake position. Oh, the Molly, he ran into his teammate at just the wrong moment. That allows TRK to stay in his position. We'll see if that changes anything. Leo Drunky lining up some grenades, as are the short players. A boost up top. Legia down to 24 HP. Creeping out of smoke, but TRK's been boosted. Calyx moving into the water now. While Envy, they vacate the monster position and start to go back, just checking for a flank just in case. They'll focus on a short position now. Maybe nightmares of the flank in the previous round will send them to check. Potential crossfire for the CTs. Not anymore as they both fall to Mihiu. Leo Drunky doing what he can with the MP9. Just good for 1 kill. The trade from Nifty allows Envy to tie the score.
Definitely seeing Mibr continue to play quite aggressively in some of these spots early, but now Envy seem to be able to spot it out. I think VSM hit peeking to begin with. Looked like the timing might have been slightly off. I'm not sure if he had a flash behind him that was coming, but he definitely peeked while no nades were being thrown. That made it quite easy for Envy to get the early kill. And then even though it's not a clinical site take, they are much more together. They are much more tight-knit on the Envy side in that round. It gets them their 3rd on the board. And Mibr just down to pistols, so they're going to try and spice it up with an A stack.
Envy being real careful. They suspect that Mibr could be up to something, so they will wait. This reminds me of the round on Nuke where they sent a MAC-10 fast into Squeaky Door and died, and I think the round collapsed afterwards, but of course different map, different layout, different approach, and indeed a different pace, and it will be fruitful. 2 players spotted making their way towards Playground. Nifty completely missed one, going for the biggest flick of all time, not quite getting there. AWP collected briefly, has been lost again. VSM and TRK remain in this eco against 4 players. Won't be easy for them. P250 would pay for itself if he can get a kill, but he won't. So main punch sends his crosshair up, and Calix will bring the body down. Envy now in the lead on the T side with 3 rounds in a row.
Get in there. Couple of good round wins for Envy. This is where we get the buy from Mibr, and KNG has invested every single dollar and every single penny into that AWP. He had exactly the right amount for it. It's going to be difficult for KNG to get too aggressive, though, especially if he wants to go for that standard mid-peak. He runs the risk of getting naded, so KNG might have to be a little more tricky in this round. And currently you can see KNG playing on long rather than any sort of standard mid-peak to begin this round. I think this is where I'd prefer Mibr just to chill out in this round. They've gone for quite a few aggressive plays with varying success. I think generally Envy have shown they're able to stop the aggression of Mibr, so I wouldn't mind a more passive round from the Brazilians, but it's Envy this time who might be getting aggressive early.
Oh, the timing, TRK. Oh, 3 of them. Mihu swinging. They're lining up. He's only good for 1, though, but look at the T's coming through. Down goes Lucas. VSM so awkward for him. That smoke, he doesn't know what's behind it. He's so concerned. Calix swinging with the bomb, but it will be trades again from Thomas. The numbers game too great for Envy at the moment. 3 versus 2 now. Leo Drunky trying to hold the low ground while KNG from up top makes it a 2-on-1. Onto the side goes Leo. Legia around the smoke. Wasn't spotted by Leo. That was an opening for him, but KNG still alive. Re-peeking. Down he goes. Leo, is he in the smoke? Is he in the water? The water, it is, and Legia clutches the round. 2K at the end, so close and yet so far for Mibr.
Oh, Mibr will not be pleased with that one. Legia's allowed the spray to the body on both those kills. KNG didn't know where he was to begin with, wasn't looking the right way. Got to give props to Legia for keeping his cool under those circumstances. That second fight especially, I thought Leo was going to have him there. The early kill comes in for KNG. That kill from Legia is fine. This one, he doesn't seem to take any damage. It looks like a couple of missed shots from Leo, and Legia is able to swing and spray to give Envy their 5th round win. Looking much better for Envy here on Overpass. We're seeing more from all of the individuals. We're seeing just a much faster brand of Counter-Strike from Envy as well. They just look so much more confident here on Overpass, which makes sense. It's their map pick, but it's much more of the Envy I was hoping to see. Thomas is hiding under the slide like a little troll.
Yeah, little anti-flash just in case. Mibr with the Desert Eagles. Again, Envy trying not to drop around to an eco or a force bite. Very quietly creeping through. No one on the high ground for the players clearing connector as the focus is on long for Envy. Leo Drunky starting to creep now, starting to get a little curious. Oh, off angles, running into trouble. Spotted 3 players though, and the remainder of Mibr can try to react to this information.
I think you can see how Mibr are just not as aware of all the angles on this map. I was even looking at some of the map stats for Overpass for some of the newer players, and even the guys who joined Mibr didn't really play it on their old team much either. So that gives you an indication as to why maybe you're seeing some of these mistakes. No mistake from VSM. He lands a shot right between the eyes, but Thomas is able to trade. This is the first time I think we've really seen Envy fully commit to one of these A-sided rounds. And it's worked out pretty well for them against the Pistols. Mibr will probably just be looking for some exits.
Yes, we've often seen 3 or 4 of Envy towards the B bomb site early. Outside monster at the very least. Some fishing from Mibr. Looking to make it a little expensive if they can. And they can't. Calix the only person to drop. Envy looking happy on the T side. 6-3 on the T side is great. Couldn't really ask for too much more than that. They did take the pistol, so I suppose they could ask for not losing to a force buy afterwards, but nothing too shabby there. Now we see 2 Augs are out for Mibr. The scoped weapons. Interested to see how they will look to utilize them on Overpass. B-Tunnel could be interesting, but where does the second one go?
Oh, Lucas just took some damage dropping down into the water on B. That's a bit of a mistake. Double AWP setup as well from Mibr, and both snipers are on the A side of the map right now. That's slightly surprising to me, considering B has been the problem position for them so far in this game. But the read looks right from MIBR. KNG continuing to play aggressive. It's a 1v1 fight that will go his way. Leo is stuck in connector now. He's got to make sure he can lock this position down. This can be a somewhat difficult angle to clear, though. Sometimes you don't clear this, and Leo's got the first kill because of it. Thomas was not in a position to trade, but Leo gets caught with his pants down.
He gets so excited when he gets a kill. It's like he has to do something else immediately.
He's got so much energy.
There's never a fallback. It's always forward, or let's get something else done. Let's tick another box. KNG continues to flank, which allows MIBR to keep the final 2 players on the B bomb site. TRK misses his opportunity, though. But VSM is here with the second AWP. Now, what is the play from Envy? They're running back to T-spawn. It's good they've done that. They've passed that already, because from the middle of connector, you can actually hear them falling back past the club. You can hear those footsteps. And up top, I think KNG is going to hear these as well. Oh, look at the patience. The trigger discipline is sublime from KNG. They almost lined up for him. And it's Nifty with the bomb now. 24 seconds running for his life. Can't plant default, of course. Goes to the other side. Then Molotov will soon be gone. Now, does VSM peek him? Bomb's been planted. VSM dancing around somewhat, showing some presence. Nifty creeping towards bank.
Oh, he's going to go for the fight as well. Nifty not ready for VSM. Really nice patience there from VSM. I was worried he was going to commit to it with the AWP, which is such a big risk if you go for that fight. But instead, he takes his time, sits back, and realizes Nifty probably has to play the bomb from bank there. He almost has to go back into that position. So VSM just makes sure he's got the backside of it locked down. He can wait for KNG to get up closer. And he ends up getting a pretty easy kill in the end. So MIBR finally get another round on the board. They break the win streak of Envy, who had won 5 in a row prior to that round loss. Now the question is, can they repeat that performance? It was the double AWP setup that helped them significantly in that round, and they're able to stick with it in this next one.
I think that monster kill is a CT kill with an M4A4. But there we go. Short B has been taken fast from Envy. And we saw the earlier rounds where, oh dear, that's another missed grenade. That grenade's supposed to go on the edge of the water because the molly will cover the high ground and the low ground. It's a pretty straightforward grenade. It's just not a day for grenades as far as MIBR are concerned. I always have a dream, right, that you have a guy at barrels. You throw that molly, but you throw a pop flash first. That goes deep enough so the guy if there's a guy that he's holding the angle, eats the flashbang, molly comes down, doesn't know he's on fire, dies to the flames.
That is James's dream. If we can make that happen, please. Maybe we just set up a game where James, we pretend he's in a real game.
Don't do that.
then we let him do his thing.
Ooh, look at the shadow advantage from Leo. Is anybody going to have a look? He's got so many sound cues, but they are looking for him. Mihu very, very patient indeed. That forces the rest of MIBR back towards the site. 45 seconds. And have a look at the bomb on the radar. KNG down on the site now, moving into an angle. So Envy have been served up some delicious meals around the A bomb site, but where is the bomb headed? Went round towards T-spawn, into connector, and then back up towards A again, where these picks have happened. Slight shadow advantage for Lucas as they start to swing on him, but Nifty will trade the kill. That leaves VSM and TRK with a lot to do as they try to hold on to what they have. Now the bomb's been planted. It's time to fall away.
I am concerned about this A-sided setup from MIBR. I was saying it earlier in the game. I think Leo and KNG are probably the 2 most aggressive players on this team, and they're both playing on that A site. I think you really probably want an aggressive AWPer on that A side of the map, and then just a really safe pair of hands as your second player who can always be in a position to help clean up. And Leo, you've seen a couple of times now get caught out in the bathrooms, not being 100% aware of all those angles. I think Envy in that round specifically, you could kind of see that they were ready for an aggressive player in the bathrooms. And at times, you have to know when to fall back on that A site. It's very important that you don't die too early there. Otherwise, you give Envy just so much of the map to work with and an early man advantage. And you see that Envy are happy to take their time after getting that early kill. See, they bait him in, basically, to going for that fight. And then KNG is in a pretty poor position on the bomb site. So I think that could be an issue going forwards for MIBR. Right now, the bigger issue is they've only really won 1 gun round. That's got to change.
Yeah, I don't feel like I've seen too many of the various classic setups with an AWP and rifle support on the A bomb site that you could see, some years ago from classic MIBR and plenty of other teams. Seen some in this tournament already here at Flashpoint 2. We'll see how it proceeds. This time the AWP maybe offering some grenade support from the A bomb site itself. KNG has been rotating here or there. Mixed results on the B bomb site, having lost a teammate when he could only get that one kill, and then V just simply trade frags before he could fire another shot. So Leo's around the toilets, and KNG will be spotting along for the time being. Envy waiting out the current grenades. Monster Smoker's gone now. Mihu will be there holding an angle. Thomas collecting the bomb as Nifty and Legia move forward past the playground.
Just under a minute left on the clock, and MV are still taking their time. Lucas, though, not wasting any time. The aggression is... Oh my god, he doesn't get the kill! That is a big whiff there. MV end up winning those trades. Oh, MIBR got just the right timing on the aggression as well. I was waiting for some of that CT aggression on the B side of the map, but it's not going to favor them. And now MV, if they commit to this B site with a couple of good nades, they've got a pretty solid chance here. KNG has arrived on the rotate, though.
Just waiting for the peak. Does Nifty go deep enough? TRK in the water. They're coming for him. The two-man swing. And it seems that they're half asleep on this bomb site, MIBR. He was very slow to react there. Not sure if he was looking at the radar or what. I feel like sometimes if you start shooting your rifle before your crosshair is in position on someone, and then you get your crosshair there, but you start your recoil control at the beginning of the spray, but you're beyond the beginning of the spray already, so you never quite catch up with it. This is perhaps what happened there, I don't know, but MIBR may need some sugar on that B bomb side just to wake up a little bit. That was those are free kills that were missed, and that puts Envy on 8 rounds on the T side of Overpass. Pretty strong scoreline for Envy thus far.
Envy will be pretty happy with how this is going so far. I don't think Envy have had to do anything exceptional, but I just think a lot of the more simple things are much more effective from Envy on this map. You are just seeing, I think, the difference in comfort levels for these two teams on this map. We're seeing Envy always seem to work together, always sticking together in these spots. For MIBR, they're having issues with that. Timeout taken. This is the first tactical timeout taken by the MIBR side. KNG quite vocal right now for the team. Kogu, the man standing behind them.
I would love it if he was on one of those segways, just wheeling up and down in a very small area. One of those. There's like this iPad thing that's on one of those segways that some cheesy CEOs use to go around an office. You know, when there's not coronavirus, with their face on it, so they can just talk to people while not being there.
Oh, wow.
8-4. Both teams on the bye once again, and we've got the old boost. But look at how forward MIBR are. They're not going to find anything from this. But the thing is...
oh, my God.
Envy won't find anything from this, but MIBR won't know what they're doing either. Because, again, if you get a kill in that position... It's at least 4 and normally 5 players all in T spawn, so you can take some aggressive positions. Oh dear. Oof. That was a swing and a miss from KNG. He still has a bait set up with TRK. Now, how do Envy respond to this? They've got Calix creeping in the short B position in the meantime. And with the aggressive spots from MIBR around the playground, they may look to make a play in B here as the bomb is collected by Legia.
Oh, this is a round that's going to explode at any moment. KNG's pushing through. Oh, Nifty's running now. He's giving it away. He doesn't realize KNG's pushed into the back lines. Envy have to go B here now. They have to just commit to this. They've left the bomb behind, which could be a problem, but MIBR are playing very safe on this B site. These fights are important from Calix. He's got to delay them. The bomb is still not recovered, James. They're on the B site. They're fighting, but it's not going to matter. MIBR have made the difference in this round. 2v5 should not be winnable.
It shouldn't be. KNG continuing to creep. We'll soon see the bomb on the left-hand side. The fights continue, though. They rage on. Calix and Thomas, it's so awkward for them. Calix is taken out by KNG at the very end. So both teams made an aggressive play at the beginning. Envy's was a tower, whereas MIBR's was a charge, and it allowed them to take position. And it wasn't just a fast enough response from Envy. Nifty died alone in Playground, and they were just double HEs afterwards. And again, the bomb was left. Panic, maybe. Well, that's one way to get back into the half. Both teams on the buy once again. The short B Molotov. And the T-Rap Molotov as well. Once again, NV with big numbers towards the B bomb site, as has been common in this half.
Now we might just see them go back to this fast B play through Monster. It's been pretty effective so far. Flash goes through. Another flash to follow, but VSM has put down that smoke. Lucas not able to get the early kill, but this time MIBR are surviving on the B site. That's important. That's allowing time for the rotation. The counter nades are there, and Envy aren't really sure. Everyone is now on this B side of the map, and Lucas gets one through the smoke. Nade lands to follow. Nifty getting caught in no man's land. Envy just not able to get anywhere near this bomb site, and MIBR this time hold on to B.
Smoke's cutting the bomb sites in half. And NV are very exposed afterwards. The cavalry are here for MIBR, trampling on the faces of NV. Chose to stand and fight, and on this occasion they were unsuccessful. So MIBR start to catch up as we head in towards half-time, and that scout is coming out again for Nifty as the money is short on the side of NV. Some late rounds here for MIBR. Much better buy now. 2 AWPs continue. VSM's on a long journey. Celio Drunky saying hello as well. Spots the scout. They can hear the weakness as well as see it now. Only a deagle for Calix and Mihu. 3 flashes on NV with 1:30 on the clock.
Slowly creeping up the connector. VSM holding long. This double up setup is again on the A side of the map. KNG is also getting involved now, and he's going to get the first kill. Lagia dropped. Leo holding this close angle, gets the shadow, but doesn't get the kill. VSM thankfully gets another one, and KNG is still sticking around in the bathrooms. He spotted that player, but he's not able to land a shot on the tight angle. Now it's these 2 AWPs on the A site, and KNG is still up close, but he hits the shot anyway. It's only the long players remaining for Envy. Right now, VSM has his back turned, but that's because the rotate has arrived. There's another player up on this A site. There's a molly for long, and Envy have another hard position to come back from.
A scout and an AK to try and find a way to win a round. They're slowly edging forward, but KNG, even with the AWP, is moving faster. Down goes Nifty, and down goes Mihu as well. 7 rounds for MIBR at halftime. Was looking unlikely for them, but I think they've put themselves in a pretty reasonable spot, all things considered, as we move into the second half. 23 kills for KNG, not too shabby. We'll see if he can hit 30 after the break. MIBR, one map up, one round down, moving on to the T side. We finally saw KNG, the KNG we were looking for on the CT side of Overpass, although I'm sure they would have liked to have some more rounds. Envy maybe gifted them away into some late rounds in that half. And now it's Envy's turn to move on to the defensive side. We can see a boost coming towards the B bomb site, but MIBR making inroads towards A.
Yeah, currently taking that A long control. Overpass is always a map where you can see early control taken and then quick plays back down the connector or back up the connector to switch things up. And with KNG lurking all the way towards T spawn, I wouldn't be surprised if they do end up going back to B in this round. And that could be where Envy's boost comes into play. Me, who is the man on top of that boost, he's going to have this clear line of sight. The problem for Mihu is, how many kills is he going to get here? Especially with the players having their back turned, I would expect him to get 1, maybe 2, if they push this position, and then you don't have the best spots to work with to actually hold the B site. But they'll be hoping those early kills are enough to allow them to lock it down, and once this door opens, Mihu will get the information.
Got to land those headshots though, only Mihu facing, doesn't land a headshot, but we know there's some cavalry around the corner. However, can they find some kills? They certainly can. Legia with 2, looking for a third one. Bombs here as well. Nifty comes and goes very quickly indeed. Gets a kill though, which keeps Envy a man to the good. Lucas and KNG. KNG trying to close the distance, but it is a crossfire. Not sure he realizes that. Still a crossfire now. Lucas is delivering all the kills, looking for one more versus Legia, who's got 3 of his own. Make it 4. Envy take the pistol.
Legia, the man with the kit, the man with the utility, ends up being the big hitter for Envy in that round. MIBR had one smoke as well. I didn't see exactly where that went. It could have been really nice to be able to smoke off the close position, but it looks like they smoked heaven. That's what allows all these Envy players to fight. Nifty actually goes through the smoke to help them out as well. And then at that point, MIBR don't have many nades, so they just go for fights. And even though Lucas landed some nice shots, this one from Legia, clean as you like, to give Envy the all-important pistol round. And MIBR, without the bomb plant, will not be forcing up into this following round.
You know what I want to see from Fnatic? I want to see, on the T side, that 4-man stack, but I want to see a revolver. JW with a revolver on top.
As soon as you start like rattling up the revolver, they hear it and they're like, oh no, it's a boost.
Nifty with a cheeky shot with the scout. Now, MIBR, their concern is position a bomb plant. They want the bonus money. This is not a forced buy from them. Lucas is not a guy who needs to die for MIBR right now. He's the one who's carrying the bomb, which allows time for rotation. There's no one on the flank to stop the bomb from being planted. So the worst case scenario is done. Now it's about doing some damage or maybe winning the round, maybe doing some damage. KNG 1 versus 5 with a P250. Can't get much done. Some main punch there, but they achieved their goal, which was to plant the bomb. MIBR.
Yeah, that's all they really wanted there. Maybe a kill or 2 would have been nice, but that's not necessary, right? They get their own money, especially with how KNG's been playing. He's got the chance to get the AWP now if he wants it. He's going to go for the AK, though. Didn't want to risk going without the Kevlar. So AK's across the board for MIBR, and I think that's probably the safer call into this round, because you kind of know that Envy are going to have some weaker weapons. So if you get the AKs and the full nades, you have got by far the better buy in this round, and it shows. Only 1 premium rifle on the Envy side of things, while MIBR have those 5 AKs. So weaponry advantage certainly in favor of MIBR. That might mean that Envy try and go for a bit of a crazy play, though. They know they've got the weaponry disadvantage. We'll see what Envy decide to do in these circumstances.
Leo, I was going to say moving to short B alone with the bomb, but there were chain flashes. Oh, Thomas he was on the balcony. Got taken out by Lucas. Smoke in connector to stop more aggression, potentially from Envy, but nobody was in connect. So we can see a third man towards B now in Nifty. Still on the scout. Envy having to play responsively to MIBR at present. Not really in position to do anything proactive. We'll see if... okay, Calix has picked up the scout now. And Nifty's got the MP9, which is interesting. Guess they'll have Nifty focusing on the B-bomb site a little more, while Calix will scout with the scout on A. But again, it's relatively passive, no forward positions. And that smoke at the front of A will be telling for MIBR. They can have a rough idea of where that is, which maybe tells them the climate upstairs.
Mihu was deep peeking into Monster. Now that he spotted a player, a third man rotates down to B. They can be a bit more prepared for this. It is a more contact-heavy play for Mibr, though, running into the site. Nifty spraying away, and Mihu gets set up for success. 2 kills with the premium rifle. It's into a 2v2, and Mibr pumped the brakes, but the bomb's been dropped on the site.
Legia has not fired a single bullet. They have no idea, but is he going to turn around? That smoke's not going to be there forever. Still focusing on Monster. There was already an engagement in short B, but the laser focus, that's an opportunity missed. Calix now, they see his legs, and that'll be enough. If Legia just turned around at any moment there, and who knows what may have happened. The bait setup was there, but was convinced somebody was coming from Monster. Down to the wire that round. Mibr on 8 now.
That is filthy. Yeah, this setup from Envy looked really good to begin with. Look at how Mihu gets those 2 kills on the trade, but KNG's just able to sneak up on that slight angle, spot the player out early, and now Nifty getting an AWP into his hands, looking over the top of the smoke. Calix also playing quite aggressively on long. Now that Nifty's falling back, though, Calix is going to have to commit to that close long angle. Looks like both teams are just defaulting at the start of this round, though, so we shouldn't see too many early fights.
Nifty keeping eyes on Party. First flash on long, no response, no fire. Nifty went reposition, maybe trying to run distraction. Get a flashbang out there. Calix's patience will pay off, but 1 for 1 is not good enough, really. 4 on 4 will favour the T's with a minute on the clock, and we can see more proactiveness from Envy as Legia looks to press on towards Monster. It's got Mihu keeping an eye on Connector in the meantime as Thomas starts to get more aggressive, maybe to offer some kind of help to Nifty upstairs. Mibr split up. Now, where does the bomb ultimately go here? We can see Lucas maybe looking to rotate to join the other 2 in the high ground. Meanwhile, Thomas makes his way downstairs, it looks like. And Nifty starts to fall off. They were so long there with no information. I don't know if KNG would have heard Nifty running on long there. He may have got a sound cue. But it's complete guesswork for Envy. They haven't really seen anything, but with the aggressiveness they have on short B, actually, they'll still have 3 towards B, just in case, which is interesting. Nifty alone on the A bomb site, despite those aggressive positions. He's got the info now, but down he goes.
Only a 1 for 1 on this A site, and even though Mibr don't have many nades, they're able to get the bomb down. Here comes Mihu, though. Lineup could come through, but VSM wins the all-important fight. That puts Mibr firmly in control of this round, especially now that Legia's been taken out. Thomas can't really get anything going here. He's going to have to save. Mibr with another round win, and I do wonder whether Envy mind games themselves a little bit there. I think because Nifty was so far out in the open at long, it looked like maybe he was assuming that Mibr would only take the A site with that long control, so he kind of played back on A, thinking that long was clear, and then the timing just not really working out there. Even though Nifty gets the 1 kill, he had to try and survive. Was not allowed to do so, and that means Mibr are continuing to grind out these rounds on the T side. This has turned into a very close affair right now. 10-9, and Envy's money is poo.
KNG, 2 kills away from a 30 bomb. 28 for 10. Got 2 kills in that previous round as well. Meanwhile, TRK,
Yeah.
TRK is 2 for 12, but if KNG is stealing all the kills, that's not the worst thing in the world.
If you add KNG and TRK together, they have a 30 bomb.
If you add KNG, TRK together, you get KNG, TRK.
You do.
You're welcome. Thomas with a rifle, the rest on USPs. We'll see what he's able to do. It will be another boost.
Oh!
A more traditional one.
Hello, Smoke. Why have you landed there?
Hopping off just in case. This round is entirely about Thomas. Envy, the pistoling players need to try and stay alive, so if Thomas is to find an opening somewhere, they need to be there to try and swarm and cause anarchy, pick up rifles, abuse positions. There's no vision upstairs from Envy, which is fine in a round such as this. They've completely gambled on the B bomb site. Mibr taking it slow, but they're passive across the map. That smoke will land on the site itself. You can see some movement from Envy. Legia's going upstairs to have a look. Oh dear.
Ouch.
A little too curious maybe. I don't know what they're expecting to do from that range of the USP. So at this spot the rifle doesn't really get to activate. in the hands of Mihu now. MIBR still patiently waiting. Protect the VIP. The bomb makes its way with 2 escorts towards the B bomb site. Monster more or less in control of MIBR for the time being. And Legia will soon go down. There's 1 kill from it. Shame we didn't see more from the rifle, but such is life. 10 to 10, pair of 10s.
All tied up. Anyone's game right now on Overpass. The first map was already quite close. MIBR were able to close it out in a back and forth game. This one has been a bit more standard. I think we haven't seen as many shenanigans here on Overpass. And it is now the buyout for Envy. No AWP into the hands of Nifty, just the 5 M4s on the CT side. No kit either for Envy. Something to keep track of as this round goes on. If we see that bomb planted, Envy will have to get a move on. And even without the AWP, Nifty is still playing aggressive on this A side of the map. This is the sort of angle where he might be able to get one and get away though. Great shot from Nifty. He clearly knows his angles. He's going to get away safely. 3 players here though. VSM only going to get 1 of them. Calyx having to shoot through his teammate to get that kill. But Envy have retained that man advantage.
Really tough spot for MIBR as well. Lucas is the bomb carrier. He's dropped it to his right-hand side, having a look to see what's up. But he really can't die here. Envy still with presence in short B. And Mihu makes his way towards the A bomb site. KNG and TRK around the toilets, but they seem to be going downstairs. Now, if they make some more sound cues, there we go, Calyx will hear this. And he may identify that 2 players are in the connector position. We'll keep an eye on the radar. Perhaps there's a flank coming from Envy up top. An easy kill as the barrel of the gun reveals KNG. More dancing around from Calyx. Very patiently taking his duels. Great burst fire. That leaves Lucas with the bomb. Making his way towards short B. 1 versus 4. Some damage would be nice. There's no money in the hole for Envy. If he can make it expensive, it will be fantastic. Calyx is dead. Makes his way towards B. Grenades are flying in. That was a chunky one, down to 50, down to none. Envy back in the lead.
Looked like a bit of either miscommunication or lack of awareness at the end of that round for MIBR there. If TRK comes down connector to trade onto KNG, who went into the short position, maybe they have a chance of quickly swarming that B site. Love this angle from Nifty. Gets away safely. And then here, I mean, KNG turns the corner, but he needs TRK behind him. TRK had just gone back up to the top of connector. Calyx is able to get a couple of kills. And you even see here, Lucas almost had a chance to get onto the B site, even in the 1v3. So I think if MIBR had grouped up, maybe they could have at least got the bomb down and put it into a precarious position. Instead, though, Envy are able to take back the lead, at least for the time being.
Quick tech pause before we resume. Plenty of money on the side of MIBR. KNG with $8,000. Died unceremoniously in that round prior. They're not too far away, though. I want to say not too far away from the, potentially going very deep on Overpass. They trail by just the 1 round. But they've got 3 from 6 on this T side. So they can take some confidence in that. They've got the money to keep up the pressure on Envy. Once Envy have completed their buy, only Mihu should have money, about $3,000. Everybody else has got, well, Calyx has a little, but most players have got less than $500 in the bank. So if Envy can be broken by MIBR in this round, then there's the potential for a 2-0, surely. I feel like Envy look like the stronger team at the moment.
Yeah, I think they do look like the stronger team, but for MIBR just to put themselves in this position where if they win maybe 2 or 3 key rounds, they win the game, but that's pretty good from MIBR's perspective, in all honesty. I think this is obviously one of the maps where KNG has just popped off, and he can do this sometimes. He's quite a streaky AWPer, but he's really put them in a position where they actually can compete in this game, and if they win this round especially, then we are starting to cook with gas over on the MIBR side.
Yeah. It looks like TRK ran out of batteries for this second map. But if he's taking bullets and his teammates are trading and so on, then it's all good.
That's the thing. TRK is normally like the closer on this team, normally in the back lines. So that is a bit concerning.
Yeah, but I mean, they started on the CT side.
That's true.
Yeah, so like having 2 kills on the CT side is worrisome. If it's the T side and maybe you're going first and just absorbing all the bullets, if your teammates are trading and you're winning rounds, it's fine. But hey, for better or worse, again, there's only 1 round in it at present, and now MIBR are Wing up long with 4 players. Lucas will be lurking outside B, as is commonly found. Calix may have seen something there. Flashbang. They won't peek into it too much, though. Mihu's been taken out on the B-bomb site by Lucas, as Envy get a bit hungry for information. The smoke grenade will tell them that somebody else is there.
Nice.
Oh, the pop flash! Beautiful from Legia. Sees that there's nobody else around the B-bomb site. They are already positioned towards A, and Thomas makes his way there as well.
Oh, and now they're pushing bathrooms. This is crazy from Envy. They know there are players here, but they're going to push into them. Calix loses out. Now Nifty is sitting back in the bathrooms, but MIBR realize we've got the man advantage now. We can maybe afford to sit back. Legia's actually decided to go passive on the B-bomb site as well, so with 40 seconds left, the info isn't that good for Envy, and that may be why Nifty is getting aggressive. Good shot from Nifty. He's going to get back to safety as well, and the time is ticking here. 31 seconds. MIBR have to make their minds up right now.
While they've pushed toilets, Envy, Legia went all the way through Monster, and indeed he did fall back. And now he heads towards A. It's absolute madness. Nifty still lurking around the toilets. VSM with a very late rotation, 15 seconds. And how on earth can they plant this bomb? They've really got to just hope and pray. We've got a CT rotating towards the back. They're faking with 8 seconds on the clock. Thomas will do the job. He's delayed enough. And Leo Drunky's got no idea where to look. He's got sounds all around him. And Legia with the crouch peek. Envy make it to 12. Pushing everywhere at the same time. And MIBR don't know what to do.
Yeah, they got lost in the sauce in that round. Which sounds cooler in an American accent, by the way. It rhymes, but I cannot do an American accent. Early kill from Lucas. There was this flash from Legia, who I have to say has been pretty solid on this CT side. I think Legia came into the half with only 6 kills, and then Nifty getting around those bathrooms. I remember this being one of the maps where Nifty had that pop-off potential, where he had the ability to really do work in those bathrooms. Even though he's AWPing up close, he lands both of the important shots. Obviously, it helps that MIBR only are fighting him 1 by 1 there. Maybe if MIBR are a slightly better prepped team, they have that player instantly ready to trade. But Nifty can only take the fights that are given to him, and he did really good work to land both of those. And now it's MIBR who are in trouble. Right now, they've only got a couple of pistols bought into this round.
There'll be plenty for them to study after these matches, MIBR. Again, very early, so can understand the problems here and there. But they still need to win their matches. Oh, the timing. KNG makes his way through. That's a massive headshot from him. Spamming for the second one. Legia with the transfer. Can't get far enough. Thomas is still here, though. I think he got a bit of a team flash there, but he's still alive. Clearing them up now as they line up for him by Monster. That could have been a lot scarier, but they will manage to hold on. Envy make it to 13, 3 rounds in a row. And MIBR get another crack at the whip.
Yeah, Mihu was deep peeking Monster here, and he saw that player far away, so he thought that there was no one up close. And I really like that MIBR kind of noticed that fact and just decided to walk through. It was obviously a big risk, but once they heard the reload, they realized they could just go for it. Decent effort from MIBR, about as much as you could have hoped for. They put themselves in a position where they can maybe make it happen, but now it's the gun round. AK's out across the board. Calix this time getting aggressive over on A, but MIBR are quickly moving into B short. All their players right now in towards Connector or B short. This could be a faster paced play from MIBR.
No one in Connector for Envy. They'll have to defend from the site, although Calix is in party. I don't see a rotation coming from MIBR though as the bomb makes its way through Monster. 3 players there now, but look at the timing to stop the split. Absolutely perfect from Envy, but they still need to find the kills by the barrels. Now they're lining up for Leo, and down go Legia and Mihu. This is a catastrophe for Envy. A 3rd kill from KNG, and this round's being shut down. It's time to save for Envy.
They were hoping for a masterclass. They got a disaster class, James. That was not what they needed. The lineup on the edge of the smoke. in that position, you've probably got to make up your minds as to if one player is just going to go aggressive on that smoke, you really do risk just getting lined up like that when you both have to push that same angle. I think Envy may have just been better off just playing it safe behind the smokes, in all honesty. They had a few counter nades down. They had the sort of rotate cut off from short. They had that side of the push cut off to begin with. And they had Nifty rotating down quite quickly because Calyx was so aggressive on A. So I think a passive hold may have been better served for Envy. But they tried to fight and it cost them. And now they may lose players at the end. Oh, Thomas. Oh, man. The timing is so terrible for him. Nifty is going to get down the stairs. So he's okay. AWP saved at the very least. But the money is still not there for Envy. This is such a tight game right now.
Let's not forget, this is the pick of Envy, and they are 0-1, having lost Nuke to MIBR. This is crucial timing for MIBR. They kept it simple, which I like as well. The more complicated stuff, the deeper the rounds went, the later on they went, the worse they became for MIBR, and they couldn't really find the right timing. There was confusion and so on. Kept it quite simple, brute force into a bomb site, abuse the numbers, the advantages of the T side, and they find themselves with success. Now, Envy have an AWP in Nifty. MIBR have taken a timeout at present. But again, we're in a hero AWP round. Nifty needs to be the can opener. His teammates so need to stay alive, hold position, maybe pick up a smoke here and there to give him some room to play around, try and find something for the squad and stop MIBR from reacting on the other side of the site. But it will be just pistols and a flashbang, which Nifty has. So no grenades whatsoever. So let's see what Nifty has to offer. It looks like he'll be heading towards the B bomb site. Got the initial Molotov towards the short B position. VSM will go towards short B. We can see Envy have got 3 players deep long. Nifty on the site, getting run boosted to peak monster. I'm not sure if he may have been spotted there by TRK, but he's still going, trying to slide into those DMs. No one answering though. MIBR looking to block, but he's persistent. Nifty still alive, and there's the bomb 1v1. He's doing it, and again, time for the team to swarm, but they're miles away. Nifty still. Did he just get a decoy? Oh. Nifty looking for one more. VSM through the smoke, but no. Has he done enough?
Oh, VSM finally gets the bomb. He's just going to get round the corner. Smoke and a flash at the ready. They know where he is, so he can definitely afford to use those nades to keep himself safe. The longer he takes, though, that flank is going to come in from Monster. Envy get a couple of guns as well. They've got AKs in their hands. VSM is seeing if he can maybe get up to the A site, and Envy have slowed this down. VSM going up to A could be the play here. Legia only has this USP. If he can clear out these angles, and there are a lot of them to clear out, but if he can get the right one, he could get a free A bomb site and put himself in with a real chance at this round. Oh no, is he? Ooh, okay. This could work.
Oh, Legia. Sneaky position. The fact that Envy don't have anybody with Kevlar is a big bonus. Bomb being planted on A. Legia surely has to wait now. He may have just seen VSM go back towards the stairs. Oh, he must have. He knows there's nowhere else he can be, really. So he has that info. Oh, has he seen him go downstairs? That rotation has to come in fast. Calyx by the toilets waiting for Thomas to make his way over. There's a ding, but he can't find a dong. He's still alive, VSM. 4 HP. There's a smoke up. Oh, he's got a swing from bank. There is a kit as well. He's not going to be expecting the kit. Calyx has no idea. He can't find the bullets though. And it will be round number 14 for Envy. An exceptional performance from Nifty. I'm not sure if he got a kill with a flashbang or what happened on the B bomb site, but he absolutely savaged them with the AWP, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's more like it from Nifty. That's more of what we want to see from him. Especially in a round where he has to do everything for his team. Oh, it was a team flash onto Leo there. Lovely work.
So wait, I don't understand.
I think in those situations, though, when you need your AWPer to just win you the round by yourself, Nifty is probably one of the better AWPers for that. Like, he's had quite a few of those highlight plays where he just seems to win a round for his team. And that could be the round that wins them the game, man. That could make all the difference, because Envy's money would have been pretty poor if they lost that round. They had a really small losing bonus. They would have had some weaknesses. Now they get a proper full buy, and they get a real good chance to close out this game.
MIBR still have a bye. What's for sure is that one of these teams going to be broke after this. Very crucial time. The third map, should it be required, will be Inferno. Potentially just around the corner. But hasn't been as easy as Envy would have liked to get an exceptional performance from KNG. He was on 28 kills for a while, but he's made his way towards 31. TRK, though, has got 1 kill to make it to 3 in I don't know how many rounds. (14-11). A boost from Thomas. It's a very awkward situation to deal with now for MIBR. A focus towards the B bomb site. We see the rotation coming through. While Nifty's towards the toilets, no one is too deep. And again, MIBR keeping it simple. Legia spotted some info. Doesn't overextend. I love that. Puts the smoke up. Tries to make the situation as strong as possible. Now, MIBR still have smokes and molotovs. There's only 1 flashbang on KNG. And ideally pushing the site, you probably want your sniper to just hold an angle while the riflers swing. So this is going to be an awkward situation for them. Calyx moving up long. Nifty still on the A-bomb site. Not too far away from a rotation, however. Here comes some smokes and mollies from Envy as they try to defend the B-bomb site. Down goes Leo. Thomas is traded, however. The numbers are here. Legia can't get anything done. Mihu in the smoke goes down for free. And suddenly MIBR are fighting back.
Ooh, Calyx with an all-important kill to give Envy some sort of chance. Bomb yet to be planted, but VSM on the flank gets that. And that should be the round done and dusted. We saw Nifty go huge in the last one. This round would be even more difficult, and he knows it. He's going to have to save. The money continues to be a concern for Envy. Remember, I think they have the smallest losing bonus they can right now. At least it's low on the Envy side. So Nifty really needs to save this AWP to give them any chance. I think for Envy, I'm curious as to whether they have a more passive hold on this B site. Because every time it feels like in these recent rounds, Envy have been really aggressively trying to fight for the site itself. And when the time runs low like that, if you can just sit back, maybe get a kill or 2 and wait for the rotation, you can definitely play for that retake at times. But Envy haven't been doing that. They've been trying to really fight aggressively in the face of MIBR, and MIBR have been ready for it right now. That's a 12th round win, and even with Nifty saving that AWP, the money is questionable on the MV side. They've got a decision to make.
Big frags from Lucas, and again, round and round we go. Do you invest everything into this? A timeout from Envy. Nifty can drop.
I think you do. Look at the loss bonus. Like, even if you save here, they're not going to have that great money on a couple of the players. I guess if you fully save, then Nifty and Thomas could maybe drop and buy for themselves. That could be an option.
If they buy around what they have, does that give them an extra buy? Are they just giving up a buy round here if they do nothing? Well, they haven't done anything just yet. And here we go. Yeah, I'm leaning towards the buy here.
I don't think Thomas needs to buy a helmet. That's just something that slightly tilts me. It's fine. It's not the end of the world. They do actually have one M4 on the T side, so who knows, it could come into play. But yes, the buy comes through. A big call to make here in round 27. If Envy lose this one, then we are likely going the distance. This is a key round for Envy to try and keep them in this series. A key round for them in this tournament. This is the lower bracket, remember. Both these teams need this, and Nifty's got the opener.
Going back for another one. Confident they won't push the smoke. Very cheeky from Nifty. And you're right about the helmet, because with $50 in the hole, he could have bought a defuse kit instead. The only person who has a kit is Nifty, so that may play a part in this later on. But first, he'll continue with the AWP. He's missed the shot jump up. Sorry, missed the player. Can he escape? Oh! No, Lucas, what on earth is that? That's absolutely ridiculous. 3-on-3, and there's a chance for MIBR to take the A-bomb site. Can they upset Envy on overpass? It would certainly help if they won this round. Thomas completely blind, and TRK finally with its 4th kill. Talk about impact frags. Oh, Legia coming in with the deagle, and this is all collapsed Lucas again. This time with the Molotov kill. I don't know if he knew anything about either of those 2 kills, Lucas.
I think he was running on the second one. I honestly think he might have just been running and spraying through the smoke as he did it. Let's have a look. Okay, Nifty shot. Good start. Boost was nice. Yeah, look, he's just running, man. He's just running at the smoke.
That is absolutely crazy. The impact of those kills Look what it's done. It's absolutely decimated Envy.
Oh my.
They've bought nothing in this round. Nothing at all. Nothing in their pockets but knives and lint. Those 2 kills could be the path to the 2-0. And I feel like that'll be indicative to how this game has felt. Oh, that's nuts, man. Smoke onto a site. For like a default plant. Obscure some vision from upstairs. And it will bait a response from Envy. Not too much to go on here. Thomas will do what he can. Running out of bullets, running out of HP, running out of rounds. Mibr, 14 apiece. Looking for the upset on Overpass at the very least. A pick of Envy.
We will be going the distance here on Overpass. Round 30 is a guaranteed round. The question is, who's going to have the chance to close it out? Will it be Envy with the chance to take us to a third, or will Mibr have the chance to upset them with a 2-0? We're about to find out. Rifles out for Envy, no AWP for Nifty, nades missing, no kit either for Envy. They're the ones who have some weaknesses ahead of this all-important round.
The lack of AWP really limits Nifty's impact potentially. Calyx deep again, Nifty on the way as well. Can he trade? He's got to trade at least. There we go. He can't fall back though. The points of no return. Trying to create some space for himself. With the smoke grenade, he'll get another kill out of it. He has overperformed in that situation. 3 versus 2 for Envy. We can see Mihu in a forward position. He's being looked for by Lucas though. And look at the angle from Lucas.
What?
A little delayed response, but it's done the job.
How does Mihu not see him? Oh no! 2v2, and this is where the tension starts to rise. Lucas and KNG still alive for Mibr. Those 2 players have had a lot of impact throughout this game. And it really is a guessing game for Envy here. The question on the Envy side is, do you split up and try and defend the site solo, or do you just group up together and try and play retake? The problem is, without a defuse kit, Envy can't really afford to play retake. So they are playing on both sites right now. That allows Mibr to have the advantage of being able to group up.
"29 seconds. Time becomes the enemy of Mibr. If Thomas stays in bank, he could be a problem. They can make it to the default plant. Legia needs to get that rotation on now. That's done real well to force Thomas from his position. Bomb only now getting planted. He could even swing with a gun on this, surely. HG grenade though. That's done massive chunks. A missed shot from KNG. 2 versus 2 on the site. Thomas starts things off. They're lining up. The trade is there from Thomas again. Oh boy, that's down to the wire.
As close could be. 5 HP for Thomas. And a bit of a shock to the system for Mibr. The Zeus coming in at the end. Thomas will finally defuse. And it's Envy who have the chance to take us to a third map. As you said, James, huge overperformance from Nifty there to get those 2 kills, to put his team in the advantageous position. Lucas brings it back, but then Thomas just does enough to put Mibr in an uncomfortable spot. They can't plant on the bank side. They have to plant on the short side. They get stuck on the site itself. You can see the reaction from Mibr. They are gutted to lose that round, but at least they still have money for this last one to try and make it OT. It's actually Envy who have the weaker buy.
Yeah, Mibr had money in the hole, and the fact that Envy only survived with 1 player provides some opportunity. But also, Nifty didn't have an AWP in that round. He still had colossal impact with the M4A4 by the tree, but now he's back on his AWP game. He can get up to some shenanigans again. It is a timeout from Envy. The UMP with significant damage fall off. The MP9 with the faster fire rate. Thomas with some UK toxicity straight out of Tesco. And indeed, Envy now with an opportunity to take this to Inferno to close it out in round 30. 34 is the number of KNG kills at the moment. Really putting in work. TRK's made it to 5, which is good news. And that 4th or 5th kill was a big impact frag. That's for sure.
He'll be needing a couple more of those impact frags if Mibr won overtime. We go all the way to round 30, and Nifty was looking for a fight with the AWP. He now backs away, but it's KNG who could be the difference maker. Leo loses the fight in Connector. KNG still waiting patiently. He knows that eventually someone from Envy is likely to cross his crosshair. Lucas spamming on the short side as well.
Oh, that's so nervous, those two players on the B-bomb site. KNG blind and dead. Is this a straw that breaks the camel's back? It was so nervous. The MP9, the UMP huddled together, just desperately hoping for something. And boy, have they got it. 5-on-3 now for Envy. And this is where MIBR struggle, when they've got some disadvantages. We move into the late game, and they've got to figure out a way back into the round. 3 players wondering what to do. They've got the AK-47s. They can't take too many trades. Both SMGs. We've got a double barrel play here from Envy. A bait set up with the SMGs and Thomas to swing as well. Playing off angles, not giving any entries onto the site. MIBR just waiting. They're begging for a peek, which is not going to come. Calix makes his way towards B as well. 29 seconds left, a late in century. Brutal timing for MIBR. Splits the attack. VSM now, again, looking for that one player by the barrel. But there are 2. Leg is the only man showing. Really running this clock down. Starting to swing now. 13 seconds on the clock, and it is death by paper cuts for MIBR. 16 rounds for Envy, 14 for MIBR. Envy survive on overpass.
And they will be thanking Nifty for that round with the AWP. He was the hero that got them to that position in the first place. They get the win by the tightest of margins, but that means they are still in this series, and Inferno will be decider. That's coming up after this.
We're going the distance in our final matchup of the day as Envy claim overpass by the skin of their teeth, 16-14. We're going to Inferno as the decider. And of course, join me along for this absolute roller coaster of a ride, the wonderful Potter and Alan. And we had so many questions coming into this map. It was a map we hadn't really seen both these teams playing. So maybe we should start off with the final few rounds, Alan, because that was really where Envy managed to turn it back.
Oh, that was absolutely crazy, the end of that game. So many late round scenarios. I know the last round in particular was a bit underwhelming, but before that, every single round, 1v2s, 1v1s, all of that. The economy was on a knife edge the whole time for, I don't know, the last maybe 10 rounds of that half. I thought Envy was out of it at some points. I thought Mibr was out of it at some points. Went the whole distance, and I think we had a really good map there in the end.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I think your point in the green room, Alan, was perfect. Will Envy force buy here, or are they going to go with the conservative route and try to tie things up? And man, it was just on the knife's edge, as you mentioned, Alan. And I gotta say, man, Nifty showing up, Calix showing up, and even KNG. I turned around, looked at the scoreboard. He had 34 kills. So
Crazy.
This was absolutely neck and neck all the way throughout.
Yeah, I believe he had KNG had 23 kills to end off that first half, which was absolutely insane. Considering, it was still a pretty close scoreline with that. So I'm wondering, from your perspective, Potter, when did it kind of fall apart for Mibr in this final few rounds? Because they did have some of the better buys coming into it.
They did. And, I gotta say, I think Inferno is gonna solidify my assumptions here. But for me, Envy just looked like the better team. They looked like they had the better protocols. And at any point, as I mentioned, KNG, he was finding those picks, but Envy, through and through, especially on their CT side, had the answer to get themselves back into the round, whether it was clever utility usage, whether it was Legia holding down the fort towards that B. So I like the look of Envy. Things did get really close, but even going into Inferno, I think it's going to be even closer.
What were your main takeaways from that map, Alan? Because, we had a lot of questions coming into it, considering that we hadn't seen either of these teams playing this map with these iterations of the roster. So where were you kind of seeing Envy with those strengths in this one?
My big takeaway is definitely Nifty on that CT half towards the end. Nifty won this game for them, to be honest. Several rounds, he just held them in it, particularly that round where saving one AWP, all the pistols were towards A. He got a 4K from Monster, just trapped behind smokes and in a corner, fighting his way out of that situation, getting 4 kills, bringing it right back for them at another round as well, which is very impressive. But Nifty definitely stepping up big time on that CT half. As we were talking about before the game, he needed to be a bit more proactive, a bit more mobile, but Nifty was really sensational in those last, 5, 6, 7 rounds towards the end of that map.
I just want to highlight the scoreboard that we just saw on our screens there. And we can never pin this on just one player, but it is interesting to see TRK having an absolutely phenomenal first map. Then coming on to this one, he was a little bit quieter. But Alan, I know you were saying it didn't seem like he was making any particular mistakes in that first half. It just seemed like Envy maybe had the better of him there.
Yeah, it didn't feel to me like he was, getting too aggressive and giving up so many picks. I suspect it was more a case of, he's just getting entry too many times or these sort of things. Or maybe when he was on the T side, it just wasn't working out. He was going in first, just getting fragged, and then he was getting traded out. So it didn't feel to me like he was letting them down too much. Obviously, any situation that have that many frags, there's probably some questions to be asked, but I'd more so look at this from a team game from really both sides. And I think Mibr, it just looks a little bit out of sorts on overpass the end on that T side. They just sort of slowed it down a bit too much. They let Envy have a bit too much space. They gave up a man advantage round to Nifty in particular. So yeah, I wouldn't blame it on TRK, I'll put it that way.
No, exactly. And Hawker brought up a really good point that the fact that some of these newer players, obviously TRK was still on the Mibr side, but they didn't really play overpass in some of their former teams anyway. So there, of course, is going to be a few mistakes expected to be made. But Potter, I know that you've got a particular clip that you sort of called the turning point for Envy in this. What are we going to be looking at?
Yeah, I needed to break this round down because you're right. It was kind of a turning point. And at this point, Envy, once again, we see Mibr finding this opening pick, and it was onto Mihu towards this monster, but this flashbang, this proactive play coming at a Legia to push out that monster, regain that map control, and Calix dedicated to the cause. He's going to find that contact for Nifty, and in turn, he's able to get a 2K to seal the deal off of that. So it's as Alan mentioned, man, Nifty, he was all over the map. He was mobile, he was proactive, and he was confident. And that's exactly what Envy needed in that AWP role.
Yeah, let's keep on the topic of Nifty here, because I know we have another certain clip. Alan, it was when Nifty managed to get that 4K, and you were saying, he was really keeping them in this game towards the end.
Yeah, this round was absolutely wild. Run boost across Monster, as I think we'll see in a second. So he's already run boosted in, he's surfed down the left side, and then playing this up close position. How on earth he picks the right timing to look at each angle is absolutely insane, all of these frags. And this really could be one of the highlights of the tournament, to be honest. It was that good.
If he got that ace,
Yeah,
for
yeah, it
sure
would've been crazy.
it would have been in. Man, that was so close. And yeah, I wish we actually got to see the run boost and the surfing, because I'm glad Nifty actually got to be able to style in this game, you know? I mean, that's the kind of personality I like to see. And going on to Inferno for him specifically, that's going to be a huge boost for the entire team.
Yeah, let's talk about Inferno as well. I believe we can bring up our updated Pinnacle odds going into that third and final deciding map. And I know, Alan, you had a few points on the MIBR side of things, maybe a few question marks coming into it, because what we've seen of them on Inferno, it's not been great.
Oh, certainly. So for those that didn't see their series against Astralis, they played Inferno, and the two B-side players for MIBR on Inferno are VSM and Leo. So these are the two most inexperienced players. So from that angle, it did surprise me quite a lot to see those two players sighting together on that bomb site. And during that game, Astralis were destroying them on B. They had nothing. They just looked really out of sorts, kind of, you know, inexperienced at playing a top-level team like Astralis, who are just absolutely phenomenal on T side of Inferno. And I really hope they spend that time wisely since that game, shoring it up, adding some more takes, perhaps, you know, having a bit more synergy between those two players during that Astralis game. You know, there were times where one player was left on the bomb site on his own and his teammate wasn't around to help him. It was all a bit strange, and hopefully now they've got a bit more chemistry. I really hope in this game we can see a better duo on that B bomb site.
Yeah, and as we could just see from the Pinnacle odds below us on the screens, I believe it was 1.98 to MV, 1.85 to MIBR. So Potter, it is incredibly close. So from your perspective, you know, as the fellow MV person over there, who are you going to be watching from that side?
It's got to be Nifty once again. And just because, especially for Inferno, being that arch player, it's so important for him to once again be mobile, but be able to kind of decipher what these communications are coming his way, because as he's rotating towards that B, there's going to be a lot of utility, a lot of just traffic, of course, as we know, towards that banana area. So Nifty's got to have his communication right on point so that he knows exactly where to be and when to be there, so that he can actually pick off these MIBR guys, because as we know, being a new squad and MV having those utility protocols that we just kind of saw on Overpass, if MIBR aren't sharp with it, they're going to get punished.
Yeah, they are indeed. I think an interesting point to bring up on what we've seen from MIBR on Inferno already is the caliber of competition they face. Of course, it was at Blast. They did lose to Astralis, none other. They also lost to Furia as well, their fellow Brazilian rival. So potentially, I don't know, is there anything you're looking at coming into this with, you know, potentially lower caliber competition in the form of MV, as they are a new squad as well?
I mean, if we look from MV's perspective, we've never seen them on Inferno. So from their perspective, I have no idea what to expect going into this game. We don't really know the CT positions. I hope, again, on T side, as we talked about going into Overpass, we do see some more decisive play. I want to see some fast takes of Banana. I want to see some contact plays. I want to see them getting aggressive towards the arch side, get loads of map control. Because I think if they play it slow, they let MIBR have Banana control, let them always have brackets and all of these sort of things. If they don't have too much of the map, I could see this going the way of MIBR. But being realistic, I've no idea which team to pick in this one. And to be honest, knowing how it went versus Astralis, I might actually lean towards Envy on this one, even though my points are on MIBR.
Oh no, flip-flopping, Alan. Flip-flopping
all over
up
the place
here on the desk. But you know what? And I think this is what is so great about Inferno being that decider, Christine. We always talk about it always being the perfect decider.
Yeah.
And I think in this instance, it really is, because there are just so many question marks at both sides.
Exactly, and Inferno's just not a map that you can get away with a lot, right? You're going to get punished if you don't have the protocols. If you haven't hashed out the minor details of exactly how you want to approach this banana, you're going to get naded. The chip damage is so real towards that B, so the spacing, it's got to be great. The utility, it's got to be great, and these guys have to be willing to help each other out and rotate perfectly.
Yeah, and I think something that we kind of touched upon when we were actually departing the stage from the last segment, we were talking about MIBR and this emotion that they're always talking about. You know, Kogo, in every single interview, he mentions this emotion, the fact that they're friends, the fact that they hype each other up. But potentially, I don't know how they're going to be reacting after a loss like that, so incredibly close, coming onto a map that maybe they're not perhaps so confident on. So I'm interested to hear your thoughts on the sort of emotional side of the team.
Yeah, with all of the hype players and the hype teams, there's always two sides to the coin. Everyone normally only looks at, you know, the upside. You know, they're going crazy, they're getting all the frags, they're all getting really pumped up, you know, they're getting more aggressive with it. But there is another side when you lose a close game like that one, and they'll be really tilted by some of those nifty rounds, because those are absolutely crazy. So for them, I hope they're still in it mentally. I think they will reset fairly well. I mean, they have Kobe behind them. He's a very experienced figure. He can, you know, say, calm down, let's reset, refocus. It's a totally different map. Overpass wasn't for us, but, you know, Inferno, maybe that's nearer the middle of our map pool, so hopefully it can be good for us. But yeah, I don't think it'll be a massive problem, but I wouldn't be totally surprised if they have a bit of a slow start in this Inferno game.
Well, of course, we'll be seeing them on the all-important player cams as well. But two other wonderful faces we will be seeing. It's going to be Hawker and James to guide us through the third and final map of the day. Guys, take it away.
Cheers, Freya. Well, it looks like Mibr will be starting on the CT side. They just about won the knife round there. I think this will be much more comfortable for everybody. I think it will be a simpler affair to some degree, moving away from overpass. I think Mibr should have a better time of things in the late round when they get to the T side. But indeed, they'll be starting on the CT side first. What do you expect, Hawker? What do you see happening? How do you feel about this?
I am scared of that banana hold that Alan pointed out. VSM and Leo have to be working together better on this CT side. To start with, though, we've got an A stack from Mibr, and the doolies of VSM alone on B. That is going to be a tough task. If they push him together on the MV side, he could be in trouble. As for MV, they have some nades of their own and a P250 in the hands of Calix. You can already see VSM making sure to play a pretty safe spot. He's got a smoke at the ready to try and slow MV down as soon as he spots them.
There goes the smoke. MV won't have any strong reaction to this. You can see Nifty moving towards the apartments. Nasty surprise for him. Spots two, and immediately that's Envy going towards the B bomb site. Two players pushing apartments. There's got to be more towards A. Let's do what we can on B. Smoke's just now dissipating. VSM eats a flashbang. Got to be real careful about this. He's pretty close to that smoke, so he could eat one as well. Nothing doing though through that smoke. 5 HP for VSM, make it none. And here comes a swing as they look to take the church area. Thomas and Legia remain. The bomb's been planted. Ruin's now in control of Mibr. Legia at the back. He's on a 1 versus 3. Leo Drunky with the Jewelies now. No kit, but surely they touched the bomb to invite him out. Don't even know where he is just yet. I don't think they do. With the Glock, he's got to find these headshots. He's got to find the headshots. There's the first one, a 180 though. Won't happen fast enough. Leo Drunky with the Jewelies and Mibr with the round. Now they found the bomb. Is the force spy coming?
Ooh, yeah. I was a bit scared of the bomb, but it's fine. I am not as good a judge as you, James. That is a question. I think this initial B play for Envy, nice on the early kills. VSM just seemed to get caught out reloading in towards Ruins there.
That's a long reload.
Yeah, for sure. But then Leo gets the doolies, runs down Legia at the end. The rotate did arrive in time. And it is a force spy out from the MV side. An AK for Calix. Nifty goes for that scout. They've got some Galils in there. They are missing nades. That might make it difficult for them to fight for Banana early, but we'll see what the call is from Envy. They're already looking for a play up mid. Flash from Mihu, and Mibr forced away. That smoke from Envy is actually allowing them to start to challenge Banana as well. They're going to boost over it.
Maybe trying to create a false sense of security. Mibr not too far forward, however. So indeed, there are many rifles. I always wonder about the scout on Inferno, because I feel like once you're past mid, it's pretty close range. Down goes Nifty. Scout not doing much on this occasion. Smokes for either side. The molly as well. Just going to make life really hard for Envy as they attempt to push. They are taking a lot of damage. BU down to 3 HP. They want to pick up something else. Maybe give the Galil to somebody who can take a fight more. Thomas is now with the scout. Those two should definitely be swapping, I think. I think Thomas maybe just saw some hands there around the smoke. Maybe not. Could have been the X-ray. I think he did. Someone's surely got to call that trade. Are they going to save?
Really? Wow. This is a big call to make. Early in the game, I mean, there's 30 seconds left on the clock, but you can see they're making no inroads towards any bomb sites. So they are going to be saving.
Their money's going to be weird. I wonder if they're going to... I guess they're going to force around it.
They have to if they're saving here. That has to be the call. And they're going to be missing a lot of nades. Because Nifty and Legia are going to get, what, $1,900, I believe?
And they got to buy guns?
Yeah, exactly. So the nades are going to be a real issue. Mibr also get to upgrade to a Galil, so they're going to have quite a few rifles. Okay, they get a bit more money than I thought. I miscalculated. So maybe they can just get a Mac 10 and some nades. But for Envy, I mean, if they go on to lose this round, they could go 4-0 down maybe before even getting a really good chance on a gun round. We'll see what the buyers look like. So Nifty is going to get a scout. Legia gets a deagle. They have some nades to work with. Much better from Mibr, though, on that B site hold. I'm glad to see they just played it safe. The team play looked so much better than it did in those previous games. Looks to me like Mibr have worked a bit on in their Inferno, and we're seeing KNG make a play down mid.
Oh dear, his cover has gone, falling back now. Has he been spotted by Calix? I think there's a chance. It's unclear at the moment. I don't know if there are footsteps or anything. Mihu creeping through the crawl space. Still lots of presence in second mid. Oh, this is so weird. On old Inferno, this was a piece of wood. And where Mihu is, he would be showing on the radar right now to KNG. Not the case for new Inferno, though. KNG now looking for the multi-frag. Oh, God. Surely he turns around and Mihu looks back. One. How many more can he get from it? Just the one.
Oh, bomb has been dropped in a slightly awkward spot, though. Leo's looking for it, but he doesn't want to risk giving away another rifle, so he backs on up. Mibr have rotated pretty heavily over to A. Now Leo's going to start going back to B. Again, Envy very happy to run down the clock here with that man advantage. The issue could be that lack of utility is still there. They only have one smoke. They've got to make sure if they go B here, they smoke CT. If Nifty makes any mistake with this smoke, they could have a tough time getting onto the site, but I assume he will smoke off that position. And with 25 seconds left, Nifty currently clearing out these angles, ready for this B-sided play.
Again, Thomas and Mihu are so low, they can't really take a bullet in the fight. Leo's here with an M4A4. Why don't they have the scout instead? Leo gets nothing done, though. And that'll be the round because Mibr are too far away. I think if you run that 20 times, maybe a lot more Envy players die in that situation. But on this occasion, there's a fair chance that 4 of them will survive. So they've managed to make the save and force buy work, and they've squeezed the round out of Mibr. You'll have VSM and TRK holding onto rifles. KNG's got 3K in the bag, so I would expect some more firepower coming the way of Envy in the next round.
I assume VSM is trying to scavenge a better gun, but some of those M4s have been stolen by the Envy players. So currently just the Galil. And both teams will be agreeing to just save what they can into this next round. Envy making sure to get away from that bomb. They all survive on low health. Between them, they didn't even have 100 points of health to work with, but 4 players surviving on the Envy side of things. Pretty big swing in the economy game early in this one. It's now Mibr who will be forcing. It's not an awful buy, especially with the utility. I'm really glad that they get a lot of nades here. I've seen Mibr run some really hefty banana stacks with nades, and this might be a round to do just that when you have the SMGs.
I was wondering if they might go aggressive in the apartments with the SMGs. 3 players towards B. Well, they still will. You can see TRK's made his way in, but with the M4A4 rather. Lucas, oh, accidental jump surely. Lucky to be alive, I think, all things considered. Lucas looks to make his way back towards A, coming to offer some grenade support. HE off the roof does minimal damage to Envy. You can see Leo on the barrels there. The retake grenades, maybe the smoke towards the half wall, but Envy with some grenades of their own. Leo can't press forward, but he can still get, actually VSM will get the kill. They know one's in the corner, but if VSM repicks, it could be quite painful for him. Look at the push from Envy. VSM forced out of the site. He'll get something from it though. Legia trying to cross will be denied. 2 players coming up banana. TRK with a late rotation through CT. Spawner spray through the coffins. Nothing doing just yet though. Some tagging, but Calix will tie the numbers up.
Lucas instantly getting into banana though. Envy are locked on the bomb site. There are some nades for Mibr as well, and that 1 HE grenade could potentially make all the difference. If TRK could put it in the right spot, there's a chance for multiple kills. They're going to move in with the guns though. Lucas has already fired first. Calix replies. It's into a 1v1, and Calix goes down. KNG with the 2 important kills at the end, and even without the kit, he can go ahead and get this defuse. Mibr coming back with a round win. That fast rotate up banana being a big key to that. Because Envy is stuck on the site, it's much more difficult for them to play the post plant. And now it's Envy's turn to again be slightly behind on the economy game, but at least their buy is going to be pretty good. I assume they will be buying up here.
Be a short delay because Mihu's going for a full reboot. Envy's got good money, 5k plus for most players, so it'll most certainly be a buy. They'll be wanting to catch more of these rounds, though. Great trade from KNG. Cleans up Calyx towards the end as well. And MIBR keeping their heads above water. It'll be a tight round for both, I think, in terms of what is left in the bank. So this could be a pivotal round. We can see in the rounds MIBR have won. I mean, it's still early, you know, the pistol and such we can ignore. The bomb is being planted. So things are going down to the wire. Lots of time for discussion now with MIBR. And you look MIBR, some of the outbound players we know are making teams together, but some there's still a question mark for.
Yeah, a lot of options for some of those guys, for sure. They could play. I mean, Fallen is someone who's got to be in high demand in a lot of roles right now.
Yeah, seems to be a variety streamer at present, playing a few different games.
It's not bad.
Yeah, especially with the friends they have. This kind of classic MIBR CSGO squad, if you will. It's football players and such. A lot of distractions outside of the game, you might say.
Got
Here
a
we are.
chicken cam.
Yeah.
Hello. Oh, okay.
So
Get that off.
I'm assuming there is a hard bug because of the reconnection and it's a 5v5, so we'll just continue. There we go, thank you. Well then, MIBR 2 in the lead. Still shortcomings for both sides, MP9 and Galil. There's good grenades though for the most part, and MD looks to take top mid immediately. And there are still 3 players towards B for MIBR. But how far will they go, NV? They have presence on B as well with the grenades and the spray. Smoke up on Arch for the time being. KNG ran at Arch area. No sniper for him in this round. MIBR forced to play passive on the A-bomb sites. They'll have an incendiary on long just to buy some time. But again, there's still pressure towards B here. VSM gets a crouch peek from Legia, who comes out on top. And that leaves Leo Drunky alone on the B-bomb site, falling back. And all he's got is some sound cues if he's lucky. No movement from MIBR whatsoever around the A-bomb site. KNG hasn't moved an inch. And in fact, Leo Drunky seems to be moving away from the B-bomb site. Will there be a gamble here?
Yeah, this wouldn't be a bad round for a gamble stack, considering you've gone down a man early. Oh, TRK is getting up close with the MP9. We might see some counter-aggression. MIBR, they have everyone here. Everyone into top mid. This is going to be all action, and KNG's got a 3-man spray down. Just like that, the push is completely toppled. Lucas gets the final kill, and that rotate arrives at just the right time. MIBR locking it down.
Now that is a hard read right there. That puts Envy into eco territory, which allows MIBR to build their money. That is quite the read from MIBR. Great spray down from KNG. He had some prior warning as well. The barrel of a gun was seen as a play was turning just before that first engagement. Just allowed him better visualization as they move to a 3-round lead now. Put Envy on the pistols, 4 Deagles. And the P250 for Legia, the grenade man. Nifty dies bottom mid. Oh. So far so good for MIBR. Again, the focus for them really, like there's still priorities in rounds such as this, and the priority is to stay alive, to keep everyone alive, to build, to like pad the wallets, give themselves a full buy in the hole. CKNG very happy with that.
As he should be. A nice clean round, which we haven't had too many of throughout this series. In that earlier round from Envy though, the one thing that gives me some promise for this Envy squad heading into Inferno is that smoke that Envy put into top banana, I think was a really good idea, because MIBR quite often go for that boost onto the half wall and then try and leave someone alone on banana. So when you put that smoke into top banana, Legia actually swings out there looking up at the half wall almost. He can much more easily clear out that angle. And then you saw Leo was nowhere to be found to help the SM on banana. I still think that could be the key to Envy getting back in this game. If they can perhaps put a couple of players into that position, get themselves some early picks there. MIBR have still looked a little shaky at times in this game. The coordination definitely looking a little bit better between VSM and Leo though. So it's definitely something to keep an eye on as this game goes on. I think that will be the key for both sides. That battle for banana Always important on Inferno.
Talent in the studio with a lot riding on this on this match. It's actually interesting the way we've done the predictions of the points. It's there's a lot of bragging rights to be had. Nifty. Oh, have a look at this investment from Mibr. 4 players towards B. Still making plays forward. Lucas holding his angles. He's just out there. And Thomas is no longer. What is the response from Envy? Maybe forced towards the A bomb site. Do they identify how many plays were towards A? Still now only a second made his way back in TRK. Got 3 kills already, doing much better than Overpass. There's an important kill onto KNG. Nifty looking towards the library. Lucas with a big rotation. First kill of the round, let's not forget. Over towards the B-bomb site. Now he delivers on A. TRK up top, but Legia will deliver. 3 versus 2. Lucas now stuck in library. Nifty not engaging in that direction, but looking down mid for Leo Drunky, which leaves Lucas to try and clutch, but he'll be denied by Calix. A quick turnaround from Envy, and they find only their second round so far.
I was worried when Envy didn't instantly hit the A site there, because I think they probably should have been able to count those nades down Banana and realize it was a 3-man stack. Lucas here as well, he was just standing in front of all of the nades alone. If he went down on Banana there, that could have completely turned around at the start of the round. But then eventually, Envy realized they can commit into A, even if it wasn't quite as quick as I would have hoped. The play still pays off for them because Mibr are rotating back into position. There's the molly down mid for this same Banana play. VSM, though, not able to land a shot early, and it's Nifty getting aggressive. KNG caught off guard. Nifty makes it a second. 2 shots landed at top mid, and there's another man who wants to fight him. It might be a mistake from TRK, though. He's blinded. Finally, Nifty misses his mark, but Mihu's there to back him up. And with 3 kills on the A site, this round is over. Nifty is just getting them all.
That's fantastic spatial awareness from Nifty. Could post up on library only after the smoke, but it would obscure his vision. Reads the play, hears the footsteps, delivers the battle sniper kills. That's the kind of play we need to see from Nifty, the aggression. Forced their way back into this round, back into this game rather. Mibr looking to pull away on their CT side. VSM trying to hold on, but Thomas is too close to trade frag before he can fire. They lose everything, Mibr, and their money has disappeared very quickly indeed. 2 rounds from Envy, and there's not much left in the coffers for the Brazilian side.
Nice from Nifty. Getting those 3 kills.
Nice.
Very nice. He had a pretty quiet start to the game as well. I think he was 0-4, maybe even 0-5. But now that he's got the AWP, he is here, and he is clearly going to be having impact with it.
I think TRK's beaten his score from the first half of Overpass.
Yeah, I think so.
With 3 kills here on Inferno, which is great. What is it with the chicken butt cam? I don't know what's wrong with you guys. This is what happens when you got too many white people in one room.
Oh, God. Yeah, get that off my screen right now. Well, get this round off my screen because Mibr don't have much. We've seen these rounds come close on occasion. Maybe Mibr have got something up their sleeve. It's a 4-man A stack right now. These rounds are always pretty important as well. Even though Mibr have a very slim chance of winning the round, if you can actually do a bit of damage, CSGO these days is just so much about the economy that if you can get a couple of kills, it can make a pretty big difference. Especially if Nifty's going to be having so much impact with the AWP. You want that out of his hands if you can get some kills and steal away some weapons. And Mibr might have got the right read on the situation. 4 players all stacked on the short side of A as well. They're all stacked in similar positions so they can quickly try and swarm for these fights. And now that they've heard the flashbang into top mid, Mibr might realize they've got a decent chance at trying to overwhelm some of these players. I would love if Mibr just had one flashbang here to allow them to all kind of fight at the same time. That's the one thing that's maybe missing.
Well, Lucas has a smoke. VSM not showing from Graveyard. Calix has been looking for a while. You can see him trying to bait for the information.
Oh, they've smoked long as well. That's nice. They can keep on focusing on short here.
Yeah, that allows Thomas to potentially clear some of library here, though. Oh boy. Okay, well, let's see how this one plays out. The flashbangs are getting stuck to traffic. Again, not the most lethal round from Mibr, and they will die in quick succession. And the gap is close to 1. 3 rounds in a row for Envy. It's time for Mibr to be back on the buy, though. No AWP money for KNG. Lucas with 49.50 won't be buying one.
Oh, they're going to be missing a lot of nades here. KNG sacrifices down to the FAMAS to make sure he can get, a couple of flashes and a smoke. But they won't have the mollies for Banana, for example. Most teams these days are trying to run at least 2, normally 3 mollies down Banana.
Have a look at mid, though. They've got 4 people towards the A bomb site, and this is their response, running straight down mid. There's no one second mid, actually. So, again, if Envy can identify this, I think they've just realized, hold on a second, we've got no map control towards A. They must have invested something down mid. Let's make a play towards B. They will be held back by the smoke, however. Are they brave enough to go through it? It would be the right decision, probably, with all the numbers towards the A bomb site. In fact, they'll do that before that rotation comes through. Still on the way. KNG will hold down Coffins. Multi-frag with the FAMAS. French gun, he's still alive. Calix with 2, though, on the site will help for now. And that Molotov will allow them to get into post-plant positions, although that bomb's on the floor at present. Someone needs to collect it and plant it. It's inside the fountain.
Oh no, this smoke's going to fade soon. Nifty's finally got it back. He's going to get the bomb down, but they don't have the same Banana control they would have wanted. Nifty was posted up on Banana. Now he has to play from the site, and TRK can start to close the distance on Banana. And that means these smokes could be used much more effectively for this retake. One smoke going down already, but Nifty now knows where this man is. He misses the shot first time of asking. Here comes TRK. Because the CT smoked Banana, they don't think TRK's here, but he's behind them. He's got the burst. Nifty able to transfer back into a 2v2, but Nifty still going strong. 3 kills from Nifty. He closes out the post plant, and he is really starting to get rolling now.
Oh my god, that was scary to watch. The classic bait, smoke off Banana because no one's there except somebody is there. And I do wonder if that was... It's quite simple to do that smoke normally, but there was a gap on the side you can see, which has to be by design by Mibr. Legia took the bait, almost collapsed, but Nifty denied it. Look at that 180. He is ready for any angle. Gloriously fast reactions here from Nifty. That's the kind of Nifty you want to see. Not easy to do on a map like Inferno either. In no man's land there. Ready for the ting. And it's back to pistols for Mibr. One would presume another slow round. You can see the boost there in Boiler. Some harassment from Legia as Envy take it slow. 3 players to clear Banana. Plenty of utility. With no smoke coming their way on B, perhaps they keep it simple with these mollies. Set fire to the site, a flame carpet, if you will. Ooh, the bait set up. Okay, not a bad start. Legia creeping down Banana with the bomb. There's the coffin smoke. Now you can molly behind New Box in a number of ways, while facing the site as well, over the barrels. Thomas has made his way onto the site. Seems he will be the investigative journalist. Calix, why have you got your knife out there? 2 players crossing, that's a rifle to be collected. It's a 3 versus 5. That is a schoolboy error. Legia will buy some time with the smoke towards Coffins, but Envy could be in trouble here. Lucas has a Molotov.
Switching out some guns. Lucas is quite far away, though. That's a shame. He is going to eventually get into play, but it may be the pistols that have to lead the charge. Molly finally going down to triple. Nifty not going to get the kill, but KNG certainly will. Legia finally fighting back, but it's too little too late. Nifty has to go huge, and he won't be able to. Can they get on the bomb in time, though? Oh, no, they can't. Envy just about win the round. They're not going to be too pleased with it. That definitely could have gone against them, but they win the round nonetheless.
That is really fortunate for Envy. Some sloppy play. If you're the only man holding the flank rotation, you have to have your gun out, not your knife. It's cutting corners. Yes, you're going to get there slower, but worst case scenario, you'll be able to defend yourself at the very least. But they're alive, and they've got 5 rounds in a row. They're in the lead now, Envy. Racking up a good score on their T side, but Mibr back on the buy. They've got AWP on KNG. Although it's all eyes on Nifty at the moment. KNG there with a better score, but the team doesn't have one. Jumps past, goes back into the angle. The flashbang will take him away. see how aggressive he wants to be now. Very fast moving from Envy. Not the first time they've been very quick up top mid, as if they're trying to neutralize what KNG can do in this area by just taking top mid straight away. And again, you've got that smoke on long, which is maybe being thrown from second mid. I'm not sure. There is a fast one you can do, but Envy are establishing some control over top mid repeatedly when they head towards A.
Always nice to be able to force the CTs back. You can see right now, Lucas is actually having to play towards CT spawn to be able to float between those two bomb sites and to be able to try and hold long. KNG is now thinking about whether he can go back in for some fights. The flash will help him make that decision, but he still can't peek out wide, and that's a problem. Envy are already starting to walk into this angle, and they can get up close here. Even if KNG gets a kill, if Envy peek this correctly, they could definitely trade if they wanted to go this way. They may just go back to B, though. And the problem here is this time round, MIBR didn't use their nades early on Banana. They have their nades to hold this off. And as the round ticks on down, KNG gets the information. First kill found, 3 CTs on the B bomb site, and some utility left for MIBR. They are in great shape right now, especially as Envy have almost no nades left.
HE grenades. There goes the first one. That is colossal damage. Really big damage there, and they're just lining up. More grenades being delivered, and it is an easy cleanup for MIBR. Everybody survives. Barely any damage taken. Envy did 8 damage in that round, if I'm not mistaken. And it's quickly back to 6-6. A late round CT sniper on short is always fun to watch because they often creep up to re-establish control of top mid, see what's going on. Always something to keep an eye on. If the CTs lose control of top mid early, that AWP is on short. Very common play. False start there from Envy, who buy within an inch of their economy. Back on AWP. KNG aggressive as always. Looks like he'll go back to the well once again. Legia completely blind. Still alive though through the wall. Down 16 HP. And again, it's that fast emergence from Envy towards top mid. Taking the angles away from KNG, but he's got the flicks. Long still somewhat compromised, however. That'll cause Lucas to rotate. Smoke up on the mini pit. Nifty trying to stay alive. None of his real problems. Nifty and Legia with a combined 17 HP.
Oh, Thomas. Really aggressive. Leo with a sloppy spray, and Thomas gets the timing window just right onto the B site. Rotate arriving. Thomas is reloading, man. VSM gets that freebie. They can still get towards the bomb site, but the molly's just gone down, and Nifty above the smoke brings one back, but VSM has arrived. Second kill, finally traded out into a 2v2. Calyx should get that bomb down momentarily, but MIBR are starting to arrive on the rotate.
Oh my god, Legia's 10 miles away. He's so far away. He's got to get his skates on. Got to get on that road bike, and he might just make it there in time. The shadow, Calyx has seen KNG down. He goes TRK now. He just needs to take a deep angle as possible so Legia can clean up. He'll do exactly that. Down to the wire. Great play by Thomas to open things up. Didn't realize how close MIBR would be when he rotates through the ruins. Gets taken out, but then there's Nifty there to trade. Back and forth we go. Every map has been back and forth. It's been a scrap from round to round, and it continues to be on Inferno.
Yeah, this is a proper brawl right now between these two. No punches being held back at the moment. Double AWP setup brought back out by MIBR. VSM has definitely had some impact with that weapon in this series. Something that I think is working well for MIBR is they're not really trying to fight for banana control now in a lot of these rounds. And I think in the previous games, they were really trying hard to fight for banana, but they didn't quite have the synergy down. And now they're just playing from the site, which I think is allowing VSM and Leo to work together just that little bit more easily. And this time, the flash into banana, Leo really trying to take the fight to Envy, who have to back away briefly.
3 smokes, 2 mollies, and a bunch of flashes still in the hands of Envy. Flash 2 clear, top mid once more. You can see KNG on short again, so we'll just keep an eye on that. Minutes on the clock, we'll see if he creeps up later, or what the climate will be. There was a shallow smoke towards long, which has come and gone. KNG still holding his angle. Leo's made his way towards library, trying to figure out if anybody is around the arch area, because smokes are up in the middle of long. And here's that push I'm talking about from KNG. Looking for the information. He'll surely have these sound cues of players up mid, and down goes Nifty again. Nobody holding the angle. Goes deep rather than falls back. Ready for another one. Looking like it'll be a dry push from Envy now. The swing, the shots missed, the trade is not necessary. TRK on the bicycle, stands up, has a quick look, sees a lot of players there. He has to stay alive. He's doing better than that. TRK with a multi-frag again. Just entertaining Calix, and there he goes. 7th round on the board for MIBR. 4 survive.
Another round where TRK just does more than you'd expect him to. Getting 3 kills from that position is fantastic. Really important stuff there to win his team the round. I think for Envy as well, Nifty keeps on investigating A long with that AWP. He did it in the previous round where it looked like it was a lurk up A long with the AWP, which is just such a gamble. If you're going to be scoped in on that angle, you're never going to be able to turn around in time if you don't have your teammates helping you. Either way, no AWP for Nifty here. There's one for KNG though. Fast shot down mid. Mihu no chance, and VSM also lands a headshot. That is 2 headshots with both AWPs at the start of this round. They are dead on, and MV might be in trouble in the last round of the half.
448 damage per person. Thank you for coming. A run boost to try and avoid a sniper. Oh, even better than that. It wasn't expecting that one. Cheeky from Legia. But there's more to do on this bomb site. Lucas looking to swing, maybe play off of his teammate. Or will it just be grenades? The mollies are out. Leo's completely exposed, though, to the headshot angle of Nifty now. He's isolated the fight at the very least, but he can't quite get there. The jack in the box, Nifty delaying, waiting for that molly to go, finally gets taken down. And it's only Legia behind enemy lines. The bomb surely spotted by MIBR. The rotation coming through, but slowly, because they think he could be on Banana. A good angle from Leo Drunky, though. Oh, has a quick look, and now he's spotted. He's in trouble, Legia. The double peaks are coming through. The swing from Lucas will be enough for an 8th round from MIBR. 3 late rounds in the first half to take a lead at half-time. It's the final map of this series. We'll find out who's taking it after the break.
A tight first half sums up this series well. The margins have been razor thin between Envy and MIBR.
Stop.
And we are getting more chicken action, James. But what we really want to see is this pistol round, because this could be game-changing. With how close the scoreline is right now, this could help put either team off on the front foot in this second half.
Okay, Calix is the man to jump spot in mid. I like to jump spot mid, go into apartments, jump past, see what's going on second mid, drop a smoke somewhere if necessary.
A nice insight into the mind of James Bardolph.
That's the Bardolph default
Okay.
pistol. Everyone else can do what they want, but that's what I'm doing. A slow start from MIBR. They have gone mostly for Kevlar, no P250s. I think there should always be one or two. Oh, well, I say always. I mean, if you have a plan with utility which requires 2 or 3 people, then fair enough. But otherwise, get some P250s in there. One decoy for Thomas. I don't know if he has, I mean, maybe he could use it as a fake flash. That could come in handy. 3 players on B for Envy, patiently waiting for MIBR to make their play. Leo looking to perhaps try and figure out what might be going on the A bomb site. We can see Thomas and Calix playing a bait setup. A lot of bait setups we've seen recently, which I like. Ooh, the lurk smoke.
Yeah.
Take the coffin angle away. You could even jump onto barrels from behind that.
Oof. Clean kill from Calix at top mid. Pretty slow response from MIBR as well. They didn't have the other players close by, but Calix can't convert. That's the A site lost, and that might be the round lost. MIBR have a man advantage, a quick bomb plant, and Envy are just now arriving anywhere near this bomb site.
Legia and Mihu together. Legia with the kit. Has a flashbang as well. That decoy is not around anymore. But it'll be the best flash of all time. Out it comes, and VSM eats it completely. Leo in graveyard, running distraction now, just not really fighting to the death until the right time. And MIBR will converge to take the pistol. MIBR now winning both pistol rounds, it must be said. We'll see if they can make it to 11.
Yeah, with how this game has been going, I am not counting Envy out of this force buy, but it is definitely a good start for MIBR. We've got a Zeus for Nifty, who's looking to save some money to get that AWP into the future. It was such a clean kill to begin with from Calix, and then on the follow-up, he just couldn't find it. He realized he probably needed to fight and get another kill because he couldn't just let them run up short onto the A site. But unfortunately, as soon as he falls, it's just impossible for Envy to win the round at that point. And now this force buy coming through. Nifty, the one man, saving a bit of extra money. Mihu already playing up close. Ooh, good damage onto Mihu there. That nade, I think, bounced back, takes him down to below half health, but he's still playing close range. Oh no.
Boy. That is very awkward indeed. Caught completely unawares. Fadeaway grenade will do something, but Legia's got to do a lot more than that. Somewhat neutered force buy, thanks to the surprise from MIBR. Smokes up, and Legia will try to hold on to Ruins at the very least. Nifty going down second mid while Lucas is still lurking, but Nifty only has the USP and a taser. Legia swinging through. He'll be denied, however, so not sure what Envy can do in this situation. Calix looking to hold on to his Kevlar, one would presume. Kevlar and Deagle could be used in the next round, but maybe the best opportunities have come and gone for this one.
It might be worth Nifty just hanging around with the USP at this point even, just to try and get a bit of extra money, you could argue. At the same time, the Zeus kill would be nice just to make sure you deny one of the guns from MIBR. All of that is, of course, predicated upon MIBR leaving Banana, which is unlikely right now. They can just sit back and relax. Double digits about to be confirmed for MIBR. This is where it's going to get tough for Envy as well. Obviously, no buy in this next one. This could start to spiral out of control for them if they're not careful. Calix will at least save a Deeg to try and do some damage into the next, but MIBR hold on to all their guns. They only have to rebuy the nades, which will be about $1,000 each. Honestly, if I'm Leo here, I'm maybe not even buying nades and just running him first with the MP7, knowing that you're going to be against a hard eco, but he will buy the nades anyway. Ahead of round 18. Should be pretty easy pickings for MIBR in this next one.
Yeah, really not much for Envy to show. We'll see if Nifty can do something with the taser. Just hopping about. And I think what we can focus on in this particular round is the anti-eco strat for MIBR. How tight can they play? How much can they limit opportunity for Envy? Could see Envy now with 4 players around top mid. But the focus from MIBR will be B. Already a smoke up on the B bomb site, but the only grenade left is that HE for Nifty. Calix moves away. So I would imagine Envy will post up for exit frags at best on the B bomb site. Again, Calix has may want to keep his Kevlar. It's a lot of money to save for the buy round to come.
Yeah, smoke for CT, a couple of mollies at the back of the site. Just make sure that MIBR don't have any of those annoying close angles to deal with. KNG straying into the open. Perhaps a bit unnecessary. Could have stayed on banana, but the Galil will be recovered. VSM having to spray away. There's a little bit of damage done here by Envy. They get 2 kills, not too bad, and Nifty still trying to bait them in. They won't be falling for it, though. Lucas getting the final kill. Oh, MIBR don't get to save those AKs, though. Leo saves the MP7, Lucas saves the Galil, so they actually might have to rebuy some of those high-value weapons that they lost. That's a bit of a shame. Envy will be happy with that bit of damage done. And they'll also get the AWP out for Nifty. Big buy round here for Envy. This is one they could really do with winning to keep themselves in contention. Over on the MIBR side, it's a little bit of a bonus. Some players struggling for cash, but Leo's sticking with that MP7. 3-man B stack early for Envy. 3 mollies on Banana as well by the looks of things, or at least 2 flames. And now Envy will just sit at the top of Banana and play it patiently. That's a bit of damage onto Calix. He'll get away. Ouch.
That didn't do too much.
Yeah.
A little nick. No big issues there. No significant shrapnel problems. Oh, there. Well, if they're able to find something productive from this, I was going to say it could be a fast play into the B bomb site, but they, the Molotov will slow them down, which is their own molly. But that's fine. They have established some control of Banana. They haven't quite gone up to the sandbags just yet. Smoke still up on mid from Envy. However, you can see on the radar they're playing pretty passive positions. Nifty in a classic spot in the library area. People used to stand on the couch for an elevated position versus a crouch peek or otherwise. 35 seconds on the clock. MIBR offering a fake with no actual...
Oh, no.
Yeah, Leo's down on the A bomb site, so there won't be any presence in long. But Nifty's rotating towards B. They're taking the bait on the B bomb site. See if they can defend on A. Molly, smokes, and flashbangs. Nifty up top mid, but just a second too late.
So tight on the timings here. KNG with the initial entry. Calix sprays away for a couple of kills. Nifty arriving from the backside, misses his opportunity, but Calix is there to help. And now Lucas may have got the bomb down, but his chances of winning the round are slim at best. Galil in his hands. He knows that Calix is in pit, and this is just such a nuisance right now. Knowing that there's this one player here, you have to look at this side, and you have to be scared of the flank as well. Calix timing that really nicely with his teammates. Quad kill for Calix in the pit. Really big impact from him. I think for MIBR, that play maybe could have been okay if they leave themselves a bit more time and a bit more utility. But that was always going to be really running it down to the wire. It had to be such a clean entrance onto the A site. And as soon as Calix gets this double spray down and just survives in the pit, you already know that MIBR are going to have a really rough time.
Yeah, that kill on long was really key because Nifty rotated afterwards, maybe reading it as a wrap into CT spawn. But Calix performed. First round on the board for Envy. If MIBR had won that, it would have been a really hard recovery for Envy. They would have felt so far behind. And they still might. MIBR with another buy. More pressure. Both teams low on money now. And an aggressive take on Banana once again. KNG looking for something. Some meat behind that grenade. Molotov though, to hold position. thought KNG might push it. You never know. Actually, it'll be Lucas to go in first. So, indeed, control of Banana will be established. Third man back towards A and Mihu. Will this be a fast round from MIBR? All 5 on Banana. Nobody watching mid whatsoever. It's going to be dry, isn't it? It's going to be dry.
Oh, it is. And Nifty's missed that first shot. He's got the counter smoke, but they're going to close the distance quite quickly here. Nifty's burning. Oh, Leo gets him out. Easy kills for MIBR onto that B-bomb site. And now they have smokes remaining. Because they went dry, they can smoke off these spots, and they can make sure that MV have no hope in hell of winning on this retake. Nice call from MIBR to just run it into B. I'm sure Nifty will be disappointed missing that first shot, but I think even if he gets that first kill, he probably just gets traded, and MIBR probably take the site in a 3v2 and still just win the round.
Oh, MIBR surging. Not much you can do to respond to that if you don't get those initial picks. The numbers game as well. Pretty difficult. Does that spur Envy on to play more aggressive, ignoring their money, which is a problem, of course, right now? Just the one round in this half, Envy. MIBR 4 from victory. Both these games have more or less gone down to the wire. Timeout called by Team Envy as they try to figure out what to do. They've got reasonable money together to buy in the next round, with 2 rifle saves in this one. Oh, it looks like they're going to force around it, actually. Got more M4s coming out. They may be light on grenades, however, so expect some aggression.
Definitely make a lot of sense on the MV side. Man, this round is going to be a high-pressure one for MV. I think they're also, on the MV side of things, starting to have some issues so far in this tournament when it gets into these second halves. It feels like normally MV are keeping it close to begin with, and then as the game continues to play on, when we get down to crunch time, it feels like they sometimes start to slip up slightly. And I'm sure that's the kind of thing that will come with experience, but some aggression. Oh, instantly naded.
Oh
2
God.
nades down mid. That is horrible, but Nifty still gets a kill. Now he pulls out the smoke, though, not realizing there are more players nearby.
Yeah, that's a tough decision when you're at the bottom of mid as a CT. Calix is at least in a forward spot. He has heard the reload as he tried to go around the side. Leo's going back and forth, as is Calix, trying to catch Leo. This is going to be a very important kill. Oh my God, he's turned a corner just in time, but what does he do now? We've got 2 players moving up mid. Thomas is not in a position to help him. Catching VSM off guard. Fast-moving situation. Mihu starting to rotate, as is Thomas to the site. How far does he go? Avoids a flashbang, but he can't avoid Leo Drunky. Mihu now going through the arch spot. The bomb is dropped for Leo to plant. Note that lineup from the corner and able to plant the bomb. Goes for the Vino plant. Under the sign it says Vino for the pit. And he moves around the utility. Mihu now moving towards top mid, but have a look at KNG's angle. I can't imagine Mihu survives this. Surely not. He does actually. 1v1 now. Leo hiding in graveyard. Mihu knows it's a possibility. So many angles to check, though. Surely it's a guarantee. It is. 13 rounds for MIBR.
Yeah, Leo getting into a really hard spot to clear in that post plant. You have to just run up on it and assume he's playing there, which is never something you're going to be comfortable doing. And now, MV's money is not in good shape. They're down 13-8. Here's the earlier kill from VSM. He pushes into top mid, gets caught, and even though Mihu can get that kill, it's just too hard to retake that site. As you said, so many angles he has to be aware of. And it is only pistols for Envy. This second half has not gone according to plan for them. They've only won that 1 round. They go down to Deagles for this one. We might need to see some heroics from Envy to keep them in this game again. They were able to do it on Overpass. It was Nifty who carried...
Oh, no!
Oh, okay.
Okay, 2 HP, everything's fine.
It's fine, it's fine. Yeah, Nifty was able to carry them through a round somewhat similar to this on Overpass, but that was when he had the AWP. This time it's only pistols on their players. And maybe the aim for Envy here will just be to use this utility. If they can save these 5 smokes late into the round, that could force MIBR to push through those smokes and have a much harder time.
Some grenades in. KNG watching the back. A lot of Molotovs sprayed through the smoke. Legia trying to hide in plain sight. Was pretty close to the corner though, the choke point. And down he'll go. Almost a double peak. Nothing going the way of Envy in the second half. Absolutely nothing. Nifty will switch up for the Desert Eagle. Envy still with 2 players on 8. And in they come. Nifty misses the first shot and the second. Well, this will be a formality. There's a lot in the hands of Envy and the remaining players. They can buy regardless in the next round, but we'll see what they choose to do. But again, it's a landslide of rounds for MIBR as they move 2 away from taking this series.
Just slowly grinding out these rounds on the MIBR side. Doing what they have to. They've thrown contact plays in there. They've taken quite a few early fights. The game plan for MIBR working out right now. Quite a few rounds like this where MV just don't have that much to work with. Aren't really able to get anything going early and then just have to give up on the round. MIBR saving on Banana again. 14-8 lead. There's going to have to be a pretty hard comeback for Envy at this point, but at least they've kept enough money for a great buy across the board. Leo there just spamming the smoke. There was a little gap on that smoke on the left side, and I think some steps were made. So they all just start spamming. They realize they've got the chance to get an early kill. As soon as they get the B site, they get the win. And here comes the buy from Envy. All out for Nifty, rifles across the board. No more room for error.
Yeah, there really isn't. Let's see how much aggression we'll see from the team. Nifty with grenade support on Banana, rather than going for an aggressive pick. MIBR will try to put out the flames. You can see some dancing from Mihu, top Banana. Have a look at the apartments now. We can see the bomb making its way in there. MIBR looking for a fast response. There's only 2 players for Envy, and they're not on the A bomb site, and they're not in position to support each other. Smoke goes in and stops Lucas just in time. Not sure if it was a full commitment coming through there, or just some shenanigans. Some grenades will be deployed. And with smoke still up on Banana, MIBR haven't really missed out on too much going for that play there. And suddenly we find ourselves with 4 Envy players on A. So MIBR start quietly going up again. But once this smoke goes, eventually Mihu will have to give up the angle, and then they'll start to get worried. There's KNG taking out top mid. That's a big frag for Envy.
Another smoke from Envy into these apartments. Legia goes into the open. 2 players around the corner. Leo lands the first shot, but Nifty's there for the refrag. He's not going to face again, though. MIBR, 35 seconds. They were thinking of going back to B, but that kill from Mihu makes all the difference. Now MIBR might try and come back to the A site because Lucas has started to open things up. The molly is going to slow them down significantly, though. And if you look at the mini-map, Mihu's pushed all the way through B. They know this is A. Envy just have to hold, just have to buy time. Nifty missing from the site, but Thomas is in position. And Lucas still needs to find this kill. P250 out, trying to run it down. He's got the headshot, but he's not ready for the player from behind. Mihu's fast flank keeps Envy in contention.
All of Envy's utility there, be it smokes or incendiaries, was perfectly placed and perfectly timed to stop the intentions of MIBR and hold them in position. But it still comes down to the last player, which is not good for the money and utility of Envy. There will be shortcomings. People will be lacking things. There'll be holes in the defenses. And MIBR can still buy, despite not having a bomb plant. They've won so many rounds in a row. They can keep the pressure up. Envy's defense becomes weaker as the rounds go on. This is a key one to win, though. Means an eco for someone, or maybe a force bite. VSM very quickly towards B, but he's denied the kill. Love the attempt, though. Maximum pressure from MIBR, abusing their advantage of 5 rounds.
And MIBR are up Banana quickly here. They may just commit to this. They've gone for these fast B plays previously. They have to be ready for Legia's boosted position, though. 1 smoke for CT, molly for Coffins, and they're about to commit to this. They're not clearing it. They're not clearing it. Legia's still above. Surely they clear it eventually, but it's only the MP9 that finally gets the kill mid-air. They're on the site itself, though. Lucas getting even more aggressive. He has the bomb right now. He's got to go back here. Smoke goes down. Does Lucas realize? Finally, he knows. The molly is slowing him down. This is going to take a while for the plant, but KNG gets the first kill from above.
A lot of abusive utility. Lucas has got to make an aggressive play in the 2 versus 4. He's got to take him by surprise. He's got a tight choke point as well. Potential for a multi-frag. Nifty's got to be careful. Mihu goes in first. Legia biding his time. There's the trade. KNG though still delivers. 1 versus 2 after those frags. Moves around the corner just in case, but he's been smoked off. He's going to have to find a way to do this now. Surely this is not doable for KNG. In the smoke with an AWP. Down to the 1v1. Nifty's gone as well. Match point MIBR. I can't believe it.
Behind the smoke with the AWP. He should have almost no chance to win that round, but he gets the timing just right to take the first fight. Legia can't pull the trigger in time, and neither can Nifty. I think Nifty may have got the shot off. It was so hard to hear. Oh, Nifty did get the shot off, but he just missed it. KNG coming up huge, and you can better believe that that house is loud right now. MIBR hyping themselves up. They're the ones taking a timeout right now because Koku is loving life behind them. And remember, Envy's money was already in a precarious position. That might just break their bank. KNG, really the talismanic figure for this MIBR roster. Again, taking that in-game leadership role. Taking on the leaders of this team, and he's doing a great job at it so far. 15-9 for MIBR, and look at the buy from Envy. They've got some FAMASs, an MP9, a UMP. At least they have nades, but it's not the ideal scenario.
It's a lot of match points for MIBR. Again, only 2 rounds for Envy. On their CT half, the defensive half, despite Nifty's best efforts. This is an uphill struggle and a half. With the weapons they have, you'd expect some kind of aggression, but they're playing reactive at present based on their positions. Nifty reduced to an MP9. The flashbang out. Thomas falling off the balcony, completely blind. Calix will do what he can, but that's not a lot. Standing on Thomas's head. And they've got to sight MIBR. 4 versus 3. Molotovs around the smoke grenades. What does Nifty do now? Look at the harassment. Look at the spray. Down he goes through the smoke. And there's Legia. It's down to Mihu. An MP9 versus 4 MIBR players storming their way back through the bracket. KNG, of course, with the final kill. There's the pop-off. 16-9 on Inferno.
MIBR take it in the end. A hard-fought series for both of these teams, but it is MIBR who get it over the line in the end. That T side of Inferno really shining bright for them there. A lot of fast plays, a lot of contact plays, a lot of impacts from KNG. Remember, back on Nuke, we were criticizing KNG for not having a great game. He stepped it up on those last 2 maps, made sure his team could get it over the line.
We've long been looking for that KNG here in Flashpoint 2, and finally we found him instrumental in the destruction of Envy on that 3rd map. Didn't really see much from Envy, dominated from pillar to post in that 2nd half, and it really didn't have much to show. I think everybody was expecting a better time of things for Envy in that 3rd map, but it wasn't to be on this occasion. Over to Freya at the blind spot. Hey, Freya!
Thank you so much, James. First time I'm here down in the blind spot, and it's going to be an absolute blast, I can tell you that. I've got wonderful Potter joining me.
No, it's Flashpoint, it's not Blast.
Oh, sorry.
It's an absolute Flashpoint.
I'll let myself Potter, you're joining us here as a guest.
I am.
Which is going to be spectacular.
I guess. I mean, my deep knowledge of Counter-Strike surely will help the fans understand what's going on.
This is your time to shine, man. This is your time to shine. I think we've got to start off by talking about the game at hand, though. MIBR, unfortunately, I can gloat here because I did pick MIBR. Unfortunately, 2 Envy fan guys and girls down here with me. But
Here was my strategy today. I saw some good odds on Envy. I thought it wasn't ridiculous they could win this game. I put 250 on Envy of my pinnacle points because I put 750 on Big, and I knew that as long as Big won, I was going to come out positive in terms of my points. So
I respect that. How many did you put, Potter?
You have a much better reason than I do, Monty. Last night I convinced myself that I saw an opening for Envy, and I put 750 all in on Envy here. And I'm pretty sure I'm at the very bottom of the scoreboard.
No,
now. Like 100%. I feel like I'm going to be below Enders and Semler now.
No,
I'm
surely not.
So. I'm actually scared.
I don't think so.
They're in the minus, but we will be able to have a look at that a little bit later on. on. But let's dissect this one a little bit as well, because we were talking about Inferno. We were saying, you know, MIBR haven't had that good of a showing on it the past 2 times that we've seen them play it with this iteration. So what were your kind of key takeaways from that one, Christine?
Honestly, it's got to be KNG. It's just KNG, man. And, you know, I mentioned in the pre-show that I thought Envy was the better team. And what I meant by that is just MIBR are so fresh, and Envy had the nade protocols, and Inferno being such a utility-based map, I figured Envy would be, that was their opening. But KNG just showing up once again, and I think that's probably the beauty of this lineup is the fact that they have individuals like that that can just take over an entire series.
Yeah, 100%. And I love that emotion that we see coming out of them as well. Literally every time we cut to the player cams, Monty, they're doing something. Even if they're jumping
like
up and
flipping out,
down.
he's popping off on behalf of his players. You love to see it. You love to see it. I mean, I know we talked a lot about, I have a question for you, Christine, but I know we talked a lot about Inferno being a weak map, but how much can you really read into that when we have such a small sample size? And presumably, they're practicing all the time to get these maps better. Like, it's not like it's been a long-term problem.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that the biggest issue is probably that especially for Envy and MIBR for that matter, is whatever practice results and whatever scrim results that they had, whatever success they might think that they have on Inferno, it is not going to translate usually when it comes to game time, right? These players, when they're scrimming, when they're practicing, they're going through the motions of whatever set piece they're practicing for that day. And then come game time, it's generally a whole different type of opponent that you're faced up against. So, I mean, obviously for Envy's side of things, whatever they were working on in practices, I bet it was going pretty good. I mean, they were talking about how they've been here in Europe for over a month now, Nifty has, just going through the motions of practicing, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, I think that's a good point with MIBR though. Like when I've been chatting to Kogu, he's been saying they've been spending so much time in terms of practicing and preparing for stuff. Like they've been in that boot camp. They've been one of the only teams to sort of stay in that boot camp as well. So I don't know. This definitely isn't going to be the last we see of MIBR. Of course, they're going to be taking on Falls as well. But speaking of which, we can take a quick chat with Kogu as well. Of course, the coach from the MIBR side. Kogu, thank you so much. Oh yeah, we've got VSM as well.
We're joined by VSM.
Thank you so much for taking the time to chat to us, man.
Here.
Can you tell us a little bit about how you're feeling after that incredibly close matchup?
I think Envy, they played it great, and they surprised us a lot. I didn't think what was going to be so close, but I'm happy, of course. But we have been practicing so much. We have put in all the time that we have here in Counter-Strike, talking about Counter-Strike, and we did our best. This last map, we did our best because we knew like our Inferno has to improve a lot. We have to be more prepared, and for sure for the next match we'll have more time to practice, and we will keep doing better.
I mean, that's true because you don't have any more matches this week, so you've got plenty of time to prepare. So as you look forward, though, what is your preference here when you're coming to play Force? Because this is a team that is the only team in this group so far that you haven't played. Do you have any opinions about them?
About Force, you mean?
Yes.
They're kind of crazy guys playing Counter-Strike. It's tough. It's tough to play against them. We practice when we get here. And we know it's gonna be a war again, and they like to run a lot, so it's hard to figure out how they're playing.
Kogu, I don't know if I'm allowed to ask these kinds of questions, but VSM, the guy to your right there, he's been making a strong case for himself to be a permanent MIBR member. I know he's just a stand-in right now. Are these discussions that are going on right now, like to make this a solidified 5 because you guys are finding so much success, or is that going a little bit too far?
We can think about that right now because our contract is 2-3 months. It ends in December.
Wow.
So we have to do our best to December. And when it get the point, we think about it. Right now, we just have to do our best, and that's it.
I have a question for VSM specifically. I don't know if you can hear me, but I wanted to hear
I translate.
Okay, you asking for me. What is the difference between for him playing with this group of guys and having you as a coach with all this experience? Surely it's got to feel like an upgrade for him. Does he feel like things are just easier in game, having the quality of teammates that he has now, or is it pretty much the same?
Qual que é a diferença de você jogar nesse grupo, com esses times, ter eu como coach, mas mais específico, o que você sente de diferente jogando com essa galera aqui do que você jogava lá?
Primeiramente, né, tocar a lenda aqui de coach. Primeiramente, tô com a lenda aqui de coach, né, então não tenho o que fazer. E a diferença aqui, mano, é muito mais organizado, os treinos são muito bons também, e você aprende cada coisa que você não aprende no Brasil. E é isso, aqui é balatense e nós tá trocando com todo mundo daquele jeito. É nóis. A Juliana é diferente.
All right, he said something good about me, like legend. And he said like it's more organized, everything about the team that we practice. This is the VSM. He's such a good guy, and he deserved the best. I think all the team they did great. It's just the beginning of the tournament. We know we have to keep improving ourselves. But we will keep our trajectory, and we're gonna keep doing our best, practicing a lot, and hope to win the next match.
Kogu, we absolutely love to hear it. I had one final question for you. We heard in your pre-game interview earlier you've kind of been working on your map pool. Of course, this is the first time that we got to see you play Overpass as well. So I wanted to get your thoughts on that map and how you're going to be versifying your pool as well.
The cycle, I knew was going to be exactly that 3 maps, even when they only played a best of 3. I knew if we always keep Overpass ban, our first ban was over, so we knew if we ban those 2, they will pick over. So we are super prepared, but we have to improve. We have to watch the demo, see what we did wrong, and we did a lot of stuff that we have to talk about it and improve ourselves for the next Overpass. But even when we are a new team, we are playing all maps, so we have one map advantage because they think the other team's gonna think that we don't have Overpass or we don't have those 2. I just wondering if the day here was like 30 hours, maybe 35. That would be great.
Well, Kogu, thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us. Cannot wait to see you taking on Force later in the tournament. But go and celebrate with your team.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Can I say
much.
something in Portuguese?
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
Galera, mano, esse jogo foi foda, mano. Eu tô ligado, a gente tem que melhorar muita coisa e eu só queria agradecer por toda essa vibração, essa torcida que vocês têm passado aí pra gente. A gente vai continuar, a gente não tá descansando, tá pauleira aqui demais, mano. Tá? Vocês aí têm ouvido a gente demais e fico muito feliz de fazer parte aí.
Thank you so much, Kogu, man. Always fantastic to get to hear from you. Thank you so much. Man, I need to learn some Portuguese. I need to know exactly what he's saying. Go for it, James. Go for it.
Okay, so he said, even though he took Bartol's pinnacle points today, we fully expect him to come top of the leaderboard by the end of Flashpoint 2.
Wait, you went with Envy too?
I picked Envy, yeah. I'm wearing an Envy hoodie and everything.
Oh, yeah, of course, on brand.
I can't believe all 3, only 3 analysts and talent that picked Envy are sitting right here.
Oh, yeah. No coincidence, man. No coincidence. I want to glow on this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Obviously.
Is that a fat reindeer pin on your...
Yes, it's actually, what I am. Yo.
Oh, of course it is.
That looks like a reindeer to me.
We need to take a moment to appreciate your outfits, Monty. I respect the hat as well. Now that you're not on the desk, you get to put the hat on. I
know.
It.
I got baited by headphones at the desk. I haven't had a headset on a desk in 4 years, and I got here. I was like, wait, my plan ruined my headsets. So I gotta take the opportunities where I can.
Yeah.
I used to wear caps, but then my head became too big. So I no longer wear caps. Because the problem is they end up up here. So I just got a lot of cranium, so it's just...
How much has your head grown? Is it a frequent thing?
Since I was a baby. Not that much, actually.
James is it's
had
still
a C-section.
growing.
I was huge, man. Came out sideways.
Well, we will see. I'm sure we'll see a couple of baby photos coming up at some point in the near future with this. Yeah, maybe, I don't know, maybe stick around if you want to see baby photos of all of us at some point in the broadcast. But, Monty, we had a few interesting points. Now that game is concluded, obviously that was one of the lower bracket games. That is going to be going forward for the playoffs. For C9 and OG, it's pretty lethal.
Yeah, and it could be lethal for teams tomorrow too. So just to be clear, the teams that finish in 4th place, only one of them will be playing in our last chance qualifier. And the first tiebreaker is going to be maps 1. So the fact that Envy lost but did pick up a map in both of their losses is very, very important. And you may notice something, which is that C9 and OG both got 2-0'd, which means that whoever loses that match is now definitely out. And it depends on how our match goes tomorrow in the Midsummer group to see if one of those teams is going to have the possibility of even contending with Envy, because the next tiebreaker after that is going to be round differential. And because Envy played some very close games today, they may have a pretty strong preference in that category as well. So what we'll look at a little bit later tonight and impress upon everybody tomorrow is basically how many maps the team needs to win in 4th place, and then also how many rounds they have to have in terms of the differential.
Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah, it is. But it is crazy to think that either OG or C9 is 100% definitely going to be out of Flashpoint by Sunday.
That's crazy. That's crazy. And we literally predicted them all yesterday, right? That was why our predictions were an absolute rip yesterday, which is so gutting really to say. Yeah. Well, let's take a quick look at our bracket just to wrap up the show today here. Of course, this is what has been going down today. We see Big, obviously, beating Fours here. That means they're going into that bracket. And James, of course, that means that they're going straight to the playoffs as well. I don't think we would have expected anything less from them, though.
No, they had to be a favourite for this particular group, and I think even though Mibr are, probably the weakest opponent they could have faced in terms of, they just haven't got their stuff together yet, I think we could still see how strong Big were looking and how they dominated that game, and that's been consistent throughout, I think, so I'm glad to see them qualifying, even though I'm a big fan of Forza outside of some management decisions.
Yeah, and you have to think that Envy really has a strong position going into the last chance qualifier, because remember, their first map against Fours was 16-2 as well. So even if somebody's able to kind of go 1-2, 1-2 in our Midsummer group, it's still going to be very hard for them to have the same level of round differential, because Envy won big in one of the maps that they played, and they kind of lost not by a lot in the maps that they lost. So it's going to be rough. I would assume we're going to have Envy playing in that last chance qualifier, but we'll have to see what happens tomorrow.
Yeah, I think it's going to be... it was kind of like a sloppy slugfest today. Maybe we'll see more of that. We saw some great highlights from Nifty, though, so I want to see more of those in some matches to come, for sure.
Yeah, it's kind of gutting that we didn't get to see him really coming out in full force in that last map. But as you said then, Monty, of course, there is still another chance for them going forward, potentially. And with that, I think we can have a look at our pinnacle points. These are our updated ones for the day. I should have brought my glasses because I cannot read that from here, but I can see I'm in 3rd. So I'm happy with that.
Maui's he's almost 1,000 points ahead now.
That's nuts.
Really been pushing.
What did he bet on today? Did he put it all in on Big? He must have.
I bet 500 on Big, so at least I gained some points from that. But you're not too far behind me. You're about 300 behind me.
Yeah.
200,
Potter.
300.
I'm pretty sure, I think production can confirm this with you, Freya, but I'm pretty sure I'm below Alan but above Thorin right now.
Below Alan, above Thorin.
So I'm right dead in the middle.
That is correct. Producer Reese just confirmed to me.
Yeah.
That's exactly where you are. So you're right slap bang in the middle, really.
Oh,
That's
no.
pretty good.
When is the cutoff? When do the
Sunday
punishments
night.
start?
Sunday night.
Sunday night? Holy
You got 2 days.
moly.
Oh, okay.
You got 2
Gotta
days.
get some big gambles on that.
You do.
I want to come first.
No
I
more
only
gambles.
accept gold.
No more gambles.
I only
Just
accept gold. That's it.
Conservative,
I'm
safe.
impressed that Semler has managed to climb that far up, though, because yesterday he was right down at the bottom of the pack, right, with Anders.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
he's taking it seriously now. We sort of saw him taking that approach of, maybe be a bit more lighthearted, go for the underdogs, and then nobody picked Gen G, literally the biggest underdog. We were talking about this, Monty, right? We were saying nobody's actually picked the correct upset to go on yet.
I will say that most of our strategies in this have been shit, but we're starting to learn how to do it, I think. Like, a lot of us really were like, ooh, look at those odds. Maybe I could win big at first, right? And, it's one of those things where I felt more confident about my strategy today because I knew that if big won and I put 750 on big, well, they would cover my loss on, on Envy. So, like, the upside was pretty good for Envy, and I felt like, they did have a good chance of winning that match.
Yeah.
So I think if somebody had actually put that just like even 250 on Gen G as a flyer,
Oh,
oh my God, like the rewards. And to be fair to you, Christine, like I agree that the match was close, and you would be in first place right now
I would.
if
I would. I'd 100% be in first place.
Heartbreak,
or very
Come on,
close.
Nifty.
Maui was up until 1 a.m. just figuring out the veto for Cloud9 in their match. So,
Oh, wow.
so full respect, he deserves to be in first place. He put the work in.
Dedication,
So,
man. Well,
I don't mind second for
we've
now.
got another game that potentially, Potter, you could come first place in. We're going to go to it right now. It's going to be a little bit of a hangman game with the worst pro names for sports and in esports. So if you could name that person over on the left, or I believe that we can just say the letters, I think. I think
know
that's how
what this
hangman works. First person to get it gets a point.
Dick
Patrick.
Pounder.
Is that correct? Can I get
That is not
confirmation?
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, I believe so. No?
How?
Oh, no, the first one's right, but the second one isn't.
Pincher.
That is pretty bad.
All right, so we have to call letters. You have to get an E in there.
Yep.
You've got to call out for the E.
S.
Pencil. Dick Pencil.
Do we just yell out names?
And have you not been on a...
Does he lose every time he guesses wrong?
Oh, there is an E right at the end.
Interesting.
Oh.
T.
I. Oh, the I. Well, I guess we guessed Dick, so we don't automatically get the I. There we go. Okay.
Okay.
Oh.
T?
T.
No, no T's.
No T's.
No T's.
There's got to be an R in there then.
Yeah. Oh?
Who's a hockey player?
A.
There we go. Okay. What word does that
L?
even mean?
Parasite?
Oh, no, please don't be Parasite.
No.
That's not
Please
a
don't
name.
be
It's not.
Parasite.
It's not. Unfortunately, it's not.
Holy
That would be
potatoes.
amazing.
You already guessed T, guys. That's how you know it wasn't in there.
Okay.
Get it together.
Crap. Yeah,
Get it
yeah,
together.
yeah.
I don't know where my mind is going
What
right
letters
now.
haven't
D?
we guessed?
Oh, Paradise.
Dick
Paradise.
Paradise. Okay.
Wow.
That's amazing.
All right.
Wow.
Sounds like one for the green screen.
Okay.
I mean, if your name was Richard Paradise, honestly, why wouldn't you go by the name Dick Paradise?
Yeah,
You
that's
have to.
amazing.
You have to.
And your initials are DP, it just evolves over time. Right.
Well, it's an esport player up next.
That's
balls.
That's balls.
That's balls.
Yep.
Nice one. Instantly.
C9
Point to Monty.
balls.
There you go. That's an interesting
She
photo
got it
as
before
well.
I did.
Oh, point to Christine. There you
Yes.
go. That's... What a photo as well. What an angle. Got the tank top on. I respect that. Let's, I believe it's a sports
Classic
one up
tank
next
top.
now.
Dick.
Yep. Come on, guys.
Dick
I just
tonsils.
had
Dick
I just had the
tracker.
producer in my ear say, bring in the dick.
Dick tonsils.
So many dicks.
What if your tonsils were dicks, like little small dicks?
Oh, no. Don't say that.
James,
No,
asking
that's
the
a
real
horrible
question.
would you rather. Like,
There are people out there who visualize things you say right. I just do it for those people, like that 5%.
that's straight me. That is straight me.
E. Dick tonsillitis.
Oh, was an E at the end. Okay.
Tongue. Dick tongue.
Dick, that would be
Dick
amazing.
tongue. No way.
I'm not getting any confirmation that
No, it's not the right number of
isn't.
letters.
All right.
No.
N.
Nope. No
O.
N. don't think there's an O either. A? There must be an A.
There has to be another vowel.
Yeah, we've got to go with the vowels. A or I? Let's see. No A.
I.
There's an I. R?
Oh, there's got to be an R in there.
Yeah. There
Dick
we go.
Trifle.
Not Dick Trifle. I wish it was though.
Oh.
Oh, like
It's
Trickle?
looking more and more like Dick Trifle.
Dick Trickle.
Oh dear.
That is
Who found
actually
this?
awful.
How's your name Dick Trickle?
Who is that? I need some more context on him as a person.
I have context for me.
NASCAR racers,
stock car driver, I guess.
NASCAR racers.
Dick Trickle. Holy crap.
That is
See,
absolutely awful.
unlike Paradise, if I was named Richard Trickle, I probably wouldn't
No.
roll with the Dick Trickle.
No.
Or make it, or just change
Although
it to Treacle.
you could go
It
by-
be Dick Treacle.
You could be Tricky Dick in that case, which is okay.
That's all right.
Suppose so.
Alliteration, I guess. Difficulty medium on this one. Who is this? Is this an esports pro? What kind of name?
No idea.
It is an esports pro, can confirm. A fighting games player as well.
A.
Interesting. James, surely this is your...
Depends on the game.
This is your round.
I don't recognize this guy.
I've heard from producer, not a James fighting game. So we're all in this together.
Must be one of those weird anime games then.
Go for an A.
I bet it's an anime guy.
No A in there.
You?
A.
E.
There's got to be an E in there. PP.
Whoa. Two
Wait,
letters
what's at the
in front of
beginning?
My PP.
Saint PP?
This is 100%.
It's a gamer tag, right?
100%
It's a
anime
team.
games.
Mr.
100%.
Mr.
Mr. PP.
Oh, there is an R. Wait.
Dr. PP.
Oh, Dr. PP, of course.
God bless
Wow.
the weebs.
That's
I need to know what
amazing.
game. I need to know what game he plays. I need to know what game.
Apparently they're Smash Bros.
That's close enough.
That makes
so,
sense.
well,
Makes
the
sense.
Smash scene is a complete mess by some measures, so that'll do.
Clearly, with a name like that, for
Dr.
sure.
PP.
Right, we got another sports player. Oh, you?
Oh
Yeah.
god, one of the cameramen is corpsed, so this can't be
It's-
good.
Oh, it's not where I thought it
Luscious.
was. That's better.
No.
Oh, there's another
Luscious.
you. Okay, it is where I thought it was.
Luscious pussy?
That's what it looks like. Pusey. Oh my god. No, why?
I was like, luscious. Wait, is that enough letters?
Oh no.
Luscious pussy.
Luscious pussy. Oh my.
Marvelous.
I think we have one more. I believe this is the last one.
Okay.
Oh, we got 3 more. So we could take the
Damn.
lead from Christine if one of you guys goes flawless. Who is this? Can we get some more context of perhaps what game it's from?
A.
Potentially.
Looks like Dota.
Yeah.
No, it's Gom TV.
There's no A.
No A. Nope. No
It's
A.
Why?
E. There we go. No
G.
Y.
Not Jesus. Not Jesus.
It is Jesus.
Well, that's a bait. How can you start with
Jesus
one
fuck.
S and not the other S? What kind of game is this? Who's the director of this? This is ridiculous.
Jesus. I don't know.
O.
No O in there. T.
Swank.
It's also a fighting games player.
Stank.
Stuck?
Jesus stank.
Jesus stank. Jesus stink.
Jesus
Jesus
stunk.
stunk.
Jesus stunk.
Jesus strunk?
N.
No N.
Jesus
man.
stuck.
Why can't I read? Like, and there's no other vowel.
I.
Oh, there is an I. Jesus.
Jesus
stick.
stink.
Not stink.
C.
He's a fighting games player.
Stick?
Stick.
Jesus stick.
Jesus stick. There
Okay.
we go.
That's not a bad name
GG
for a fighting games
Monty.
player.
Yeah, that's good.
If he uses
I
a
like it.
joystick.
Yeah, that's okay.
Jesus
That's
stick.
not the worst name we've ever heard either.
Well,
think I'm
after
bad at this
luscious
game.
pussy, I don't think we
Right?
would have gotten Jesus stick, you know?
Not bad.
I thought that's where we leave it. Oh, what a photo as well. Right, who wants to go first? Who wants to guess?
Twins player.
C.
It's a difficult one. No C in there.
O.
No O in there either.
E.
No E in there.
A.
There's a Y in there. There's
No
definitely
A.
a Y. There's got to be a Y then.
I? Did we say I?
We haven't yet.
Okay, there's a Y in there. There we go, Monty. What vowel haven't we said?
R.
Yeah, we got the R at the beginning. That's the only one, apparently.
Did they confirm I wasn't in there?
No, there's no I in there.
What the heck?
You? Did we say you?
C.
There we go.
Is he Polish?
That's what we were missing, that vowel.
Rudy.
Cunts.
Oh.
Rudy Cunts.
Yeah, that was always the thing. All right.
Oh, it's not Rudy.
It's not
though.
Rudy.
Rusty.
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 No, that is awful.
Freya.
That is so awful.
There we go.
God.
It's your new
Wait,
alias.
how does that? Yeah. How does that even come about? Like,
Rusty
why would you
cunts.
think that?
It's Kuntz.
Kuntz. Sorry.
Rusty Cunts.
That's tragic.
Wait, I'm just hearing from the producer who it was. Oh, World Champion StarCraft player Bayern, his original name is this next one. We've only got
he's
an
a
X in
GSL
there.
champion, but I don't know what his original name would be.
No.
It's got an O in it, I'm sure.
How sure are you?
No O in there.
I'm not sure. I guess I was wrong.
Let's go for an E.
Why?
There we go. There's multiple E's I'm hearing. I don't know
So
about
his
the
name is
Y's.
one word.
Yeah, his name is one word.
Exorcist. Exercise.
Oh, is this
Excision.
I had this conversation with Reese the other day. Excrement. There he is. Now I put a face to a name.
Well, I thought you said his real name.
No, his original name.
His original name.
Oh.
So he obviously changed it because why would you fucking call yourself excrement?
What
like, why
did
would
he
you do
change his
that?
name to?
Maybe it was on a
What did-
t-shirt
I don't,
somewhere.
I don't know which player is that. What did he change
said,
it to?
I believe it was Bayan, I want to say. I don't know. I'll get production to confirm that. But apparently, he was saying that he literally just flipped through a dictionary and just put his finger down on a word, and that's what he ended up with.
It's a nice
So,
word, excrement.
yeah,
It's kind of posh, isn't it?
Yeah.
Kind of posh.
Very posh.
The turd has been polished.
We've got two more, both being real sports players. Have a guess.
Red Baron's pitcher.
Let's go for an R. I'm feeling an R. Oh, there is an R in there. Anybody else care to
I have no idea.
throw some letters? I feel like if we were actually playing Hangman, our guy would be dead long ago.
Yes.
Okay, no U.
No
H.
U's.
There has to be an H.
Yeah, that's a good shout. There we go. There is an H.
Okay.
A? Did we say A?
We haven't yet.
Oh, yeah. There's an A in there. Sharks? Something sharks?
T.
I'm so lost.
Oh,
Sharks.
Oh,
It's definitely Sharks. Come on, if it's in a row, it's definitely Sharks. It can't be
Is
anything
it
else.
Steve Sharts? Steve Oh, yeah, Potty, you got that one. Sorry. Steve Sharts. Is that actually his last name?
I don't know what's going on.
Apparently, that is actually his last name. Imagine.
So funny story. So there's a League of Legends caster named Kobe, right?
Mm-hmm.
And his real name is Sam Hartzman Kensler. And at Riot, they use the first initial of your first name followed by your last name. So his email at Riot used to be Shartman. Which I
Surely
he changed it. He changed it, so you can't email him, guys.
I
But
don't
it
know
was
what it
super
means.
funny.
I'll be honest, I don't know what it means.
Oh, really?
It's when you
Really?
fart and you shit a little bit at the same
Yeah,
time.
when you just combine the two
I'm from
words.
a different place from you guys, man. Freya, I expected better from
What
you.
was the other word?
Honestly.
There was another word. Oh, what was it the other day?
I don't fucking know what happened. What the words are called when you do that.
I feel like we probably shouldn't say it on the broadcast, so I might not. We've got one more. We've got one more. It happened on a Valorant broadcast. There's a clip on the
someone
internet of it. No. Somebody didn't actually shot. There was another word that you didn't know. Okay, so a surname of a Japanese athlete. For difficulty on this one.
Oh.
S.
I see loads of T's. They've done a bad
More
job of the
S's.
blurring.
Oh yeah, there are T's and there
It's like
are S's.
Toot shoot? Toot shoot.
Why?
It's not toot shoot. I can confirm.
Shitto.
Yeah, it's definitely shit was definitely going to be.
Oh, I
in
bet there's
there.
an O in here. It's
Yeah,
like
there's definitely.
There's no
I feel like
O.
everything is an O on that fucking
Apparently
back.
there's no O.
U.
E? Did we say E? No U. There is multiple E's apparently. The only one E.
Triple shit.
Maybe
Tree
with
shit.
something else on the end.
Tits shit.
Tree shitty.
It's not an O at the end.
No, it's not an O. What could be at the end? A Z? I don't know. I'm trying to think like
No.
kind of a funky.
U?
Not a U.
We said Y, right?
Yeah, we
there
said
are
why.
Ys
Yeah, we
in
did.
Take
Japanese.
Take shit.
Oh,
Yes, get fucked.
Oh,
Take
the last,
shits.
No,
Take shits.
the last letter.
S.
No, it has to be a vowel.
It is a vowel. What vowel haven't we said?
Take shitter.
I.
Take shitter. Well done, James.
I got a point.
You got your point on the board.
Let's go. Let's go.
Takeshita.
Well,
Okay.
Gigi Potter and I have
that
the
was
most
good.
dirty minds, apparently. So,
I'm a picture of innocence. Shot? Really?
actually can't believe you've never heard of that.
I can't
For
believe you
real.
have, Freya.
Where were you in like 2010 where everybody was
I
saying
wasn't
that through
charting.
their
That's what
Xbox
I'll tell you
Live
what I
mics?
I wasn't charting. One or the other.
I like
Never
how
done the
you
1-2
pretend
combo.
that you're some pure soul that would never say shart when I promise you you're going to say it 10 times on broadcast.
Yes.
now.
Tomorrow.
You're gonna find a
just
way.
engraved in your brain now.
I just can't imagine doing it though.
You say foul things all the time.
I don't know what you're talking about. I just didn't know they were rude words.
Well, with that, I think we can begin to wrap up the day here.
All right, sounds good.
At Flashpoint. It's been an absolute pleasure to be joining you guys at the Blind Spot. Of course, we're back tomorrow. That bell does mean, of course, last order. So we're going to be finishing up our beers here. And a lovely forehead there from James. Oh, look at that. The
That's
focus.
too many pixels.
Well, let's have a look at our schedule for tomorrow. As of course, we have so many games coming up. This is going to be an absolutely incredible group. Of course, we're revisiting Group A of Midsummer. It's going to be Fnatic versus Mad Lions. And Monty was saying this earlier, but this is going to be obviously a rematch from that game earlier on in the week. That is going to be absolutely spicy indeed. Then, of course, Contact versus Dignitas Vi. That's going to be kicking off at 4 p.m. So make sure you are back here at 1 p.m. tomorrow. We're going to be going live with that. Of course, the winner of that will be heading straight to the playoffs as well. So it's going to be an absolutely spicy matchup indeed. Thank you guys so much for joining me here on the Blind Spot. It's been an absolute pleasure. And thank you so much, everybody at home, for tuning in as well. It's been an awesome day of Counter-Strike here. And we'll be seeing you for more tomorrow, kicking off at 1 p.m.
Fraser Shutter.
Жили нахуй. Тему. Найс. Trash.